2 more to take down. And the ult used, but Yedeje, he's sneaking his way around the door. Great reposition. He was spotted. Elite caught him. Yedeje's the one to land the shot. Martin comes out of ult, pops in. Best ult in the game, of course. Of course. And he manages to grab the plant. Coming out of the ultimate, no more utility to fall back on. Martin's going to have to do this. Just a man and his rifle.
He's out the steps.
He did.
Close enough. He's going to go looking and finds the kill onto Yedeje. Maybe a little bit worried that there's still a second player around this position, but instead, he's going to go all the way around. Might get a little bit nervous, but he's just going to play the game. Realizes, okay, maybe my opponent could have been sticking this. I have to go for the run. I have to sprint into this one. Flash, dodge, can't quite land the shot. Mr. Fallen will have enough time to get that defusal over the line. It's a second for Foot, but it is desperately close.
And in those last 2 seconds, we were seeing Martin actually getting ready to dodge that flash, not very sure. He saw Mr. Fallen already just peeking up with his flash out.
Don't forget, it was a pay save card thrifty as well.
It was a pay save
card thrifty.
Why are you so keen to get other people to do your job? We gave you a role coming into today. Gotta do what it says in your contract.
Sorry, I'll stay in my lane.
Now I gotta say that Martin, like I said, 4-0 in opening duels, 12-4 on the server as well. Sugetsu's been heating up, but you add up all the kills on KC and they're still paling in comparison to what Martin's doing. 2 ultis so far.
From Aspas go kill to Martin go kill. Sadak truly is a mastermind.
Oh no!
Oh, he needs a new strat this round.
That'll be 4-1 in opening duels now. Great shot by Mr. Fallen. And that's now 2 kills in a row for him up against good old Martin. Site take attempted, but the Rolling Thunder back in response. Great delay. Sees, lands. They know there's a player trapped up close. Paranoia catches one, but that's not the player. They've got to deal with Abez, and they do. That's the spike now on the floor. And Sadak and Elite in a 2v4, spread out, surrounded, and not even close to the spike.
Still moments of diciness. Sadak trying to take this round into his own hand. The problem, though, is where the spike is. I think he's just going to go ramping back around instead, realizing that the picks are far more important in this case, especially when he's so low. The element of surprise, but Yedeje is so aware of this position. Good read from Yedeje. More importantly, another round on the board for Foot.
Much more reactive. I think that we saw it also on the previous round with Waylay ultimate used onto the side, trying to prevent that plan from even happening, not having to play for the retake. At the same time, here with both Ada Captain and Cracks playing together, yet getting the most out of that paranoia, the most out of the utility to get most out of those duels when you have the advantage.
I want to know what guys said.
Me too.
Did he come back, win what was a pay save card thrifty?
Thank you, Tom.
Good job, Tom.
And they're managing to double that up with a very quick opening kill. Maybe told them to stop dying to Martin. It's definitely a good strat. But already a much pacier looking hit straight in towards C coming through for KC, or at least it seemed. They're selling it as somewhat of a ruse, maybe trying to pull rotations, but Foot have not overplayed their hand. They have kept their positions.
Yeah. I wouldn't quite call that pump fake a in-zone flawless. There's a couple problems because Foot still have some control over B. They've still got that push up on A with Zeus keen to just jump spot and keep the information late. We see a ping go down from KC. They're looking to retake this control. They're going to smoke it off, rob them of the information, use the cascade to do the same around Rubble.
Maybe
goes the Prowl with 3 players, putting utility down in this angle. It gets Paranoia out of the other side. But you know that they've retaken the control now, but you also know there's 2 players towards A long. At that point, there's either a rotation off C or a push up, and they've learned it was the latter of the 2. With Yedeje taking only 1, C-side seems to be up for grabs, but great ultimate to contain that info.
Now there's 30 seconds. They don't know if they're running into a stack of players because they've been delayed. It would be foolish to try and play through a site with no sound. Zeus about to lose his weapon, but that ult takes a long, long time to activate. That's enough for him to get 2 kills off the back, and up close and personal. It seems like Foot are the new kings of the shotgun. as it'll be another round won by that gun.
Well, Vice said adapt or die, and they certainly did, taking out those secondaries. But actually, you notice before the ult even went down, they wanted to use that shorty up close to the smoke. So playing into their hands almost, and 4-4 now as a result. That's 3 in a row for
slow
Foot.
to activate.
Yeah, but you think of the position, like from the beginning of the round, we were speaking about them maybe being more eager to take those duels. The moment that KC puts a little bit of utility onto C, we see J ready to take on that first fight. You also have Cracks with his ultimate that can be reactive with it, help him with it. And throughout the rest of the round, that's what we see. Foot playing to the most of their advantage, always taking 2v1s, 2vx's, and probably that is what puts KC in the situation of taking a timeout here. Taking a lot of time to make those decisions and trying to prompt some reactions onto Foot that are not really happening.
I think Zeiss has been watching Barbar demos because he decided to take things out on the table. Or maybe he's been watching Alex, you know, the fellow Frenchman.
Zeiss watching Barbar, Geist watching Pipson. It's there's a lot of inspiration in those coaching booths right now. With the 9th round set to go fairly soon. I mean, KC, they've called this timeout. When we saw Foot do it, it's 3 in a row. It was big resurgences, although I'm not sure you could have communicated much of what Mr. Fallen ended up doing. The Red Bull clutch alongside the phenomenal opening pick he got right afterwards. Put Martin in his place. He was 12-4, now 12-6, stalling out in a lot of these fights. No doubt that's what they're going to look to put an end to. I mean, all the success they've had so far has been off that man.
Catch them.
Well, the success versus Koi as well was based on the attack side for KC. Now, I don't think we can really use them as a litmus test, but kind of have to hope there's going to be a little bit more here in the setup from Yedajay. Has just garnered 2 easy picks with the weaker weaponry. He has no plans of trying to be a hero anymore. This comes down to Foot just playing the advantages.
Yedajay has been such an annoyance, the way he's putting down those really passive trap wires. Reality is, though, for KC, this isn't a round that they should be winning. They've got weaknesses. Even just look at what they've got in the late fights after players have fallen. Still, a Stinger and a Sheriff, and I was going to mention what Elite had, but he's already gone, dealt with, as Yedajay storms the site. And Sagetsu's left to do it all. Foot continues streaking rounds together. And it's Yedajay streaking kills one after another, a 4-piece to take the lead.
An in-zone flawless. How did I do?
That's
How did I do,
Tom's
Tom?
job.
Aw, don't be sad,
I can
Tom.
just leave.
No. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Nothing left.
He has 3 more call-outs before he gets dinner.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Sorry. I was going to say, you were speaking about and highlighting J2J's utility, and of course it's going to be brilliant, as we know, but probably one of the things that was said in that timeout is like, you know, they want to fight. You need to fight up against them. If they want to take on those duels, let's duel it out. Probably that round wasn't the best example because of the weaponry, but you see that Foot is going to be ready.
Not ready.
And now the aggression coming onto Rubble. A place in the map that KC has not been eager to fight at the beginning of the round at all.
They've just left Zeus in position. Now, though, with the Reckoning, they know that they can force Yedajay out of position without too much trouble. Now, they've always wanted to fight forward, and this time they're a little bit more aggressive with it. Even still, though, Abez bites a bullet of his own, and it will still be even on this retake with Zeus ultimate online. This is not going to be easy.
Martin's caught stepping forward. A player down now for KC. Time ticking, and Elite with a double. They're right back in it. The walk through the smoke gets nothing. And Mr. Fallen, he's all alone. We've seen him win clutches. Oh, that was desperately close. A headshot, but the wall got in the way. KC right back into winning ways. It's 5-5. The lead won't be held for long.
Damage onto all of them. Just KC going back to what was working for them at the beginning of this map. Those very frontal C hits. Very quick, get the spike down, just work through the post line, work to get the best out of the positions that you have, and for Foot to be working against the clock, Tom.
Yeah, I'd say as well, it's another scenario. I can think of at least 3 rounds where they have either the Reckoning or the Dimensional Drift, and that is the pinnacle piece. It's like, okay, that gives us sight. In post plants, we can be a little bit cheeky with our plays. And well, I think you're pointing to it now.
Whoa.
They've got the Dimensional Drift again. I don't even think Zeus knew where he was.
No, he was like, oh, they put a box here.
Oh my god, I can do this?
Wow. Well. Luckily, it's a trade out.
No Sadak took it in this time, though.
Yeah, you're missing that utility. Martine's going to bridge the gap already, seizing so much space out of Captain, though, picking off Zagetsu. Couple taps through the wall. He's landed lots of damage, but a few shots fired back at him will send them away from the C site. 3 players have been rotated in. Yetijay in the spawn. There's nobody. In fact, if they go to the A site, there's no one anywhere close by. For B, there's no one to deny the plant. It could be found. Just moments from now, it will be. They're tapping. They're tapping to draw a find out. The rotation through the door, perhaps with Elite set behind, but no, they go back into the B plant. And Elite, I'm curious to see what he does. He was up close on the boxes. His teammates now leaving. He's vulnerable to 2 angles. It's not an easy position to play from, and they need to win this fight against Yetijay in the spawn. They do not. A first pick, but no follow-up. Oh. He dodges the flash that isn't there.
I think it was a team flash that was about to come through. Aves looking for the fight and will be guarded. It even goes back for a little bit more. Maybe having the expectation that somebody was down below on the plant, a little bit nervous that things could run away from him. Instead, though, it is Foot to climb back in, and I really like their almost pre-take, like seeing that initial usage of the Dimensional Drift. Mentioned it, when they were giving up the site and playing retake, they got owned. So they don't give it up. They fight for it before their opponents can even take it.
Yeah, and even though Zeus was only good for 1, it literally goes against what KC has been doing at the beginning of almost every single round.
Nice!
Reach is living it. I don't know if it's getting through the mics, but sometimes he's screaming, he's giving it everything.
Oh yeah, you can definitely hear him.
You might have thought it was only Yetijay, but no.
No. They've got consistency in their signings, I'll tell you that. 1 round left to play for KC. On the attack and sending it in quickly. Aves already using his ultimate to clear out that right side. And they'll grab themselves a plant nice and easy off the back of it, but it will be returned. Foot sending theirs through. It's already being used as the Prowlers track down these players, but the plant's secured, and they're looking for control up in heaven. They've got it too, but then using it as an extra angle to fight from the Cove, blocking off some of the players. In fact, Foot are able to float back in, isolating duels, and it's Zeus taking them all. Martine, he's locked out.
It's done.
There's nothing he can do about this unless they make big mistakes. And Zeus, well, he has no blemishes on his record there. 4K to close out the half with a 2-round lead.
Really impressive stuff from Zeus. A couple of big rounds on that defensive side, but that's where he had that real prowess last time out. We'll see if he's still going to be able to do it when they switch to the attack after the break.
Well, this game has been a treat so far. 7 rounds for Foot, now stepping onto their attack side, as we're going to see KC put to the test on the defense. It's been a while. In the last series they played, they didn't get too many of these rounds up on the board. Wasn't too much to play with. I'm excited to see what they can do.
We're seeing a reflection also what we saw on Pearl, right? KC start off the map very, very strong. And then Foot come back to life, maybe because of those tag passes called by Gaius, but they're definitely having the effect that they need. Can they now start this half getting the pistol on the board.
Yeah, I think it's important for both sides. Foot have struggled in the past when it came to the attack. They've been in a position where they're not really able to get too much other than just these sort of
hands are off the keyboard.
individual aggressive plays. And then on the other side of things, well, you mentioned that coin match, there wasn't really a defense to be played by KC. So it's definitely much more unknown territory, but I think I'm actually more focused on Foot because they are one of the few teams I think we've seen on this map who've been poor on the attack.
Yeah, and I want to see if bringing in that Waylay, changing a little bit of those executes, we saw some aggression from the defense, but we did not see how it would clash against KC, sorry, because all of those A rubble control were most of the times not fought for at all. So I want to see now that they have the ball in their court, that they have to be the ones making the plans and executing onto the sites, how this Waylay, that currently is sitting on a 13-9, leading the board for Foot, is going to look on the attack.
And again, I got to call back to how this map started out. It was very early doors when we saw Martin 12-4, dominating with a 4-0 lead in opening duels. Everything was going their way. And of course, how couldn't it? Then things tapered off. I think that was round 5 that I'm referencing when he was 12-4. And since that time, it has been a stall out as Foot were able to deal with almost every piece of early aggression, every piece of late aggression. Well, let's go tech pause.
Yes.
Let's go tech pause. I gotta give it to you folks for being good. Keeping the spirits high.
Making the best out of the situation,
Good
guys.
sportsman, even in this trying time.
As we can see, a player has reported some audio issues, so currently investigating, but we'll get back to you. Sue is also chanting with us. Let's go tech pause.
Let's go tech pause.
Lauren is back also in the casting booth. Lauren, would you like to have a headset?
Your headset,
You
madame.
Can you
You
tell
can
us
have mine if you
what
want.
cable it is? Chewing this time around?
Hold on, let me
hold on, yeah.
hit the button.
Open it.
No cable this time, actually. Just sabotaging everything.
Did you? Have you
Yeah,
poured
just
water on
really, well,
It's
Little Red
audio
Bull.
this time.
Yeah.
Audio.
it's an audio. That should be fixed
Yeah.
soon then, right?
Right.
Well, I hope so.
Why would you
I like
say
to
that?
put a little timer
Because
on it, you know
every
what I
time you say it, it'll be done soon.
Yeah.
It's never
That's very
done
true.
soon.
Yeah, but you put the
You're
pressure
doing
on
this
it.
on purpose, aren't you?
Well, if I must suffer, so must you.
I have to say, Lauren, I was taunting you over the tech
You
pauses
were,
you guys
you
have
were.
had.
I see your little
I was
grin.
rubbing it in. Yeah.
Every time.
But he always does that, you know, whenever we're on the desk and they're outside because they, of course, they get the first game and they're done.
And
Or
they're
I
nice.
open my Discord, it's just pictures of them having food.
Oh,
and
going
I'm
out for
like,
dinner,
It's
nice
like, oh my God,
time.
how's the show going? I'm like, oh my God, I hate you so much.
Little chicken
same.
sando, something like that. But
Oh, it
today.
seems like they're ready.
is that? Are you sure?
I mean, she gives the
Are
call
you
to you.
confident about that? You said that
I
with
don't
some
know.
confidence.
It's still red.
I don't work here, you know, I don't work
We heard you, we heard you.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren, for dropping by. She's going to go down and get that server started herself if she needs to.
Please, Lauren.
It looks like we will be diving back in fairly soon from what I've heard. And indeed, I'm excited to see the second half, how it plays out. We talk a lot about the pistol round, the first 3 kind of not mattering that much, not being able to read too much into what the teams are doing. It's a different game to what you see later on. And as the red fades from the studio, we will get right back in to
timer's
Lotus.
moving.
Half number 2, pistol number 5 of the series. And if you've just joined us, that's going to be a very confusing statement.
Yeah. Even I was confused when I was here.
Gonna put a focus on Elite. Again, he's had a bit of a quieter match, but we know that
He's a second half player.
if he can have that C-site hold on lock, it really does change the game for KC. That's not the start they were looking for. Paranoia utilized, but after the pick has already been found by Zeus, that confidence on the Waylay seemingly there. Still have some delay, U2. In fact, they've thrown the Thorns in towards Tree on A to help out. It does leave Elite with a little bit less on that C site, but will mean if they go towards A, a lot of potential to slow things down. In fact, they put the wall there as well. It is basically just Sadak playing around the full setup.
Oh!
And he's out.
Oh, the refract
Triggered the
used
wall.
to get him right back out. But the spike down on the floor, the wraparound coming in. Sadek's not long for this world with Mr. Fallen roaming around the back site. A third map that they're hungry to see. It would be Ascent. And for KC, They may be able to climb back into this, but surely not in the pistol. You mentioned Elite has had a slower start, and indeed, in both of these maps, the first half has not been kind to him, but the start of the second doesn't look to be any gentler on KC's hopes and dreams. 8-5 now with a pistol under Foot's belt.
It made it look a little bit easy. Having the waylay just going onto the side, even if you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter. You can always just go back. And even KC getting that opening kill, doesn't matter, the rest of the flood was already coming onto the side. Easy fun and round for them. Probably within the preparation for KC, I would think that waylay was on the books.
Well, this is the problem when you run so much sort of util and delay. If somebody disrespects it, a lot of the time you're not ready for it. And that's exactly what
Oh
Zeus
my
is
god,
gonna be
Sadak with
doing
the classic, Tom.
the entirety of the match. I can only assume that Sugetsu hit the shot first, and that wasn't just, was that, or was it just the smoke assist?
No, but there were 4 players lined up at the Classic, so yeah, I'd imagine there was a few shots landed to allow that headshot to be so deadly. A firing squad that...
And the rotation is instant.
Yeah, the big rotate 4 players in the spawn. If Foot get aggressive and try to take extra space, they'd be in trouble, but still having Yedajay alive, they've got their back secured. There's no need to go walkabouts and take that extra control. Cam destroyed, trap destroyed, but Sadak on a wrap back towards the B site. They'll burn the clock down a little bit. And to be honest, even getting a few more kills here is going to be worthwhile for them. But 3, really, they got to make it close. But if they can contain them to go down to that spike, could definitely leave Foot in an awkward position for the next.
Foot doing well though. Managing to isolate a lot of these battles, stun coming through to help out. Sure, it's becoming costly, but the main thing is that they get this round over the line. A 9th onto the board for Foot. 2 rifles retrieved as well.
And I think the other thing is what they had 2 rifles, 2 pistols, and that weapon there.
Yep.
Your Marshall. So realistically, 2 Bulldogs coming out of that round, that's, we talk about this a lot in the games. Some teams will go for those buys, some teams go 4 rifles, and you can see just how impactful it would have been if they had that kind of an investment, but they gave themselves a margin for error and operated within it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Mr. Fallen just with the ghost, but it doesn't matter. He has a lot of utility to set everyone up. And it looks like KC now, even though they were not very interested in ruins and rubble, when they were on the attack from the defense, it's a different story.
I like this though. They show the flash on one side of the map, sells the idea that there's 3 players there. You've seen the smoke go down, you've seen the harbor util, and well, they've now seen Elite as well. Zeus has been on an absolute tear, even going into this attack side. I was going to say that allowed Martin to quickly get into position, but he was not ready to help out his teammate, and well, Abbas wasn't ready there either. Luckily, the IGL of Sadak has brought this into contention. A nasty spam, which will get him the reckoning. That's all the information they need.
Yeah, they know exactly where both players are. Flooding back into the site at a captain, staying up close, will grab Sugetsu and another. It's all on to Sadak. We've seen an ace already, but Mr. Fallen wants to be the only one. He shuts down Sadak and puts another round on the board for Foot, now double that of their opponents. Hell, there's a world where we could see this being Foot's pick instead of Pearl, and maybe it should have been.
But again, we're going back to a Foot that has a new idea for a map that they have already played. And this round, even though very, very close there at the end with Sadak using that Reckoning to be a little bit faster. You know, as you were saying, you know where the players are, but you need to be fast if you want to actually spot, maybe catch some of it. But with that plant onto C, the Cascade is not going to be enough. Maybe a Cove could have done the trick.
They've upgraded their spam. Maybe the Sheriff's doing the majority of the damage.
And that's why they didn't get the kill.
Oh, over the top he goes again. Paranoia to support, even leaving him blind after the pick, but the pick was all they needed. It does seem like that extra distance on the dash, now moving away from the jet, if anything, makes Zeus look even more dangerous. They're just putting utility in to make that player have such an awful time when he comes flying through. Well, for the remaining 4 with only Sheriffs, you can't really expect much here.
No, you really can't. At least getting an ult out of Cracks, it's some sort of a trade-off, but when it comes to the fights themselves, it's nothing but victory for the attack side, with Sugetsu left alone. An 11th round about to be connected on the board. Good shot And that's about all you're going to get. And with that, Foot continue this streak here on their attacking side, putting KC to bed and putting Ascent as the next battleground, most likely on the board.
Actually, very excited to see this, and if we get there 2 rounds away for Foot. That first map, everything came down to that overtime, but KC walked out with the victory. Foot with this new plan and this new set rounds.
The funny thing is the paranoia didn't even reach. Like, he was so quick to get over that position that the paranoia actually only ended up blinding him. But that's sort of been the problem is, I think a lot of teams will come into this and you'll have expectations of, okay, I've watched a team literally counter this composition with a Jet. How different can the Waylay be? Very, very different. Like, not only have we seen just the distance he can get into sites, but more importantly, he can literally set himself up with stuns. Like, throwing in all of that extra utility just to help him out, it has truly left things in a horrible position. And now, well, Zeus, 19 and 11, is the only player even close on the server. I think this one is done. Unless we're going to see the stand-up of Aang and maybe having to go at his opponents, because, or at his team, because since that pause, there has only been 1 round going against Foot. I don't know what guys said in that moment, but I want to know.
Since even before that, Martine's now 2 and 10 since round 5, somewhere in that ballpark.
You're becoming obsessed with
love
this,
Martine.
Mitch.
Well,
But you have
I want to see so much more.
Point.
I want to see so
And
much
is that
more, and I
right
think
now on this defense, he's not finding impact.
no. Well, the same on the attack as well in the second quarter, kind of. And like the Yoru was working well when it was catching them off guard. Think back to the ult and the shorty play coming up behind them, but from that point, Foot have had all the answers, whether it was on the defense or here on the attack, taking the hyper aggressive stance.
He's pie. Yeah, he is. He is pie.
Not
Sorry, looking
feeling-
sad on the KC side.
What? Well, he heard you.
Do you know what I mean?
That'll do.
A bit more of that.
Just running, sprinting headshot onto Mr. Farlin. Why didn't he think of that one earlier?
Exactly.
Now wants to look for a little bit more, trying to get ahead of all of this utility. Let's be real, they've had to switch up their setup because Elite has been getting wrecked. He has been having a horrific time trying to hold down C with players diving into his position, killing him off multiple rounds in a row. So they have put big boy Martine in his place. The question is, can the other gaps be exploited by Foot as they move elsewhere?
They're moving a little bit everywhere. We see Jet2J making some noise here, but he is by himself. Rest of the players now we see Adacapta moving away from Mount. I don't know if that Prowler got to spot him. But not, right now, if you're KC, they think they're everywhere.
Void of info being filled in at least. In just a moment, that swing is going to come round from Zeus. Sagetsu's holding it, but the crouch into the angle. Masterful stuff. Sagetsu can't respond in time. Zeus now takes his fight elsewhere. He's looking into the spawn, but the ult's being thrown in and having to break the haunt. It pulls Elite's crosshair off the angle. Zeus with more, and it's already 4. Foot already have an ace. And looking for a 12-5, hammering it home, but Martine's running. He doesn't want to give the ace away, or the weapon that's in his hands. As this may have to be 7 in a row, a huge resurgence from KC needed. As Foot, well, they are just 1 round away at this point from taking us to Ascent.
Funny that you say that. 7 in a row is what they need, and I think 7 in a row is what Foot have right now on the board. 1 more, and we go to Ascent. Again, a Foot, it doesn't matter that they have that 1 player down. I feel like for KC, they're struggling a lot setting Martine up, right? Because while on the other side, we see that the Breach is going to be accompanying Zeus on most of these plays.
Not in this round, because he died within the first 2 seconds. That's been the crazy thing about Zeus is, I genuinely think you might talk about like teams that are the best on this map.
Oh my God, Mitch, look away.
It's a handstand. It's beautiful. Taking a turn Foot fan to another level.
I think that you look at this and go, okay, Foot probably aren't one of the best teams in the EMEA on this map. Zeus might be the best player.
Yep.
Like, genuinely. He just has a field day. I think it was 33 kills the last time they tasted victory on this map, or maybe the time before. And well, I don't think he's going to beat that this time, but just because of the pace of that victory. They finally managed to deal with him. Might be a chance. Samara, captain, has got completely caught.
Not bad from Sadik. Going straight through the wall as well for that spray. Couldn't see him, but took him down anyways. For Foot, 12-5. They're not giving up on this one. They've got plenty of runway to work with. Yedege already claimed the A side as well. The spike on its way and no one to interrupt it. It's Yedege going for that deep aggression. Cam online in 4. No real traps to work off of here. Their back is secure at least.
Stefan's smart. Will have his ultimate after this plant if they want to use it. Even in a 2v4 situation, this could change the game. This could change the round.
They've been able to win any round they wanted. Like, look back to the previous map, the amount of 4Ks, aces, it was absurd. With Rolling Thunder ready in place, this could catch almost everybody. Immediately thrown through and separating the players. Decent use of the Cove, trying to keep one alive, and that will at least put it all onto Mr. Farlin. 1 versus 3 to try and end this map here and now. First goes his way. Spam doesn't quite connect, but he has been able to deny that defusal, at least for the moment, expecting them to let go. Another kill goes his way, and he'll get them all! A Red Bull clutch to close it. 13-5 for Foot.
Do a handstand, Tom. Do a handstand. Come on.
I'm doing it.
Oh, wow. It's incredible. They can see us on one of the streams, but the others don't know. They don't know. The next map up will be Ascent Bay. I saw in the game y'all played yesterday. This is a map we haven't gotten to see a lot of, the least played here in the MEA. Well, let's add one more to the tally after the break.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up, and there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
confident and dominant response from Foot on map 2. We will be going to a map 3. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Uli and Meg. Now, we've seen Waylay on Lotus before, but very different comp this time from Foot, and Uli, a very different way to approach it. How much did you like what they brought out on Lotus?
To be honest, I like how they played. I cannot say anything bad. I'm so scary of they're seeing the reaction after every single match. But being honest, Waylay performance on the first half was a bit shaky because sometimes they were trying to get rubble, get information, but just if Carmen will wait 10 extra seconds, Waylay's rate of TP and maybe was stuck into the rubble and can only get one fight, one and done.
I do think on defense, like you said, Uli, the attack start was a little bit, there wasn't much happening really from the Waylay, but on defense, they came alive. I think it was their bonus that Mr. Fallen set up that breach stun on the C site and caught the guy as Zeus dashed, is it? It's a dash, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. Double dashed in and absolutely went feral. So I'm really here for this, and I do see Waylay coming in as the meta, potentially, for Lotus in future.
And I like the difference between this one and the Liquid one. There's a lot to talk about, but more importantly, we've had some incredible coach reactions in VCT EMEA, and this one from Gaius. Maybe this is what Pipson thinks he's doing, because it worked. It worked. After this, Uli, Foot, just, I don't think they lost a round after this.
No. They just went into, I mean, I would like to, first of all, know what he's saying, know Turkish to understand it, and know if he's feeling okay, because he was giving his hand to the heart like he was so passionate, giving a message, and it works.
I think he's saying like Buneya, and then a little bit of like chocolate.
Come on, Kankas!
Maybe.
Well, Mitch was telling him to calm down.
I don't think he needs to calm down.
No,
although for his own health,
I like
maybe.
it.
Maybe, but obviously whatever he said in this timeout, it made Foot come alive, and you could see that in the passion, you know, that great starting segue into our gorgeous analyst desk of them screaming in slow-mo, I think summed up how hyped they were to come back on Lotus.
This is a team that is quite a bit higher on the decibel level, you know, it goes like normal comms, them, and then Uli at the very top when it comes to the screaming. So I think maybe the shouting, they can absorb it. They absorb the shouting, and then they project it back out, and it works really well, especially for Zeus as well. I mean, we talked about this Waylay already, but let's take a look at him back in action here. And does it inspire you at all, Meg, to try this out yourself?
I mean, absolutely not, because I don't have the Turkish aim to go with it, to be quite honest with you. But it was just so amazing to watch Zeus come alive on this Waylay, and it was definitely something that was lacking maybe on map 1. So it was really nice to see. And again, a duelist is nothing without their support, and I do think everybody in Foot was doing their absolute utmost to support Zeus on the Waylay.
It was a great performance from him individually, and also the team was bringing. For me, one of the important things I seen from this Lotus was also Mr. Falling on Bridge.
Yeah.
He feels much more comfortable than on Tejo. I mean, on Tejo he was playing really good individually, but maybe the agent is not feeling that much. Probably, I mean, the last interview he said that he didn't feel that comfortable. I can understand why.
Look at that glow up. That is a waist slay if I've ever seen one. Does it kind of make you think that Cracks could play the Tejo and they could just run the Tejo breach in that setup?
I mean, we've seen Cracks trying to adapt one more time. It could be working. I mean, I think he did it with Gecko last year. Maybe the agent he's lacking this year to pop up and be the Cracks from last year could be playing Tejo.
We could be, but
I like it.
Let's think about it as we go to Ascent, because this is the map that we haven't seen all too much from the teams in general, and especially not these two teams. The obvious, I guess, choices that you could look towards is obviously the Turkish Jet. You know, the Turkish Jet on Ascent. We love a Turkish Jet on Ascent, but what about the rest of the agents, and what could the players choose here, Meg?
I think we could see the Cracks coming out on the KO. Previously, Narrate did play that and fill that role for them on Ascent. So this could be kind of what we were mentioning earlier, maybe the time that they do bring that KO out. I do also wonder with how Apex previously played Ascent, are we going to see that kind of deadlock Cypher combination coming in, maybe some interesting Sentinel role switch-ups, and again, the Tejo maybe in replacement for the Sova?
I was thinking maybe on Mr. Falling playing the deadlock. I remember him to playing later in the days. Maybe there's a chance to play both Sentinels, J2J playing Vice or playing Cypher plus Deadlock, something close to Apex combo.
I completely agree with you guys. Maybe we could bring out a Sova here. Mr. Farland's played Sova here like a bajillion times. Aves also a very, very competent Sova player on this map as well. I want to know what Sadak could do here. You talked about Narrate already. I think the Sadak Narrate 1-for-1, it makes a lot of sense. Sadak playing KO here, he's very, very comfortable. Yeah, I like that.
Do you know who he should play?
Don't say Harbour.
Harbour.
Shut up, Meg.
No.
Meg, actually, go to your naughty corner.
Okay,
Go
off
to
I
your
go.
naughty corner. But what I don't want to see is, I can't believe I'm saying this, is Zeus on anything other than the Jet.
Agree. I mean, Jet, Omen for attack captain, KO on Grax are a must. The other two Giants are my biggest doubt. They should be going Sova or Tejo plus a Sentinel, or they should be playing Deadlock plus Spice.
All right, what about Sui and Elite? Do you want to Sui smokes here? Because Sui's, but Sui's the Sentinel on this map is legendary. So many of Na'Vi's wins back in the days on Ascent was because of Sui.
Well, maybe we'll see. I don't know, because with Foot starting on defense, do you really want to run a double Sentinel on the attack? Yes, maybe with the Deadlockers, they can help benefit you on the attack side. I don't know.
It makes me kind of mad that they don't do that, because they have 3 Sentinel players on KC. They could literally run a Killjoy Cypher, anything, a combination between Sadak, Elite, and Sui, and we wouldn't be mad about it, would we?
No, we won't. I mean, I would like to see Sui playing Vice.
Oh,
I
like that. Good shout.
one of the best strongholders. It fits.
Just to let you know, the last time that Foot did play Ascent was Split 1 in 2024, maybe? No? Stage 2 2024, and they did run the old meta, which was the Killjoy, the KO, the Sova, the Jet, the Omen, and I know so much has changed, but I wonder if they're kind of going to do a Fnatic and be like, we're going back to the old meta.
They're Turkish, it's Ascent.
Yeah.
I don't even think they need to prac this map, they just wake up and play it. And looking at this,
wow.
My goodness. Okay, everything's been turned upside down. Let's start with the Foot one, because that's the easy one to explain.
Okay, the first one is easy. I mean, we got the Jet, the Omen, the KO. We predicted. Sova and Killjoy were the missing ones.
Yep, and then on the other side?
I like the Elite on Deadlock. I think this is going to be super, super helpful, like we just previously mentioned on the attack. It's also really fun to see Elite on the Deadlock after seeing so much Vice from them. And as you mentioned, Sadak on the Sova, tried and tested, and true.
For me, the biggest issue is that I'm not used to seeing Ascent double duelist. I mean, I like Beth and Martin playing both a duelist, but Raze and Jet? Am I crazy?
I think you're not crazy at all. And you know what's even crazier is that I know our casters had dinner reservations. What's dinner? Because I think you guys are going to have to cancel it. We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, it's looking like we're not going to make it on time at this point.
Yes, we will make it. We will make it.
Oh, it's going to be a quick one, is it?
No. What do we think, though, about the double duelist? They were saying on the desk, we're not very used to seeing the double duelist. For the people watching at home, Aves, we saw him a couple of weeks ago or last week playing the Phoenix. He has a lot of experience on the race to not count him out. With KC starting on the attack here, you know, I like the approach. And on the other side, Tom, you have a Foot where everybody's just playing comfort roles.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing that's a little concerning is the lack of the second initiator, that lack of info, but you can also get that with the recurring gravity net that you'll see from Elite. So he's going to have to be quite a bit more proactive with where he's placing those nets, because they'll need that extra information.
Well, it's time to get into our final map of the series, not of the day. There's still another one coming up after this.
I can't believe it.
Hopefully a long one.
Yeah, hopefully a long one. A few more tag pauses, why not? But not in this one. Not yet. 0-0 as barriers go up. We're starting Ascent, and the defensive side for Foot will be put to the test. But the B side is not a passing grade. It's already been overtaken by KC with a post plant imminent before even a lick of damage is done.
Thinking back to old school Sadak deadlocks, it was some of the sweatiest deadlock you're ever going to see in your life. So expect cool setups, cool ideas, already the wall going over the top to block players as they attempt to try and rotate in, and giving this agent a post plant is always pretty terrifying. A lot of damage done initially, and Martin thought maybe he was going to be in a sneaky spot, but gets Nothing done. Luckily, his teammates are doing a fantastic job, even if some of them are low.
Well, that frenzy could clean them up, but the shots don't land, at least not for Foot, as KC claim another pistol round. That's 1-0 here on Ascent, and well, they got a pretty easy site take, but I was worried about the retake, especially with that low HP. Cleaned up nicely in the end.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage being done there by Foot. So you were saying at the beginning of the round, decided to stack more towards the A side, playing that B fully for retake. Sadak, of course, in charge of Fountain. The spike is something that we see in every map. We also have seen in every map today that strong start for the side of KC, and especially having this double duelist with them on the attack is more of what we can expect. Now, those two duelists will be waiting outside of B. The rest, battling it out here on A.
This round. Not a lot of expectations. You mentioned that a lot of teams will go for the 3 rifle, 1 pistol, or sorry, 2. But this time they've gone heavier on the rifles. So for KC, they can only afford 1 player to fall. Anything else is a mass amount of cost and will be a gun that's missing for the next round. Of course, on Ascent, there are a lot of longer range angles, especially if a battle comes into mid, they'll have a pretty hefty advantage, but it seems like they've missed the timing, as the duelists will now look to group up with the rest of the squad, and Foot are not just sitting back. They are taking an awful lot of space, but if anything, the timing couldn't be any better for Aves. That's just as he rounds the corner.
Now looking towards the A site, you know, spamming the cross. You can see a lot of damage done with that in many games, but when you've only got the classics, it's a bit harder to do anything meaningful. Sugetsu decently low, and talking about the margin for error, we touched on it on Lotus in both of the follow-ups, and there was always like 2 rifles in play, maybe a Marshall, but they could afford to lose so many players before they felt the sting of that damage. This time around for KC, not the case, but they've done this wonderfully, getting the 4 rifles into the A site, and a little bit of a risk being taken by Elite, but of course he is the player that can fall, but playing just with the Ghost.
But he didn't start with it. That's the interesting thing. It was Sadak, so what they did was they sort of swapped it over so that he could farm orbs and try and get towards that deadlock ult, which of course is very good for takes, because if there's a solo player, you can basically pick them out of position and then fight onto anyone else at the same time. For Foot, not wanting to overextend, so they're going to make sure that they go down to the spike, don't allow for any more orbs to go into enemy hands. That will be a clean enough round for the side of KC.
Now's where things should start to get interesting for the side of Foot. That full buy coming alive for all of the players. Cracks, I hope that you buy some form of shield. Eddie will be good. No?
He's thinking about it. He's got time. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Ooh, all right, 2 seconds left. That was a little sweaty, but he got there in the end, and I think he even went for full shields, popping it out at the last second. So KC, attack side, decent weaponry, very good weaponry, in fact, for any fight they go for, and being able to move as a unit always has its advantages. But Mr. Fallen, good to find the opening. They know there's a second player there now. And the net that's spread by KC across the map looks to catch any extra aggression. Footsie players pushing short, maybe they push up B, maybe they try to take some space on mid to catch them off, and that's why you've got Elite waiting outside B, you've got Sadak on mid, and then even Sugetsu creeping his way into Wine. But Foot have an advantage, and they know they're up against some form of a weaker investment. There's no risks being taken just yet.
Something I want to bring up as well is when I think back to this map for Foot, maybe not one of the strongest overall, but for Mr. Fallen and his aggression, he was always so awkward to play against, especially pushing short, spamming smokes. The man really does have no fear. With the amount of damage he's already done, this is looking a bit rough for KC.
His push comes to shove. It's out of Captain, who's caught in the corner. Good for 1 and fades his way back out. Beautiful stuff with the Shrouded Step. Zeus with a real opportunity. I think the Paranoia almost just blocked him from vision on the first fight, but nothing stands in his way now. A clean little double to close out the round. and very little damage taken by the defensive side. Again, this isn't a weak follow-up round from KC. They had weaponry here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though that was not flawless, it was pretty flawlessly played. It's not like Foot did anything that was completely out of the box. This was a very simple round of Ascent, just playing your positions, trying to get KC onto taking a step in the wrong direction, just playing with the timings of everything, your own smokes, the control that you have over the map, and just being confident in the angles that you're guarding.
Turns out Yumpy was Turkish all along. We just never knew. He would fit right in down on the stage with the volume that he brings to the screams.
Next week, we have the Foot BBL on Wednesday.
Yeah, we're just going to mute all microphones.
Okay.
It's going to make comms a little bit more awkward, but, you know, it will just go off feeling, which I think for the Turkish players sometimes can be enough. The feeling that guys is watching.
My call. Paranoia is thrown through, but players already wrapping. Mr. Fallen, the first to fall out of Captain, grabs one, but the wrap up behind him has dealt with him indeed. 33 HP left on Zeus, but he's got 2 skulls on his belt. It's Aves and Martine that are the last ones standing, still have to go back and grab that spike. And it's going to buy time for this rotation from Yedege. Nothing to watch their back on KC either, so with just a raise and a jet left, the 2 duelists, it's the perfect time to go for a flank.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out players to fight before they plant. But if anything, Foot want that extra time. They're trying to sell the idea that, oh no, nothing's coming in this direction, keep focusing on us, and while they do eventually find that flank, but there's so much more they need to get. Cracks does actually take that one isolated. I was a little bit nervous for him there, but he's on his agent of choice. He's feeling confident, and they're level.
Yeah, and I love to see the Zeus is keeping up with his performance coming into this week. One of the top 1 in ACS, if I'm not mistaken. Now playing from a jet, something that he should be extremely comfortable with, and in a map that, even though hadn't been in the pool for the year, and it's the first time that they play it, it's a map that everybody has played. Everybody is just going back into it. So important for him to even things out, because we were seeing KC with that double aggression. Usually you would just see the jet dashing in. Now you have that double menace having with the race as well. So they're gonna give it another try. Weaponry is gonna be a little bit weaker this time around. Oh, bye.
Well, the early duels was a big conversation on Lotus for Martine. Not getting off to a good start here. Without a captain firing back and taking another. It's Aves who is able to claim Zeus in the end. And that's been a big troublemaker for them. Even last round, 33 HP after the first fight, still gets 2 more. Now he is in the dirt and another hero is needed. Thing is, Foot, no shortage of players that can step up in the moments when they're needed. Nice connection by Sagetsu. Elite finishes off Mr. Fallen, and now it's looking a little dicey. Showstopper. Maybe it does need a buff. It finds nothing but Yedege! The spray for 2 has left Sagetsu with it all to do. Both players tagged at least. Maybe a chance. His ult online with the plant, but what's that going to do for you in a 1v2?
Oh, they're grouping up. Potentially lining up. His TP couldn't have been worse timed! I don't know what he was expecting to happen, but that couldn't have gone any worse for Sugetsu.
Is it disparity, right? Like you see, for example, Aves using the showstopper extremely quickly once he gets it, because he knows that Foot is going to fight this tooth and nail to prevent that plan from even happening, even though they have already gained the control over sight. And then so he doesn't expect that they're going to flood quickly, even there's a 2v1 and he just planted this spike.
It's in the process of even using that showstopper that pulls them into the open. It being fired up top is exactly when the player takes their timing. Yedege with the double spray down, and then to finish off on reposition. Cerebral play from him.
I feel like Mr. Fallen has quite an evil laugh. It's almost like a Count Dracula.
Yeah, but he's so sweet.
Oh, here we go. Zeus is out here looking to claim some scalps, but it's Martine fighting back. Nice opening duel for Martine. Punished in the previous round, but this time he's delivering.
Aves down low, tags on multiple other players. Seems like there was some connection, even if it wasn't a pick. Well, information to be had eventually, they'll shoot the drone, but too many walls between Mr. Fallen and any additional damage. Of course, we were all happy to see that the Odin doesn't have anywhere near as much play on this map.
Especially you, Midge. Yeah.
Were we
Over
all
the
happy
moon.
about that?
You were celebrating. Now I can play Ascent again.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Look how they massacred my boy. Still see the same Killjoy setup over on B for the information. That turret, although the spams won't follow it up, at least gets them the info that no one is there at the moment. Content to perhaps send extra bodies towards the A side if they had them. Already losing Zeus in the early round leaves them limited for options. Now the wrap comes around though. KC making noise. You know what they say. Put a drone and Boombot in on A. Put it on one side, no follow-up pressure. You know it's fake pressure. Now they're on their way to B with a TP used up by Ada Captain. There are numbers here.
Nice damage.
That shock dart has done damage. And now so many of them low. Abez and Sadik barely holding on. And another spray down from Yetajay. Sagetsu, no chance but to save this weapon for the next. And that round falls firmly into Foot's grasp.
Sagetsu, only hope here is to just try and hold on to the gun.
There is one thing that's caught my eye and probably has to do with this timeout as well. We were seeing Elite, right? He's just waiting outside of B, yada yada. After that initial aggression coming in from Foot, when Elite is going to go onto the side, we still have that full pack of utility. It looks like they were just literally waiting around to see if Foot was going to double down on the aggression. And even though it was a 5v4 situation, it didn't feel like it. It did not feel that there was an advantage in this round going in for KC. And the read from Foot was just picture perfect.
I think the thing I enjoyed most about that round is what you were doing, though. I'm sure the TikTok stream would have really enjoyed it as well. You definitely forgot that was there. It would be a shame if someone showed a replay of that. It would really be sad.
I'm not going to move.
Well, you were sort of like almost doing a rap along to Mitch's casting.
Because I was hyping him up, you know?
Some would say hype him up, some would say mocking, but you know.
No,
it's
That's what you would do. That's what you would do.
Correct.
In Spanish we say, se cree el ladrón que todos son de su condición, which means a thief thinks everybody steals.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Kinda. It's a very weird translation, but it's, you know, we get the
It makes sense.
Makes sense. It adds up.
4-2. Foot with a streak of defensive rounds, and so far, this double duelist has maybe not had the impact they were hoping for. The surprise factor of aggressive takes is being dealt with comfortably by the side of Foot. An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury, and it may not have got a kill, but it has done damage, and wow, the disruption has also allowed for Ada Captain.
Oh man, Zeus in there with the Outlaw too. And he's got a chance onto every remaining member of KC. One bullet. Only one bullet in the chamber right now. He's going to pop the reload. But if he lands one shot to the chest, Sagetsu, Martin, and Elite will fall by the wayside, so they move away from the Outlaw, but back into the waiting arms of Ada Captain. Paranoia off contact to the cam, repositions, and cleans Martin's head from his shoulders.
The rule about picking Ascent into Turkish teams.
You must have forgotten.
Now. Yeah, it's been a while. To be fair to them, the map has not been in the pool for a while, and not many people have been playing it, so they are the team, unfortunately. It looks like they are getting punished, because even just on angles and individual duels, it looks so comfortable for Foot. They're not losing a battle in the early round. And when you're running a double duelist, there's a limited amount of things that you can do on this map. It's why we see so much investment into initiation, so that you can get that info, you can find that space, you can force people into awkward angles. Well, they're the ones being forced into awkward angles.
And this round was so well pre-planned, right? You know that their economy is not going to be the best. We're speaking about Foot coming into that one with a 4-round lead, 4 rounds in a row. You can't expect to have those light shields, and you also know that Mr. Fallen is going to be using the ult. So doubling down with the Outlaw just gives you such a good perspective.
That is so much info. It's just making things easier and easier for Zeus. We talked about the setup that this man can sometimes need. Well, that was pretty much a Zeus, they are there. Do what you want with that information.
You know, a long time ago we had those conversations about this map, about it being what the Turkish teams called the 82nd province. And it wasn't that anymore. Teams caught up, teams figured them out well. It looks like this might be a return to form with
In zone, flawless.
Foot are looking good. 6-2 in the lead, and that's 6 in a row. KC won the pistol, the follow-up, and nothing bar an opening duel or two since.
Oh my God, and Zeus 10-4. You know, we've heard it a lot, and he has played the operator. And we were very surprised the first time that he did it because he wants to be that headshot machine. But he's so efficient with this outlaw. He understands and he fits into the mold, he fits into the plan and what the team needs. And right now what they need, apparently, it's an operator. He doesn't really need it, but just in case, there's some
outlaw.
heavy shield here. There's some full shield here.
I mean, there's 3 full shields, so
He's gonna be like, I cannot spam with this. Where's my second shot?
Can't move quite as quickly either. It's not
Too
zoomed
heavy.
in either, so it's harder to see where your aim is.
Oh,
Just a terrible
poor
gun.
spot it there.
Right, this is the difference. Right, the value is there for free. And knowing that 4 players are there, Zeus is feeling confident enough to go walkabouts into middle. Shot will be missed, and actually, Adacaptain's the one to bite the bullet. Sacrifices had to be made.
Unfair.
Might be the right sacrifice. The man's 10 and, what was it, 4?
It's disrespectful to Adacaptain, Tom.
Look, I'll sacrifice
think
myself
done to you.
so the star player on my team can
not-
do well.
Do you
You're not
remember when
Adacaptain.
Adacaptain was moved from the 6th player onto the main roster? This was his first map, actually,
Nanos.
playing the race. Oh my God.
Nano's active. They're going to push them forward. Great setup from Yedije. That gets Mr. Fallen an easy duel reveal on its way. Didn't get a pulse out. Martine and Elite. Oh, they're overrunning the B site. And now Zeus, the man who has
30
Adacaptain's
seconds left.
blood on his hands.
Spike
Well, he's
planted.
going to pull off a 1v4 with the op. More likely, he's got to save this for the next round. They've got plenty of cash. Well, they know where he is now.
Sugetsu not wanting to let him run away with that operator, and he won't.
Honestly, I think Zeus has learned the lesson. Just not the op. Just not the op. He was doing just fine with the outlaw. He was finding a lot of impact just following around, but I think that one of the things that was said to KC on that
Nice.
timeout is once you get the advantage, you need to be faster. You cannot freeze the round for that long because it was allowing Foot to get in such comfortable positions that at the end, that advantage looked like nothing. This time
Let's go.
around, they just go in faster onto the side, full execute. Just rushing onto B.
And it was a nice trap setup that Yedije had, but yeah, it ends up being KC springing the trap on them. 3 rounds in between the two, still a recovery in the half, very much possible for that attacking side. So it was 2-0 to start with, went 6-2, but a response, a resurgence at long last. Focus towards this site. Drone's already gone. I didn't see Yedije, and now he's filled in the space, but they're ready, they're watching, and Martine's the one to pick him off.
It wasn't really a bait, so that angle was comfortably cleared. Zeus in position though, rifle back in hand, push through the smoke, flash, actually, I think left Mr. Fallen completely blind. These flashes are just not working.
Whoops.
Maybe the update has thrown him off a little bit, but whatever it is, that has not gone well. Even still, they managed to even things back up, turn it to a 3v3.
Good chance. Zeus has backup on the side. Adacaptain's just outside. The shots don't land though, and that's a heavy price to be paid. 2 versus 3, and KC are not in a rush. They're waiting for that extra player. They know the rotations will have come through, and as the smokes come back online, they'll still hold the line.
30 seconds left.
Zeus
Just
can
expecting
leave.
that retake, but eventually, well, time ticks away. They have to make a move to the side. They have to walk into Cracks, who's found one already, waiting for that re-swing, and lines them up for the 4K. Foot, they lost a round, but they answer back immediately.
Sometimes the Cracks KO is not about the KO, it's about the confidence you get along the way, because his utility in that round sucked. His aim, however, was wonderful.
Lack of practice, lack of practice. We've all been there. And I was saying, like, Sugetsu had the spike, had his ultimate. At some point, and after you've been brawling for such a long time on B, you decide to just, you know, TP away. To go on to A and just think of easier and smaller paces and what's going on?
They've thrown the net immediately.
Ultimate ready.
They managed to catch that player up top, but
There.
Hasn't been able to do too much. Sending that boombot in close this time, making sure nobody can be in position. The knife will delay any further utility, but that showstopper will be retrieved. And that's what we're looking at in this round, the stack up of ults. Of course, so far that Hunter's Fury has been used as a deterrent. They've not been able to utilize the lockdown, so I think both of those ults will likely just stay until necessary. But the Annihilation alongside a showstopper, that should be enough to clear any site.
Deploying drone.
Some retake possibilities for Foot. They could give up the space. They're sticking around anyways. Zeus was spotted. In comes the showstopper. Dash up top. Good angle. Door closing as well. And Zeus picks him off from above. With the showstopper, it gets them at least that little bit of space with the player falling and the trades coming in. Hunter's Fury post plant possible. That spam's not quite going to work. The Jenny is quite a thick
He knows.
box. Shock darts fired through, but dodged as well. The reposition perfect. The plant down below found in time. The Hunter's Fury setup. Not sure that they'll be able to get to a position to use it. It's instead going to be kept to be fired in. You would imagine.
Expect that one.
I thought it was going to be fired at the ult. Instead, it's sent straight into heaven. An attempt to drop these players. A very early ultimate put through by Elite. But his teammate sees there's only one player they have to focus on. That looks like a bit of a mistake from KC. Success for Foot, now 8-3 in the lead.
I think there were... I understand the logic. You're thinking that with a few seconds left, they're going to try and get close to that wall and you want to pick a player off. I think the better timing, though, was when Mr. Fallen was in the drone. It was just that you didn't know that if there was two players behind, maybe you don't get the kill, but instead, the ult misses. And that's such an easy final pick onto Sadax. More was needed from Elite in that moment, unfortunately, and it really hasn't been his day today. It seems like playing versus the Turkish brothers has left him out to dry a bit.
Absolutely. Last round of this Foot defense. Doing pretty well. 8-3 on the score. And Zeus definitely finding a lot of impact. Will have his ultimate to play with. Same for Mr. Fallen, who's been very, very successful with that Hunter's Fury.
But they used 3 on the other side in the last round, so to not win it,
yeah,
it's going to put them in a pretty nasty spot. Had a captain again set up ready with that paranoia, likely to potentially put a couple into play. No, he's putting himself into play. He's going for it alongside the Hunter's Fury, and it's all too easy. The second that ult is online for Mr. Fallen, it's used as disruption.
Now they're caught looking the wrong way. Heavy traffic creeps up on him. And with just this being the last round, there's not a lot of hope.
Oh, he's rung the bell.
Versus 5. Low HP on Sadik. He's down to 25. That turret could have put him in danger.
Unlucky Timmy.
Timmy's going to be wiped out. Couldn't quite get the pick. Still a Nano.
Brave.
A Nano standing in their way. It's been heard. But the second he spams at this, he better hit it. He gets it. Okay, that's something to start with. And knows there's a player close, but didn't know about Zeus up top. 9-3 at the half. Neither of these teams have played Ascent this stage, but I gotta say, that looks like a pretty hefty advantage for Foot.
It seems like the Turkish map is still going strong, but we have always seen those strengths show on the defensive side. Do Foot have what it takes to close it out, or is the KC comeback on? We'll find out after the break.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Well, it's time to get this second half underway. 9-3, the score that we step in to half number 2 with Foot moving on to the attack side. 20 seconds until we see those barriers go up. It's actually a little bit more than that, I lied, but until we see the in-game clock start to count.
I think you have PTSD. It's moving.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Everything's okay, Mitch. Everything is okay.
Thank you,
13 seconds to the round. Let's see what Casey can do with this double duelist now from the defense. We see a clash. We see Elite using his utility at the beginning of the round and the impact that he can find.
Yeah, of course, the net now recharges. He's already going to get the information on one. Paranoia immediately thrown, but I think Zeus was a little bit delayed to try and make that move. Over the top he goes, but he is left completely blind. I wonder whose flash that was.
Yeah, it's not a track record that's looking too clean so far. Elite down below, still to be taken out. Krax is the one to do it, but Aves straight back in there. Martin in the same boat as the defenders flood back into the site. And KC will claim the pistol round. But let's not forget, this is the very same thing we saw in half number 1. They went 2-0 up, and well, that was their 4th round.
Yeah, they only managed to win one of the rifle rounds, as you were saying, Mitch. Quick round for KC, quick on the reaction, quick on stopping Foot on their feet.
Have you replayed him flashing his teammate?
There was
that is toxic.
Andy, was that you? Say sorry, right now.
Let's go, boys.
Type it on the screen.
Come back, right here, right now.
Okay, Martin, you know, he knows what he's doing, he knows what he's saying, he says that the comeback is on.
Oh, Timmy's just tanked the shock dart, but fair play to him. Saved the rest of the squad from being electrified. Lots of utility that they'll be running into here, and you can see there was a trap setup that Foot put into play with the nano swarms. Same thing's going to be in play with these little sonic sensors.
As well, that they are setting up the orbs for the null command. It's not normally the ultimate that you go for. Maybe you look for a Hunter's Fury, but clearly just realizing, okay, their opponent's setup, Elite more so, it's definitely going to be more awkward to face into than most setups you have if you're dashing in. So if you can just remove all of that on your way through, that could be huge. For Sugetsu, fairly easy kill to start things off.
They'll have the ult online for next. If Krax can just get away with a 4K, he'll get nothing now. Put to bed right away, 3 orbs away. Coming into the next, and they can try to farm those in the rifle round, I suppose, for KC. They know exactly where Mr. Fallen is. It's a classic in hand, and really no challenge should be presented. Big investment from the defenders, 2 kills, and they'll feel the pinch, but where's Elite? Yeah, he's there to pick up the weapon. All good. Nice, clean follow-up round from KC.
Yeah, now is when things start to get serious. We heard Martin. Yes, the comeback is on. Is it really? I think that the bonus is almost compulsory in their current state, as we were speaking about the double duelists coming in and what they can do in this defense. Elite maybe not having the best day today.
Nice, let's go.
Feels like they're getting pumped up at least, but yeah, I think this composition, you look at it on paper, and it definitely seems like it would thrive a lot more on the attack, or should have done. But again, this is where you look at Elite as one of the players that could potentially do that damage. Martin already going to be forced out. Sugetsu was the second layer to that mid push. And we'll get rid of Ada Captain. That's the smokes out of the round.
Such a performance that we're seeing from Sugetsu today. Leading the board. Martin with his outlaw. He was successful the previous round.
Sada just about snuck into this corner. They have no idea that he's here. He can even wait out the paranoia and claim a clean double. Now they'll know. Now they'll turn to deal with him, but it's Zeus on the back foot as Sugetsu easily deals with him. The reinforcements all over the site and the spike down in the open. 10 HP for Mr. Fallen. And KC, well, they had Martin calling for the comeback, calling that it was on, and it certainly seems to be the case. 9-6, the gap down to 3.
More down to a mistake than anything else. An angle not checked by Foot on the way into the site, which when you have that double initiator, you kind of have the expectation that they should be able to garner a little bit more info. But I like that, a little bit of a trap play. The initial setup as well was fantastic. Just having that immediate sort of fight within mid from Martin to sell the idea that there isn't another position you need to check. And then Sugetsu just sat back. And I'll be honest, considering how far down KC currently are in the match or have been in the match, Sugetsu is still right up there at the top of the board in terms of kills. He has been having a fantastic game individually.
He's like, what, 17, 18 kills already with 8 deaths? This one, beautiful. And he's always going back. We also saw it in the previous round. It doesn't matter that if there was an eco on the other side. Also the patience here from Sadak to get 2 very clean kills with that Spectre. Well, I said that they needed this bonus round to keep the dream alive. Now, of course, the credits are not going to be the best for Foot. But they still have a long way to go on this map. Still anything can happen. Still need to figure out how to find the gaps into Casey's composition.
The lead is here,
Standing ahead.
and so is Avez. It looks like we're going to have a combo. The nade perhaps thrown out off contact as the boom bot is the first one round the corner. There goes nade. I think grab net as well, but no one's going to be caught. Foot being quite cautious around that A-long angle, and it's the push up through short where the main body of force is coming. Avez, though, picking off Zeus, the rifle, the one rifle that Foot had to play with, now falls into the hands of Yedege. He'll be the new man to lead the charge. They've left out a captain. He's walled off now. And making the shrouded step, trying to convince them he's gone back, and he'll see if he can find something late. And for now, it's all about just seeing if that rifle can find a pick, can cause some disarray in these lines of KC and make them think it's a B play. Open the door, perhaps, for Ada Captain to get some damage late round. Although I see him rotating already. Looks like they'll just commit to a full B pump.
Cross being held. All too easy.
Rifle down.
And retrieving it. A little bit tougher than the last. Smoke has to be used, but at this stage, that time is starting to get to a point where finding any impact almost seems impossible.
Standing ahead.
Sadak, knowing the positions that have been given up, is really willing to just let this go for free, and with the sensors also catching them as they drop down. Spike only just going back into that, and this round seems more than done, but Crack still manages to find one here.
Hey, Plant is a Plant. Is going to get some money here. The drone is going to spot him.
Drone didn't turn around for Ada Captain, but luckily they'll deal with him anyways. In goes the second nade off the kill. Avez able to box Cracks into the corner. Nice stuff. The 3-piece from him. The second got the reset of the grenade. The third got them the round.
Yeah, a bit unlike Foot. I think that they're taking duels. I know that this was an eco and whatnot, but I feel like the duels are being very, very separate.
You guys are so toxic with your replays. Why have you just shown a net bouncing backwards because they missed it?
I did say no one got hit by it. I didn't think it was quite that shallow.
No, that is...
If you lose this round, guys, I would literally give you all 1,000 euros.
Oh!
Thank God.
All right.
I like that bet. I love that bet.
I'll be honest, I was a little worried after last week, but that's all right. We'll allow bribery of your teammates.
And we have it on camera, just in case.
KC now, if anything, may even be considered in the driver's seat. On this defensive side, operator in hand. Well, you're not as sneaky as you think, Martin. Timmy the turret is not going to be falling for that. Zeus, though.
Avez is.
This is the thing. You know how good he can be individually. Mentioned that Elite being caught by the null command. It's an important null. It was one they were building towards. And now with the quick res, much faster. How back Cracks can be. 2 players left. Economy's good, but I think holding on to the operator is going to be far more important than fighting for this round.
5v2, Yedege containing them as well. Even holding onto these weapons could be difficult, but won't be, as they're spotted falling back. The op going to the other side. No one there to contest it.
Sadak can look for damage. Like they've got so much in terms of credits that him taking guns out of the hands of opponents is more valuable than just saving his own.
And working towards his ultimate as well, right?
Yeah.
Can prevent some of these situations, but right now, Foot, just go back to classic Ascent. You set up your jet for success, try and find those picks, and just gear up.
Was there setup on that first, or was that just Zeus? Because in my mind, it was just Zeus.
No, or I said, or you find the opener and you gear up onto the side.
Because that's the thing that is worrying me a bit for Foot. Like, you've got a round on the board, great. How recreatable is that one? Because that almost just felt like, okay, Zeus has just got you the piece that you needed. There was a drone, and that was all they needed.
Definitely not set up. definitely not a smoke, not a drone before.
Yeah.
Definitely no pressure put onto the player, Thomas.
3-round gap. He's the operator in hands of Martin. Won't be looking for an early fight. Often you'll see that around short or even the push-up B main. I mean, maybe we will see the push-up B main. At least got his utility down. And it's just early on getting rid of that pesky little turret and anyone that might be behind it. Spreading the net. Foot have got a lurk outside of B without a captain. And the point of contact is Zeus. He's heard the drone, waited out. Has to actually destroy it as it's just going to get a little bit closer with that smoke fading. And I thought maybe he's going to continue up that push to market, especially with that deep smoke, but that's what he wants KC to think. Instead, resetting for a fight on short, but we've seen this before, sometimes off a cam, when it was Foot on the defensive side. This time off contact of Abez, there will be a paranoia to fire through on short.
Oh my god.
That's when you know you're nervous about your opponent swinging an angle. Just putting down the nano. Info gathered up, paranoia sent through just to avoid it being denied from the knife, and counter smoke utilized. Again, though, they look to walk into the lion's den. That knife already being used, so they can't take away the util this time.
No, and there are some traps waiting. A reveal up top sent through, and it will catch some info. The spam now with the trap, stunning cracks, but he won't be punished. Zeus is up close. Abez and Sagetsu on their way, and that's one picked off immediately. Pressure on backside, Bladestorm active. They don't land, though. Luckily, Krax is there to save the day. But there's still some saving to be done at 2 versus 3 that were left in, and a shoulder routine that brings us back even. Bladestorm up top, doesn't land. 3 blades left. Needs the kill to refresh them. The Bladestorm is hunting them down, but Zeus from down below takes Martin first. 1 step towards victory and just 2 away from claiming this series. I mean, they started on the back foot, losing their own map pick 14-12, but came back with a stomp on Lotus. And now it looked like they'd given KC a way in. They'd opened the door on Danger, but soon to slam it shut in their face.
What really breaks this round is just the proactivity of Foot. Zeus within the smoke, but it's the reposition from Yedajay. You can see the 2 players looking to come down lane towards the end of the round. They have no idea that he's already gone back towards the stairs. That meant that the angles they had to fight were nigh on impossible. Already, knife is going to catch, no opportunity to get away, but with an easy pick onto Yedajay, it's no problem.
Showstopper fired in. Naves connects it. This time a clean kill. And the advantage hammered home. Cracks. Oh no! It looked like it could have gotten very awkward, but Sagetsu's there to keep numbers in their favor. Now they'll look to isolate him with an aid into the right side. They know that he must be on the left, but the reveal is pixel perfect from Sadek. Last man standing, Mr. Fallen, spike in his possession, but the full force of the remaining KC members are waiting for him.
Mr. Fallen is literally the antagonist to Angel. Like, so many of this round, we see one player alive. It's just Mr. Fallen. But yeah, round completely necessary for KC. I think that they're also thinking, like, if you are to call a timeout after you lose a couple of rounds, you're also giving 1 to Foot, and that could separate them from getting those 2 last rounds.
He knows the sensors are there, so he's trying to walk past them to almost sell the idea that this could potentially still be an A hit. They've held long enough. They know. An aggressive position though. And you should never doubt Mr. Fallen in these clutch scenarios. So good in the late round, forced to crouch, but they get isolated into the 1 versus 1. Tries to bait the peak, and well, Sugetsu takes the bait, but wins the fight anyway.
Bites the hook clean off the line there.
I thought it was Lotus all over again. I thought I saw that 1v3, gets the spike down. Mr. Fallen knows he can win the round. And Sugetsu.
Do you reckon they're having a mini tactical pause?
Probably, yeah. Like, if you have time, why not?
They've almost just lost, like, a bit of a silly clutch, because I think it's the run-through from Elite. Like, that was so disjointed in the 1 versus 2. You know exactly where he is. You caught him in a net, and Elite goes way before Sugetsu's even prepared.
I think that, yeah, you use that time. That
dart was from B.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Towards the spawn. Was well played, well handled. KC calling a timeout. Never mind the mini tack, they'll go for the full-on tactical. Taking the time here.
I'm not concerned about Guys, honestly, after what we saw in the last
He's not
map.
stood up anymore. He's going to keep that circulation going in a more healthy capacity. But it's actually Ang going a mile a minute here. Lots of notes for the KC players. And again, this is them trying to keep their dream of that first seed alive.
Both locked in for those playoffs. That kind of pressure is off, but of course, as you're saying, Mitch, getting the first seed could be the difference, because once you get the first seed, it's one win and you're in Toronto, no?
And it's even, we discussed the idea of the 2-0 for KC, meaning that they were locked out of that 4th place. They wouldn't be ending there. That's no longer the case for them. So really, in terms of comfort, you've got to be taking this series and come in strong next week as well.
I think that's due to map difference, because they are, I think they're quite... well, decently positioned when it comes to map difference based on who they played, so a 2-0 would have done it. But yeah, the thing is, first place is great. 4th place is the thing I'd most be concerned about, though, because that is a one match and you're out sort of deal. And likely to play the team in the opposing group, which, when you look at the 4 teams in Group A, there's not a great choice. Maybe there's one you'd want slightly more than the others, but anybody can finish first in that group.
Any names, Tom?
Begins with N and ends in RV.
Oh.
That's going to be tough for the people at home to figure out, Tom. You've done well. Speaking in riddles, Ada Captain already on the site. He uses his ult to get in there, and the rest of the squad, I mean, they're on their way, but they're almost still in behind the spawn walls. This is going to be a big battle for Ada Captain, and he's on his own, finding just the one, and then they walk right into Martine. They're still pushing the site where the rotations will undoubtedly have come in, considering the ult from Ada Captain. Crack's good for one, but the op is still running riot on backside. Sadek, shock dart through. They know without a doubt that this man is here. They have a choice on where they take it, just a pixel away. Sagetsu will find one. And they know this can be an easy wrap from Zeus to the other side of the map, but he wants to force the issue, force the fight, catch Sadek unaware. And they just do that. 40 seconds. Reveal goes deep, and he just about dodges it. Sadek should think he's on the other side of the map now. This swing cautious, and rightfully so. 11-9, KC bailed out of a bad situation by their IGL.
I need to see a replay of this round because it was so chaotic. As you were saying, we see Ada Captain just TPing onto side, and everybody else is so late. The rest of KC are in very good positions. The utility is not really having an effect anymore. Martine has a very clean shot onto main.
So if you want to see this round again, go in, open the game, and play TDM, and that's where you'll end up, because that was incredibly messy. But one that Foot very nearly won. That's the thing that's most surprising about it, with how disjointed everything was in that fight. It almost worked out for them. You probably would have bet on Zeus being able to take that over the line. Lockdown into play. Doesn't look like there's any opportunity to deny it. A firing squad lining up outside of the site to try and spam their way through. Middle has been taken, the drone utilized, but that's the kill that was needed. Zeus removed, utility offline.
That was a really clean shot. Straight through the smoke, good spam, good prediction on the player. Yenajay very low, Ada Captain up close, and he's taking a fight alone with the advantage, with the time on their side. That is a mistake, as we can see, plain as day. Utility cut off for a moment, but the ult now fading. Zeus up close. They should know these players have been quite aggressive. They now know about Zeus. He's got a little bit of backup from main, and he got a lot done there. A 3-piece. And with Yenajay low, it's the site itself that we look to for the fights. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, an op to contend with. A shot from Sagetsu and Martine that leaves Yenajay alone, trying to do it all. The defuse baits him in, and Sagetsu with a 3-piece of his own puts them right to 11-10. A gap of 0.1 of a second. but it's enough for KC to keep climbing back.
And Martin is determined to win this head-to-head, even though Zeus is definitely leading on those kills and had a great performance even for this round. Him pushing with the operator onto the side, very aware of how the time was working against them. And Sui gets to always to be so reliable with those bullets right to the head. What is that?
For timeout.
The thing is, this does again seem like a moment though where, well, 0.1 Foot literally didn't need to peek. Like they have the back of the site, they have players in control, they have a player coming round from behind. There was no need for them to even jiggle or swing. If you just wait for the clock, you're out of there. So I think overplaying their hand.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Geis isn't on his feet at least.
Yeah, that's not him screaming.
That's not him.
I wonder if they can hear him at home.
Okay? just want to look out into the crowd. You doing all right?
It's been a stressful matchup, Tom. A BO3 that could be a BO5 at this point.
BO7, I think.
BO7.
Have we ever had a BO7? I don't think so.
I don't believe we have, no.
I think...
Let's
I
run
think we should
next
do it.
week.
Yeah, right?
Screw it.
Right.
Let's take a matchup.
Yeah, I agree.
That matters the least.
I think.
In my opinion, Heretics
would be great.
Yeah. Best of 7. I agree.
Let's make it the second game of the day as well, just to be sure. One round in between them, and what an impressive comeback from KC. 7 rounds out of 9 have gone their way. This defensive side looking a whole lot better, and even think back to the previous map, Foot were in full control, a 9-3 scoreline here then as well. It seemed like KC had ran out of steam, but that is far from the truth. An opening for Sadik. Pistols in play for Foot. They are conceding this round. Chance to at least do damage onto Martin, but he's got backup. Sadik's on the rotate, mid control is theirs. And no upsets here with the pistols from what we're seeing. 11-11, the game really is on.
Looking like a trusty in-zone flawless. The defensive side has been more than dominant, with a few blips here and there for KC. As they go from strength to strength, the Blade Storm getting nothing and a Hunter's Fury, all that can be relied upon going into the next round. And Foot, they've decided to throw in another pause.
I mean, I think that it's good to use them if you have both of them available, because you've had a 9-3 at the beginning, right? Now you're in a situation where it's 11-11, and if you go to overtime, you will have another tactical pause available for yourself. I think that the tension might be getting to them. Gaius probably is going on about... Oh, Eng is laughing, so that means that on Casey's side, they're just having a giggle. But Gaius is probably speaking about, hey, talk to each other, mind the spacing, mind the duels that you're taking. I think that the pressure's like kind of getting to you after Casey.
Yeah, that notepad's being pulled like the string of a bow right now. I don't know who his target is. I wouldn't want to be it. You can see, though, the difference, right? Harder to hit. I'll say that. For KC, you can see the difference in their coaching staff. Earlier on, we had Zeiss slamming the table, saying GG when they were down, I think, 4-1, something in that ballpark. Aang was not looking happy. I think the best we saw from him this series was a small smirk. But like you said, Bea, now he's laughing. Now he's having a good time, and of course they are. 8 out of 10 rounds.
I mean, Suigetsu just stood up saying, I am him. And he is him.
Right now he is. But Foot looked to change that in round number 23.
6-11.
Back-to-back pauses. The chance now to at least guarantee themselves an overtime on a map they looked certain to win.
An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury, and it has been dodged. Over the top goes Zeus, but Sadak, I don't know if he's been seen. I don't think he's been spotted at all. It's completely fallen flat again. One player in the site, but that player might just be enough. Zeus, the guy that seems undefeatable within this server, the guy trying to drag Foot, kicking and screaming to a victory, has given them a chance.
That nade made me nervous. It was damn close. He's on 7 HP at the moment. Spam through the wall would get him. He was in prime spot for that spam just a moment ago.
Is available.
Annihilation, where's it going? It's a player in main, but they don't know. They'll go for backside. Great connect. That's Mr. Fallen taken. Zeus holds the line, grabs one more, and Yenijay's in. It's a 1v1 with Mr. Fallen already taken and dealt with. Nano activated. You hear the sound cue. He's got another It doesn't quite get put out in time. Elite already getting it to halfway. Yedege playing with him and finishing his meal. Just about. Foot make it to 12. Overtime, the worst case scenario now in regulation. And just one round away from claiming this marathon of a series.
That second time about might have been it. I don't know, but especially starting off with this round being a 5-3-3 in favor of KC. Zeus being able to turn the tides around, being able to get 3, even in the condition that he was, Tom, was extremely impressive.
I was going to say, unless the timeout was something to do with Zeus's chair position or res or I don't know, something that can make him hit headshots even better. I don't know how it made a difference. And while you can't afford to miss versus this man, you get one shot, you miss it, you lose.
Spoke about the 82nd province and Foot. They almost claimed it back with flying colors now. The opening pick is there. 20 HP on Zeus, but so much damage returned onto KC. Oh, this fam is so close. They don't know quite how close they were, but he's still alive. The demon lives, and it's not looking like there'll be an easy way back through for KC. The Blade Storm of Martine needs to be big, and it's shut down from miles away. Foot, they stalled out. They waited, but they get there in the end. 13-11, 2-1. And this series, rightfully so, belongs to Foot.
Well, I think there might be a few people arguing that. It was a back and forth matchup all the way through. Sugetsu with a stellar performance, but it was Zeus who stole the show on the maps that were victorious for Foot. There was no one else to talk about.
I think that Zeus, as you're saying, playing the Waylay for the first time earlier in Lotus, changing the composition, making it look so damn good. So many questions, maybe them not being able to adapt to everything, but they found the keys. The preparation was there. The timeouts, even though sometimes they looked a little bit worrying, they definitely worked for the squad. They have to be very, very happy with today's performance.
Without a doubt, a well-earned bow. It's been a very long series for these boys down on that stage, and both teams put up one hell of a show. OT map 1, almost OT on map 3 as well.
You know what this means, right, though? It means the team that's going to finish higher in the group from Turkey will depend on the game versus each other.
Oh.
That is such a sick storyline going into next week with all the teams in the top 8 obviously already qualified, but Turkey versus Turkey will decide who finishes higher in the group, and that is exactly what the fans of both squads will be wanting.
And with the form that we've been seeing, right? We see a BBL this year that is completely different. We see a Foot that can still fight for every single matchup. Of course, it's very interesting to see what we're going to see next week.
Well, what was very interesting to see, you talk about players being on form. This man brought the bookie to the server with flying colors. He passed the test his opponent put up for him. Let's go down to the stage with a post-game interview with Mr. Fallen.
It is the fragging IGL himself, Mr. Fallen from Foot. First of all, congratulations on that victory. That was such an entertaining series. It came down to the wire. I wanted to ask you, what was the difference, do you think, between you and KC in the last couple of rounds on Ascend that meant that you are the winner here?
Actually, on the last one, we just knew, okay, guys, I was playing default and over-rotating fast, so we just said, okay, guys, if they were rotating fast, just go back somewhere. We just figured it out and we just rushed, and that's all.
When you say we figured out, you figured out? You had the read?
Well, probably it's going to be for the coach part, yeah.
Oh, the coach. Okay, I'm so happy you mentioned Gaius, because there was a moment on map 2 where Gaius...
Screamed yet.
Well, we don't know what he said, but he...
I can't... That's okay.
Okay, you haven't seen this, because obviously you heard it.
Yeah, but I heard it, yeah.
But he stood up.
I can imagine.
He was bashing his chest, the table and everything. I know you don't want to leak strats, but could you share a little bit about what he said?
Simply, he said that while they're pushing high revolt with A sides and Atajus going back to on the heaven end, guy said, "Don't go the fucking backside."
Wait, he was saying that?
And okay, guys, okay, they're high but they can push backside. Atajus, just hold it. Which can stun you. You have paranoia, Fizz behind you. Just hold the side. Don't go back. Never.
So all of that was aimed at Ata Captain.
Most of the yes, because of the ground, yeah.
Okay, how do you handle that in those moments? Because it is already pretty stressful, and Gaius is somebody, as you know, he's not going to beat around the bush. He's going to tell you how he feels. So how do you guys make sure that you don't feel panicked?
Well, we don't panic because we know Gaius. He will not say anything negative to us, so we just know he's gonna say good to us, because he's just holding the match right now. Every time he sees the match from everyone's perspective, and he just said, okay, if you don't back up the set, you will defend it because there's a big stand coming for you, Krax is behind you, you have paranoia, you have so much to stop them, and you're going back. Just don't do it again. That's simple, and everyone just knows that it's a good thing for us.
Do you personally feel Gaius is underrated as a coach? He should be in the conversation as one of the best.
I think he's still best coach right now. Why he's underrated, I don't know, but
I agree with you. Now, congratulations on your ace. Do you know how many aces you've had in VCT EMEA?
No, I don't know.
It's your third ace. So third. It's pretty high up, right? You enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was a good one because I just look at my money and I can't just buy anything, and I just say, okay, I'm gonna just buy Bucky and no armor, so why not?
I loved it. It was very iconic, super iconic ace. And last question, do you remember the last time a team in VCT EMEA ran Jet Raze on Ascent? Do you remember who that was by any chance?
I think that was us, no?
It was you!
Because, yeah, we saw the ways and guys said, okay, guys, we just tried the ways and it doesn't work. They can work too, so Atta just knows that very well. Just play the game.
Yeah, it was back in it's so long ago, it feels like it was Atta Kiwi, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So when you did see the comp, did you instantly feel like you had a good game plan because you have played something before?
We just said if they took ways, we win the match.
Oh.
That's all, because we just tried ways for Atakatan, and when I give him confidence with ways, by the way, that was not the actual comp for that while we were using that. Atta just said, I want to take ways even. Okay, you can take it. So I can take smoke. But while we see the ways on the attacker side, on the Kamil Corp side, okay guys, we won this match because they don't know anything.
You knew exactly, because you've done it before. You've done it before, you have experience.
It didn't work, by the way. But we worked it, but I think they were bad.
Oh, okay.
Not Kamil Corp, the first match. While playing on the ways.
Okay, I remember. But thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Farling. Congratulations once again. We'll see you back here next week. Now, we have one final game coming up now, a very spicy one to close out the week. Make sure you stick around for Na'Vi versus Heretics right after this break.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
They might be enemies on the server, but for today, Angel and Boo, before their game, will at least be frenemies, because I wanted to check in with you guys and quiz you a little bit about yourselves, because you've both been in VCT EMEA for a very, very long time. There's a lot of history in this matchup as well. So are you ready? You think you can do this? You can work together?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay, Boo is at least confident. Now, we'll start with an easy one. Please, if you can, name 3 teams the other person has been on. So 3 different organizations. I'll start with you, Boo. How many? Just give me 3 that Angel's been on.
Valorant only?
Yes. Whoa, actually, you name as many as you can.
I mean,
I'll give you bonus
it's
points.
now FPX before, I know Hellraisers. I mean, that's 3. Was there Party Pirates, but it was not an org.
That counts, that counts. That's a team.
Okay, Party Pirates then.
Okay, 4. He's got 4. So can you do 3 from Boo?
I think Vitality Heretics or Easy One.
Uh-oh.
Glue, you've been there?
Okay, carry on. He might be able to do 3.
Carry on, I bet.
He might be able to do 3.
3, 4. No, I can't remember.
I mean, you did one wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't
Really?
Vitality.
Not Vitality.
I was never in Vitality.
No.
Heretics.
Yeah, correct.
Glue.
Correct.
Okay, third one.
We could even go back to the Party Parrot days, although you never played against each other back then, so...
I don't remember those days.
No Penky.
No,
Penky?
I don't remember the third.
Giants? We counting Giants?
Giants?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Giants.
2021.
All right, we'll count the points, because you named 4, so you know, you technically got 6 points.
Yeah.
You got 6 points between you. Now, if we combine both of your agents that you've ever played in your careers, there is only 6 that you haven't played. Can you give me those 6? Now, Angel's played many, many, many agents, so I think this is a little bit on you, Angel, but give me the 6 agents that you haven't played. I combine.
I'll be honest with you, it should be some new ones.
I mean, Bailey for sure, no one played.
No? Okay, that's one.
Deadlock, I think also, second one.
I didn't.
Correct,
so,
yeah, you haven't?
There should be more new ones. What else? Clove, I didn't play.
I didn't play as well, so that's 3.
I think it's a crime that the 2 of you haven't played Clove, by the way. That is an absolute crime.
Normal.
It's absolutely okay.
Have you not wanted to?
Of course not.
But they said you played
There's not enough utility on her. No.
okay,
Sorry.
fair enough. Okay, 3 more.
Did you play Phoenix?
Phoenix I did. I played everything. Like, I had a fun tournament when I just bet with Shao, played each map like new agent. Okay. So I covered like most of the old ones.
There is a duelist that you've played and he hasn't.
Really? Reyna? No, Reyna played.
I played Raze, and I think he didn't.
I played Raze.
You haven't played Raze?
No? Then
No?
Raze?
Yeah,
Raze?
he's got the Raze.
Weird.
You have to play Raze now. You have to play
Let's wait,
Raze.
3 more.
3 more. So you have Deadlock, Clove, and Waylay. There's 3 more.
And Weiss you played. What is the new ones?
Isa? Isa.
Oh yeah, we
didn't play this.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more.
What other new like agents?
I know I played Harbor, so...
Yeah.
Harbor I also tried.
I'll give you a clue. There's players on your teams that play it, especially for you. Right now. They play it and you haven't. I'll give it to you. All right. It's Chamber.
Chamber? Okay.
And Neon. Unless you have played Neon.
No.
Imagine you playing Neon over Mini
no,
Boo.
I cannot.
I don't think you'll be allowed to. All right, so both of your most played agent is Omen. When it comes to your career high average ACS, there's only 0.8 ACS between you. Who do you think has the higher ACS on Omen?
I think Boo.
Why?
I think Asian.
I don't know.
You don't
I just
trust
remember
yourself.
that I checked my history and it wasn't impressive on Omen. It was
Well,
like
there's
0.85, I guess.
0.8 between, there's a difference of 0.8 between you.
0.8, I hope.
Difference between the averages?
Yeah, ACS.
Oh.
You think you or Angel?
Okay.
I don't know.
I think Boo have higher.
All right, I'm going to tell you, it's Angel with 194.1 and Boo with 193.3. Yeah,
Okay.
you've just...
Actually, I see this who fights more, kind of. I was fighting probably more.
Yeah, I guess.
Just over.
Probably.
Do you remember the first time you ever played against each other?
I do.
I don't.
I mean, I think it was when they were FPX and BDG played.
Yeah, but he wasn't playing because BDG played.
Exactly. I joined for finals to eliminate Fnatic in finals.
No, then we didn't play against. Was it 2023?
All right, it was 2022. It was Oglu versus FPX, and FPX did win.
Second season.
Yeah, it was right after. And last question, between you guys, how many Americas teams have you defeated?
I don't know, I think I have like 4.
Can you name them quickly?
Xset, Energy, Americas, like
Americas.
Brazilian counts?
Yes, absolutely. Boo,
Crew for
yours is quite recent.
I mean,
you should remember
I have
yours.
Sentinels, Leviathan, G2, 100 Thieves.
Correct. Angel is on you now.
Okay, I counted 3, right? Energy, Crew, Xset, there should be a...
Loud, maybe?
Loud, I'm not sure. I played them once and it was triple overtime, third map we lost.
I'll help you out. It was not NRG. You actually lost NRG. You beat Optic.
Well, who was Optic?
You beat the better version. No,
yeah.
you beat the better team. I think that counts.
True.
And the last one is also Lev. So both of you have beaten Lev. I don't know how many they got there, but I think it was good enough.
It was decent. It was decent.
It was
we
very
lost
decent.
only 2, right?
Did you enjoy working together?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Can't wait to see you guys go up against each other. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Well played.
So wholesome, so wholesome. Frenemies right now, but for Angel in particular, Meg, maybe more enemies. This matchup has given him a lot of trauma.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know that Na'Vi have already posted about it today, that they are, you know, pretty often seen losing out to Team Heretics. So I didn't feel any tension between them, though. They seem to get on very, very well, but it will be interesting to see if there's any tension on stage.
I mean, Heretics has been winning every single important match against
He loves this.
I have to say it. It's the only time I can say something about that Spanish team that are winning to something, so I have to take profit. And they're winning every single important match against Na'Vi. And right now, I mean, if there is someone that has to stop Na'Vi from being first seed, it's Heretics.
But that is the crazy thing. Na'Vi could lock in first seed going to playoffs depending on this outcome of this match. But when you talk about Heretics always beating Na'Vi, it is the important games. You know, Angel tweeted about it last year because it was always when they were on a win streak and all of a sudden they play Heretics and they lose. And then a lot of those times, as you can see from this tweet, Uli, it was in elimination times where the end of their season was because of Heretics at this point. So for Na'Vi, at least, there's a lot of stakes. They're going to want to win. I know you're going to be backing your boy on the side of Heretics, but when you do have something to play for, like Na'Vi do, Uli, it's often the most scary.
This is the most scary. They're playing for the first hit. It should be something important. You don't want to end into fourth slot and get into the lower bracket on the first. So probably they should be trying to face them and looking for a victory. And today, it's going to be a hard match because Team Heretics is playing really good.
I also think that Angel has something to prove here. Like, you know, that man has an ego, and I think he's going to want to be coming into this and being like, you know what? We gave Team Heretics their moment.
I love how
now it's my time.
They run this graphic the second you talk about him. And the reason we run this graphic is because we want to talk about the growth and development of Angel as an IGL, as a leader, and as one of the veterans of our scene. He said on Post Plant in week 1, I am the best IGL on Fracture for sure. Now, the results didn't really come his way after that, but I think the important thing is I do believe we have the clip because a Koala Noob spoke a little bit about Angel as an IGL on Fracture, and I think for those of you at home that haven't seen this, this is probably going to shock you.
Like, other than like the Fracture, which like Angel apologized to me after the series because he's like, Johnny, I'm so sorry, you played ass. I'm telling you to satchel into them every round, and I kept getting like, that's where I said like they kept like double rocketing, stunning me, and like neon swinging me. He's like, I'm sorry, like I'm not gonna do that again. And I'm like, it's fine, it's whatever.
you did hear that correctly. Angel apologized to Koala Noob for bad calls on Fracture, Meg.
Well, Angel did say week 2 that they were slowly finding themselves and becoming less serious as the weeks go on. So maybe he's also found himself since then, and he's learned how to apologize and acknowledge wrongdoing. So yeah, it's huge.
Growth.
Yes.
Development. We love it.
He's growing, and also he's the best IGL on Fracture. I mean, but I think he's cheating because he normally dies first, so he's spending a lot of time just IGLing every single one.
Yeah, I
strat.
agree with you. He's
With
the
micromanagement,
expert.
he can do anything.
He is the expert at that.
If I was Heretics, I will ban it.
Oh, okay. If you were Heretics, you would ban it. But you know what? If I was Na'Vi, I would ban Miniboo because let's be honest, Uli, Miniboo has been amazing.
Yeah, Miniboo has been amazing. But to be honest, if I want to talk right now about someone, I have to talk also about the team. Because Team Heretics is right now the back-to-back finalist international. I mean, it's true that they don't get to qualify last time into Masters Bangkok. And if we have to talk about his performance going into kickoff, it was awful. Every single one got his eyes on Miniboo, and there was a reason for it. His performance wasn't that good at that time. But all the socials, all the analysts on socials were saying that maybe Miniboo should get replaced or role swap, making good maybe the duelist. I'm so sorry for all the Twitter analysts. I have to say something. Miniboo is back. Right now, we're talking about someone that maybe you can just check ACS and say, oh, he's great. You can check the KD and say, he's one of the best. You can check every single stat and you'll say, okay, but I'm not going to talk about something that simple. I'm going to talk about someone that is dominating right now the competition. And we want to check the statistics. We're going to go into something that is common for us, and it's every single difference that he's been doing to every single player around the competition. If we check it, on the hatches, we have Governor. It's a plus 14. I mean, I know the Governor, biggest enemy, is also Governor, but what a difference is made for Miniboo. Kicks on the second, West side on the third, and Scythe on the fourth. And you will say, wow, Miniboo is playing so good, but this is not the shutout, because the shutout is right here. 2 evens in between the lowest difference he has made, and only 2 players that managed to win into duel until him. And it's only a -3, what becomes to Miniboo an amazing player. And we talk about Miniboo. You know him as Miniboo, but his real name is Dominikas Lukasevicius. And by now, you will remember him as the dominating Lukasevicius, because he's been doing amazing with a huge performance. And talking about performance, we can check it down on his last match, because he was nailing it against Vitality and doing a huge job.
Oh, wow. Can we just get his government name once more?
Which one? Dominikas Lukasevicius? Or
Yeah.
you want to go into the dominating Lukasevicius? But that is what he's doing right now on VCT MEA.
Absolutely. Now, I was there in the trenches with you, Uli. I was a Miniboo defender. You know, I was
That's
out
true.
here. I
That's
was
true.
out there. I was never the one dogpiling on him, saying that they needed to make changes or he was underperforming, because he is one of the most talented players we have, Meg. And I'm so glad that he's back proving the people wrong.
Yeah, I think he spoke about how he's not afraid of the big names anymore. You know, the first year that we saw Miniboo, he was very, very nervous to go up against the big guns like Durka, etc. And now I think he's warmed up, he's comfortable, and he's matured so much in a single year that I think nothing phases him anymore. And to be so young and go through such critique from literally everyone everywhere, you definitely build up a bit of a wall, and then you kind of go into things fearless.
And I like that he's an emotional player, Uli.
Yeah.
I like that he likes to talk about the flaws, the failings, because that's how you get better.
Obviously, and also every single time we heard him talking about himself, he's probably the most critic person. I mean, you can go into socials and read anything, but he's going to be the first going critic on himself in trying to improve. That
And he
makes him
has.
the best.
And he has. Do you think history is going to repeat itself today in this matchup?
Heretics is winning. the story is going to be repeated. I'm sorry, Angel.
I have to defend
I'm
Na'Vi
sorry.
here for my boy, Na'Vi So Marcus. I've got to back Na'Vi here.
All right, okay, we have one on each side. I'm excited to see this. They are both safe, they are both secured, yet somehow, after everything we spoke about here, this matchup still feels very personal. Na'Vi and Heretics are both playoff bound, but only one gets to walk out with the momentum and a little extra swagger. Let's send it down to the stage. both of these teams had to do a lot to prove the haters wrong just to get here. But today is the real test. If they can win here, they won't just be contenders in EMEA, they will be contenders for Masters Toronto. And Heretics are gonna just like don't care about their permaban. Na'Vi are gonna pick Pearl. Sen is left open for some reason and nobody goes there. What is going on, Uli?
I'm sorry, I have to log because I was saying that Fracture should be banned. Obviously, they're playing against the best IGL on Fracture. It should. No, but surprised me the most that Pearl is his perma-ban. Well, it seems to be, and it's left open, and it's gonna be played by Na'Vi.
I want this to go all the way here because, you know, obviously Na'Vi 13-0'd Giant X, and then on the opposite end of that, you have Heretics who lost that 10-2 half to Giant X, but I don't think they'll make the same mistakes again.
That. Wait, what?
So I think that Split will be an incredibly competitive map. So I want to see this go all the way.
I do as well, purely because Pansy's been here since 4:45, I think, and I don't want her to be able to get home before midnight. But let's talk about this Ascent, because we currently live in a world where Heretics are not banning it, even though they always banned it in the past. Na'Vi was also banning it for some reason. They leave it open today. I thought they would leave it open to pick it, Uli, not leave it open just for Heretics to ban it.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Aston, Pearl, both maps were open. They decided to play Pearl instead of Aston. I'm surprised the most. I want to see, I mean, also, I think Heretics should be baiting on this Pearl.
Yeah, you
or
think
they
this
have
is a trap?
something prepared. I think so. They have been banning every single match on this stage 1, and now it's open. I don't trust it. It should be a bait.
I agree here as well. I think they've maybe missed a chance to take Heretics on Ascent, because that's the one map that they haven't won out of the maps that they've chosen. I just don't think they must not be incredibly confident.
No, but they've got like 2 reps on this map. Now Angel has more reps on Ascent than I think I have hair ties.
Is he the best IGL on Ascent too?
I honestly, that's a great question. I don't think so, but he's definitely top 3.
Okay.
Top 300. I think best maybe Leviathan take the cake over his Ascent. Regardless, it is just very odd mind games perhaps we're playing. But let's take a look at Agent Select for this very first map we are going to see here and see what we're going to get on Haven. No changes.
I love this. We heard from Angel that the only reason that Xiao is back on that Sova is because the Angel wanted to play Vice so badly. So I'm excited to watch that again. And of course, we have Vut and Miniboo, who put up an incredible performance as incredibly aggressive duelists on Haven. And combined together, I do believe that they're a demon duo on Haven.
To be honest, I thought that it was the last time that I was going to see Vice on Angel. But it's not. He's back. He's going to play one more time. I really like it.
All right, well, if you were here with us for the match before, then you will know that Pansy is already in the building. She is standing by with the 2014 Dignitas Scan UK Invitational runner-up, Jacob Mini Harris.
Wow, that is a brutal throwback. I-Series and Epic Land have never seen scenes like it since Mini has left that era. However, I do want to kind of touch on the basis of this map veto, right? Because the Deaths was kind of chewing through it a little bit there, a couple of question marks. What do you make of the veto? What do you think they were trying to achieve in this?
So, Heretics ban Fracture. That's just, I think, going to be their ban now from now on.
Okay.
I think maybe even looking to next week against Fnatic, probably not wanting to play it there either.
Yeah, nice long-term.
Na'Vi's side, floating Ascent, I like that. Heretics looked very poor and started banning that a little bit. So I liked the veto from Na'Vi. I actually think that they were in control of this veto a little bit more than Heretics. Obviously, expectations-wise, we're expecting Heretics to take this one. But I like the veto from Na'Vi. The first map's going to be a little bit harder for them. Not a map that they love. Heretics looking good on this map. But Pro and Split, if we're getting there, I think Na'Vi could have a chance.
It could be that. Start strong for Heretics and then the flip comes in. But we wait and see, obviously. Who knows what they've come up with? Last time these two met, Ardis was in that Na'Vi squad, so you've got to roll your minds back. But it does give you a bigger picture of what to expect in the future here. Can they really vie for the top if you're looking at Na'Vi? Heretics already sitting at that 3-0, and Na'Vi on the attack here, already going to be leaning towards C.
Heretics, I believe, running the same pistol as they did last time. Retake C, but they're going to have numbers in for a flood.
Yeah, waiting to see that come through. For now, it is going to be Na'Vi getting to set the tone. Spike down. Let's wait for that flood to come in. Maybe Woot to set this in motion. Miniboo stalled out towards CT. And the first strike comes in. Rien's from afar. Beautiful. I'm sure we'll get that on the replay together if we're lucky. Nice old one-way, though. Gonna reward here. Woot goes down. Hero gets what he wants. But the back of the site now. Under fight. Heretics and Na'Vi. Back and forth we go. Rien's with a belting round already. As Angel left in the 1v2. Smoked off. And forced away. Tries to get a shot, but Rien's isn't losing today. What a round from him.
I believe that shot might have been off of that undercut.
It had to have been, right? The combo? Do we get it on replay? I hate to do this to our replay ops, poor guys. But that
They're usually good for it. They're usually good for it.
They're normally on it. We'll see. We'll see. They're like, I hate you guys. Let's have a little look. Yeah, so at least we get to see the shock dart there. Oh, see, our team are unreal.
He was just off of the undercut, but he was damaged, so we'll give Woot the assist mentally.
For Rien's. And when we kind of talk about Heretics, we've been looking a lot towards Miniboo recently because of that form. Has been very good. Uli, obviously, highlighting that one there. But Rien's is one of those sleeping giants. When he kicks into gear, good lord, that man is scary. However, now for Na'Vi, they have to try and suffer through this round.
I think I'd like to highlight, though, is Woot on this map. On the defense side, against Vitality, I believe he was 17-7. So for the defense on this map, it's a lot around Woot. But as you highlight, Rien's on that Sova, when he can get to play it in this meta, it's a little bit harder to get the Sova out sometimes.
Yep.
But probably the best Sova in our region so far. Active.
Active, yeah. I was waiting for the word Leo to come drifting through, but
it's always there.
It's always there. On the other side, Na'Vi, let's see if they can gather a silver lining here. Heretics will be waiting patiently. Woot here, up to be rewarded. First found, no problem so far. And the smoke to reinforce this choke. No one's going to be making it through that.
The ISO judge, a bit of a new look. Not one I see often, but approved.
Oh, Mini approval.
Mini approved.
Now, I'm going to put it out there while we're in a round like this. Mini's a little sleepy today, so he might be getting a little bit edgy. You might be on for After Dark Mini here. And Mini Boo, speaking of Mini.
Spike down A.
He's looking clean. Ruxic, it's just try and do what you can. Surprised Rien's was the one running through, but maybe getting close towards the ult. But Mini Boo there to secure. Really nice from him. Lovely mechanical work as expected.
Here's where we start. For Na'Vi, they played against Apex last time. It was a very close game. They had a good attack side with this comp, which is surprising given it's a double Sentinel. Quite often.
I ask you about the comp too much, because I know you were a little bit...
Oh, I hate it. It's awful.
Oh, we're on the word hate.
Yes.
Fair enough. Thought...
I'm grumpy enough already.
It's true. Yep. It's true. Hatred.
We'll wait till third map when they get to split, because that is not good either.
And I want you to explain as to why once we see it really go through this. For now, though, obviously, they have the better buy, but I don't know if we're going to see the faults of it come to light.
I do like their default. They used the smoke on A main to block vision and the thorns deep onto sewers, but already we see the preparation boost up on that A main already. Full information for Heretics on this A side of the map. They should be rotating towards C. That's where we see Na'Vi creeping towards.
Yeah, slowly, it's tentatively leaning that way. But we've seen them posture for these retakes. Woot again, though. He had to go back to it, noting that decoy ahead. And from afar, Rien's, we're talking about that ult in play. Doesn't get what he wants, but they still have a player advantage here. And Mini Boo, another tag. He's locked in today. Angel going to be on suffering off the back of this with Hero, already HP lower.
Yeah, util here for Heretics. We've got Paranoia still.
This is so sketchy. Yeah, Rien's could set this in motion with the combination of the two. See how they started. Mini Boo still firing. Just a little close start there. Oh, we're running wide. Mini Boo just hitting shots, man. What is this? Angel, show me some magic. 8 bullets and a prayer. Oh, it was a damn good try. But the bonus falls to the hands of Heretics, and they'll be grinning like thieves with that one.
Flashbacks to when we casted Angel versus a Fnatic, and we were all doubting. Vando in the same position. Not this time. Look at them. But yeah, the retake from Heretics, curious. They didn't go off of the Paranoia, just Mini Boo running in. Scouts, knives, no scoping people.
The 40-year-olds in chat loving that reference.
Loving, yeah, Sliggy's lapping it up.
Yeah, he's having a little grin. But that's a big round. And look, I love the fact that Uli kind of highlighted this Mini Boo presence. He is the 19-year-old sensation, right? The guy has got some real craft to his work. He's exceptional to watch. And now on the Outlaw, massive farming opportunity here. Very hard for Na'Vi to make much of this. We have the Sheriffs. Koala does have the Vandal, though, so that's something to maybe keep in your mind as we have a little check-in. He is towards mid and Boo's position. Feels like the checkmate, doesn't it? Let's see. Boot, asleep at the wheel. Maybe a mini-map moment there for him. Say that a couple times in a row. Woot only good for one. This is good trading for Na'Vi. And these are individual fights for Heretics now. They slow the roll, or do they have to respect the Na'Vi? Now have the site. Beautiful flash. Koala Noob outdoing Benji, and again, isolated. Miniboo, this would need to be miraculous. It's already a good start, but Angel better just below the window. Juliet falls as Rien's the last one alive in a 1v3. He's already on, what, 49 HP. This has been marvelous from Na'Vi.
The economy is good, so he could have gone for it, but smart option. Playing it safe with the save. Yeah, and this was a massive round to win. Like, Heretics, I was getting into the mind frame of the economy's flowing.
Yep.
Na'Vi's economy's not flowing.
Yep.
So huge momentum swing back towards Na'Vi.
I'm impressed with this. And it feels like it kind of started, I don't want to say ended, but it felt like Boo was just looking at the minimap, which is always going to be that brutality of being the IGL. Yeah. Your mind's not always, you know, locked in on just the crosshair. You're thinking about everything else that's going on. And it was just a lovely reaction from this side. You know, again, Koala Noob, credit to him in that to find it. And then the individual follow-ups here, Rupsik, lovely, instantly springing forward to take control of the connector. It all looked great. Ooh, Angel. Ooh. Sorry,
yeah, he's on
Angel. No, don't laugh, it makes it feels like we're not expecting it. Be like, yeah, of course. Where's our nonchalant king?
Two big aim rounds from Angel.
Has Angel been in the range? Is he even working?
He saw Boaster doing his stuff yesterday.
True. Maybe that's it. Just lit a fire underneath him. Ooh, Boo, right off the rip though this time. Okay, this time focused on the crosshair. It's rare you catch out our lovely observers, but this time it was so quick they didn't even see it coming. Now, we're going to see what they do with this. 4 players left standing. Koala Noob did, I mean, ult's down with him at this point, but Miniboo on the bigger green now. Oh, in his hands too, if he fancies it. 1 away from Woot. Going to see those cycling in pretty soon.
Yeah, 5v4 for Heretics. They don't need to do too much. Na'Vi just trying to figure it out.
Miniboo wanting that info. Nothing waiting out of B. This should free up that rotation potentially towards A. Obviously gets him over towards his side, but does that then cause pause for thought for Na'Vi? Maybe re-explore the rest of the map. They do have a couple of ults for themselves. I want to say a couple. Angel's got his. 1 away from Hero, 2 away Shout, 1 away Rupsik.
And again, Na'Vi going towards B, and I think this is a good choice for this composition. Not too much util. B is an easy site to take.
To be forced to respect at least the ultimate coming in from Vice, force them away. Woot's ahead of this though. Double tap Goody wearing thin, but now it's gone from 1. He's finding 2 back-to-back. Shao and Rupsik suffering on this. And they feel like they're learning on their feet here for Heretics. Can Hero live up to the moniker? Oh, the paranoia is just gorgeous. Boo sending that in, and Woot to find it. An in-zone flawless reply.
Yeah, so I talked about Na'Vi using this B site there, but I think with the Vice ult specifically, I'd rather go for a site where we're set up better in a post plant. B is an easy site to retake. Why not go towards A, use that Vice ult, set up into a better post plant, because A is disgustingly hard to retake. I don't think Angel even needs to use the Vice ult to get onto B there. I would have saved that for the post too.
Could have been nicer, couldn't it? Little smile from Boot, looking happy. And it has forced the Na'Vi timeout. Lovely golf claps, audience. Well done. Very respectful. Yeah, 1 round so far posted for Na'Vi. And it was, honestly, them hitting some nice shots. That walk into B, it looked good. But now this pause, they've got a couple of ults to work with. Shao only 1 off from his. They could maybe make something around that. Or do you think this is more of a holistic change now?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to call something for this round specifically, but holistically, something does need to change. The problem is this composition.
Talk to me about the comp then, because you kind of wanted to, right? Do you think it's short-lived? It doesn't have the versatility here? What are the big downfalls?
When you're playing a Vice and Cypher on this map, on attack side, you're going to be in a bit of trouble because it's difficult to take space. It's difficult to do the XX. You don't have that util power. The default they have usually is that smoke on A main to, you know, make the information game hard for Heretics to get, but Boo has just been disrespecting it the entire time. And the Vice launch into sewers. But I didn't see many more looks against Apex than that. Like, Apex didn't make them struggle or make them answer difficult questions.
Right. Well, we're going to find those responses now. Looking like it is going to be this work towards A, considering the util.
I expect this round more of a straight approach with the ults. So a bit of an easier out for Na'Vi this round.
Woot's got his ult as well, though. That if he does get any real inkling of where they're going, the investment feels pretty solid. Util going to be removed, though, at the 1 minute 15 mark. Back to B, is it, boys? No? Where are we off to? There we go.
Maybe some fake pressure towards B, but
well,
usually you'd expect Woot to ult there, but doesn't even need to.
No, Koalanoop is going to be committing his ult to try and clear that C space, so he should be able to confirm what's going on, but they didn't manage to catch Boo, who's gone away with daylight robbery. Punishing Hero on the push-up here, Koalanoop trying to get back to business to try and secure this, but it feels flimsy already with only 3 to secure. Xiao does get the ult off the plant, so that's something in the back pocket, but do they have it to depend upon? Looking to reposition with this and leave Koalanoop and Angel to be at the forefront.
The Vice 1 CT could be something.
See if
Not
Woot
going
catches
to play off of it.
Don't think he caught anyone with this, and Koalanoop trying to be an instigator to a different outcome, but Boo's patience pays off. And now it gets harder for Xiao in these scenarios. He's going to need Angel to give him a little something. Get some work going. It's already been destroyed here. They're going to just face the music. The defuse isn't stopping. Heretics holding it down. Oh, right under their noses. Na'Vi hitting a bit of a brick wall here, Mini.
Yeah, and Ruxik going down immediately is such a big pick because Boo doesn't snowball that into a 5v3. Garage would have been smoked off in that situation, so it would have been winnable.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Boo's having some ratty impact. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be your highlight kills, right? He's not in the montage, but he's got some nice little ratty kills going on. He's
I mean, even the impact him disrespecting that A utility early was pretty big. Not the kind of thing that is like a big thing, but subtle. And Rian's again.
Backing
Kids on
himself.
fire.
Yeah, backing himself in that fight. Didn't want to even back away from it. Took the damage and took the kill. Angel, the one with the Vandal now. Running the remix here.
They could catch Heretics off, though.
Again, this contact play will at least catch one, but do they expect the second? They don't. Rienz was the one that they noted earlier, but he's still getting away with more damage. They've managed to carve out some room on the site. Woot gets interested, and Angel greets him at the door, sends him away. Suddenly, side looking theirs. Angel looking up for the challenge. So Miniboo and Benji.
Spike planted.
It's tough to play this back in. Operator to try and work these angles, but look at them. Waiting. Trip gets broken. Miniboo waiting for a swing. No one on it yet. Clears Graffiti. Looks left. Spots Angel. Takes him away. Where's the swing? Benji couldn't see it, but he finds that one. Off comes in. Oh, Benji! Beautiful from Benji. Clutching up here. I thought it might have been mistimed there. Awkward on the counter swing, but Benji controls in the end and keeps this lead building for Heretics.
Yeah, massive round from Benji. And Benji, honestly, someone this season, like, I think all of Heretics have been on fire, but Benji has been a bit quieter. So if we can see more rounds like that from him.
He used to be such a clutch player. And as said, it hasn't been it hasn't been a highlight run for him yet, but as you said, if he keeps having those sort of impacts,
he's got it there.
That was magic, right? That was real magic. And I've got to flip the script here too. Angel is leading the fray for Na'Vi at 7-6, and that round I felt was off his back too. The entries were great from him.
Yeah.
Where's the rest though? I don't want to see Angel having to be that main man forward.
Yeah, that 3v2 was not played well at all by Na'Vi. The peeking off each other. The first kill with the op, okay, fair enough. After that, there was no trade at all coming in. Nice undercut to deny the drone. Again, with Na'Vi's composition, denying a drone like that, that's big. There's no other initiator util really to take this space. There's going to be a lot of contacting, and that's maybe why they're looking at this operator as a potential win condition.
There. Currently in the hands of Koalanoop and Miniboo, obviously. And this feels very indicative of, again, this B pressure building. The thing that worked before isn't working this time. Miniboo takes a glimpse towards it, and he finds his man. Xiao's gone down. Now Wu under pressure, but he wants back in too. they're not giving this up. Na'Vi are not getting what they need here. Looking to pivot towards C. You can't get away from Miniboo. He's just ever present. Ruxic, yeah, takes him down, but Benji was still here, taking the space on C long. Koala, Noob, and Hero gonna have to really step things up. Boo gonna give away his position, but Benji could work with him. But an isolated fight gives over a potential situation. Plan needs to come in. The plan is down. Oh, it's good. Koala Noob, lovely shot. Can they find Rienz and Woot though? Woot creeping closer. You want to play contact plays? I'll do the same. And Koala Noob just lost in the source. Focus down on the other side as Woot takes him out of the game. And Heretics, look, we said this map sits with them. I didn't expect it to this extent.
I think with this comp from Na'Vi, I'm a bit more pessimistic. I think attack side with this comp, I'm, you know.
30 seconds.
Don't like it?
No.
No.
I don't want to say I expected this. I expected a bit more of a fight from Na'Vi.
Yep.
But they're not finding any answers. And they are trying stuff. Like, they tried that operator there. They tried to get messy towards C with that Ruxic ult, but it wasn't enough.
7-1. Brazilians around the world unhappy. Miniboo though. Outlaw is in. So, look at the light shields. It's plentiful. Hero already coughing a load of damage. Was that just the spam through towards window? I'm not sure. But it's Rienz to find Koala Noob now. Rienz needs to keep dodging. Oh, he's pretty slick with it. They're throwing everything at the guy, but he's coming out running, trying to do what he can, but eventually just too much utility to deal with. So Miniboo goes fact-finding. Has a look around, and he's going to be in a dodgy position to deal with, actually, because he's got another player joining him too.
And flank's necessary against this Vice, in my opinion. Vice got Thorns and Wall ready on CT.
Miniboo, this is really tough to clear, though. Uh-oh.
Here.
Uh-oh.
Here.
The Grand spotted. The paranoia in. Oh, you can see the synergy. It puts Shao now in a must-win. You lucky boy, Shao. Sometimes the gods favor you, sometimes they don't, but Angel is right here. The only one showing up, it feels like, for Na'Vi. But Benji, you don't have another clutch in you, do you? He's going to get half at least. Yeah, this comes a little bit unwinnable now. Shao in sewers. Angel on the site. The two that made them get up to 2 rounds.
When I talked to Angel about this comp in the post-plant,
yeah.
we were saying, you know, Shao back on Sova, what was that about? Like, his back? And he was like, you know, if I want to play Vice, then he needs to play Sova in this comp. As if, like, he was the reason that that was happening.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's putting up a good show. He's winning them this round.
I mean, Angel actually looks mechanically really good right now.
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't...
Again, still at the top of the board for Na'Vi, 9-7. Next closest, Ruxic, but that was a lot of ults invested for that one as well.
I do think this A site is something that Na'Vi could be exploring more. It was something in my notes that Heretics had a bit of a weakness in the mid-rounds holding that A site, but right off the bat, Heretics realizing that potentially, 3A, up deep already, nice crossfire. For Na'Vi, it looks like that B approach again.
But what's the reaction to that trip getting broken? They have to find a solution, because obviously they're leaving such a drastic gap on the map.
Launching thorns.
Woot's still got his ult, I guess, but Benji getting curious. I feel like Koala Noob's got the slam dunk on that. He does. Dipped in towards Garage earlier on, going to hit those shots as well from Woot, and just reinforce towards that B site.
Surprised Benji didn't wait for Woot to clear that together.
Hero feeling, yeah, overwhelmed. Does at least get a good read of the amount of bodies coming from that side, but tricky to now clear the back of this B site. Na'Vi looking for some safety by filtering through towards that C connector, but the rest of the squad's coming in from Heretics now. A little bit of a stall out with the paranoia, and Ruxic trying to reposition. Does he get predicted on the spam? No, he doesn't! He makes a meal of it, though! And Boo gonna punish. Angel, again, unpredictable, but can he get the reward? Rienz is not stopping! Angel, you have to find them, and he can't! Miniboo kept him safe on the defuse. An 8-2 now, Heretics snatching away another round.
Yeah, very messy round, and Na'Vi are going to be kicking themselves there for not winning that one. I think Woot made a pretty big mistake going by himself, retaking a bit too early, not waiting for the flanks coming in. When you're by yourself on the retake, you want to just wait for your teammates to come in, but ultimately doesn't matter.
One enemy remaining.
The on-site post looking a bit awkward there for Na'Vi.
Phantom, Neil, I want Phantom!
I want Phantom.
Are you a Phantom enjoyer?
It's one of those things where I know the Phantom's better,
Yes.
and I've got to pretend when you're coaching, like, you should buy the Phantom as much as possible. But then
you
as soon
never
as I
put one
play
in your
ranked,
life.
it's like, I'm Vandal only.
Literally. Look, Scream made me believe, okay? It didn't go well for him in the end, but, you know.
Whoa.
What? Whoa. What? Which team's he playing for? Now, in shambles. Ruxic getting involved. It feels like Na'Vi when they play this kind of fast and loose, it almost works. That should be a nab. It is.
No buy for Na'Vi, but getting on this A side, not Angel again?
Angel's just a gunner. He has been in aim labs, he's been working, he's been doing all sorts, but the problem is you can't escape that. Didn't actually get the tag on Angel, he got down Shao for keeping the player up to the good, but into the post plant we go. I like Benji on this eventual flank as well.
This Vice post plant on an A, again, you see the wall and thorns, it's nasty to get through.
I feel like it's on Benji really, but the timing. You know, you got Angel here with some nice post plant utility. He is costing them a lot of this time. I love what we're seeing. They've got to make a go of this right about now. They've waited on Benji, but it's time to go. We're going to take... Wait, how have they just done this? Angel! I don't know how Benji and Wu just got two so simply, but maybe just not expecting the flank at this point, but a comfortable defuse now.
I think just the economic difference there. Some probably pretty easy kills from their POVs. But Na'Vi, again, they did have an opportunity.
Yeah.
I wish they had gone more for this A earlier. Like, it looks good in the rounds where they shouldn't be winning. That's two, like, low-buy rounds where it looks good. But if they had done this earlier on the gun rounds, potentially a little bit better.
One enemy remaining.
A pretty nice shot.
Yeah, fair play. I don't think there's much to
It's
really
Roots
critique.
again, though. 14 and 6. I mean, him and Minibu 14 and 6.
They're both doing very well. We've had a couple of Benji finding impact in those kind of like post-plant clutches. We've had Rien's at the start. It's starting to look a bit scarier, right? You see the strength of Heretics starting to return, and it does make you nervous because this team gets scary as they get on. Minibu going walkabouts down middle as well with the support of Rien's. But you can see Na'Vi once again wanting to explore this A, and I think rightly so.
I think it'll be hard for Heretics to hold given that Angel does have Vice Ult. I would have loved to see him save that and see if there was anyone on site there before using it. Saving it for the post potentially, but they'll take the site.
Ooh, the combo! Angel's lucky to get away from that. Sorry, it wasn't even Angel to get away. Who was it who got to quad? I can't even remember now, but bloody hell, that combination is so lethal. And Na'Vi now trying to play on the site, feeling a little battered and bruised. We're going to try and work it from CT, but that's a three-man stack. Still going to get one. Ruxic falls. Zhao going to find one, but Benji again in these post plants, working back in. Heretics thriving in all this chaos. Look, we knew this map was going to be good for them. We knew this was their strength and starting point, but 10-2 is a very one-sided scoreline.
Yeah, and going into attack now is Yoru ISO, and traditionally that's where it is better.
Well, we're going to find out after the break if it holds true to trend.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One
Well, Na'Vi, they had faith in this composition. Hopefully, on this side of the map, we should see it in its best form, right? This should be where it finds comfort. However, as you said before we went to that break, there is a lot of versatility and a lot of impact on this Heretics side, and they don't need many rounds.
Yeah, but I would also like to highlight that against Apex, they did only get 5 on the defense, which is usually good for Haven, but for their composition, I'd feel like it's a little bit underperforming, especially when we consider Apex aren't Heretics.
Yes, yes, but my GOAT Floor was playing, so...
True.
So... Yeah. 10-2. Na'Vi, make me a believer that there's something to do with this comp, right? Make me believe.
They got the read, it seems like. Big stack towards C.
Yeah, right place
Would
for it.
go kill.
Wood been noted and in trouble. Oh, you like to see that. Oh my, wait, how did Koala Noob fall there? I thought it might have been Rooksik on the site to get caught on that, but no. That's a little bit of a chip damage on the way out. We're going to spot them backpedaling away. 1-for-1 trade out.
Good preparation from Na'Vi. Heretics love to do this with Woot. They send him up C quite a lot, either by himself or with numbers, and it gets a bit of a pain for the defense figuring out if it's, quote, just Woot or 5 people.
Okay, so put Shao then really in the driving seat. The support is not nearby. He can't really afford to fall here. It's a long rotate over towards this side of the map. Is he trying to find comfort? Looks to try and posture a bit more.
He's going to need to do a lot of work here.
He's trying to stick around, and he does have help now. Angel has made it. Jump spot from the back of sight as well. Should be seen. And he's Miniboo's on the hunt already, going to divide it. Leave Shao to his own devices. Going to be spotted and dealt with. Very heads up from Heretics. Miniboo as well. Denies any support from CT. And it's just methodical in approach. Very well considered. Rooksik does have the paranoia, but Angel already down so low. Going to make it very tricky to find value in the way of retaking this site. I think they know that now. 11 rounds beckoning for Heretics, and Rooksik has to swing. And there's no spacing, there's no chance in this. That felt so well considered by Heretics.
Yeah, they got unlucky running into the stack towards C. And
Which
still
was well done by
able to,
Na'Vi.
Yeah, of course. But composed enough to reset this round. I mean, I do think I want to highlight this too, is the double sentinel, you usually say good on defense. Right. I think on three site maps.
Bomb sites?
Sorry, it was
First time moment, guys, first time moment.
First time moment. Proud new to this role.
3 site maps, I don't love it, because 3 site maps, you need to get active and rotational. To just sit back and just pray that they're going to go into your Sentinel utility, I'm not a big fan of.
Okay. He's very good at this game, isn't he, old Miniboo?
Pretty good,
Or
yeah.
young Miniboo, should I say. And I can see what you're saying. I guess it encourages a behavior that may not be conducive to what you like seeing, which is that proactive approach, taking space. I feel like you could play around it a bit more, but I don't know if Na'Vi are the team to be playing around it yet. We may not even really get a chance to look into it, because this is probably 12 here, obviously with the classics coming in.
I mean, Angel usually does his best. Right? He's running around the map, putting his util everywhere, trying to play dynamic, but...
Got it all free, and the silence becomes quite obvious. Flank feeling very likely. You can see Boo in a very deep off angle. That's going to be steps heard, and that's going to be called out. Riens!
Bro, his long A, that angle is just his.
He's quite good at it. And it's who goes farming? Who's collecting? Miniboo's only one off the ult, so he would want to get this. Riens nabbing.
He's having to battle for it.
I want to see it from his side, but it's Fin Zone flawless to get up to 12 here. And a reminder, if you're playing along at home with who locks in which side, if Na'Vi lose this map, they cannot lock that first seed. That becomes impossible for them. Let's have a little watch back on this one. Wow. It's just pretty.
Planted.
At the end there. What are you meant to do?
I thought he was going to hit that there because we had the replay.
Yeah, I want to see this one as well. Yeah, he makes Val look good. Real good. Nice try,
Nice, guys. Let's go. Thank you so much for boosting my KDA.
The 12-2. Really need Na'Vi to bring out the big guns. If you got something made, if you got something
Yeah,
you thought up, this is it.
They opted to full eco last round, so, you know, playing with 10 to go. This is the round where they got the Vandals. And you can see already, defense from Na'Vi is very passive, very bunkered. Heretics are going to have the time and space and very little risk to do what they want at the start of this round.
Which is, again, I guess, something that you didn't love the idea of, that this kind of double sentinel encourages that behavior to a degree, but I guess it's also quite hard to be brave when you're facing 12 rounds. You don't want to be made to look silly going for these aggressive plays, maybe getting caught, high risk, but the reward's certainly there. For now, though, going to be on the receiving end of that Yoru ult, coming right towards the A site. Anything to couple it with? Not yet.
Thorns for a stall, though. Miniboo's going to be isolated.
Yeah, but Miniboo's Miniboo is fine! How is this guy so ice cold under pressure? And the support comes in. Perfect. But Koala Noob dives in and gets things back. It's not over yet. 3v3. Ruxic waits. Keeps the space on that CT. Boo tucked on site. One towards Graffiti. One towards Hell. Traditional crossfire. Hero, you're going to leap from the window, try and draw the attention. The flash comes in, he drops down, isolates Shaw, but down to Boo and Benji's been hitting, but not today. Koala on the case. Boo's got him down. There is life in them yet. Na'Vi staying alive.
Crazy round from Koala Noob.
Yeah, heroics.
Oh, just him.
Pretty much.
Na'Vi did have the read, they were there. I thought Miniboo was going to be in trouble there by himself, but the Yuta was lovely. Miniboo dug himself out of that situation nicely. But yeah, Koala Noob here.
Absolute hero.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
Begging for the Angel ace.
Angel fans in the crowd.
Love to see it. Now, timeout for Na'Vi, right? 3 rounds. We asked for perfect Valorant.
Timing out after winning a round is odd, but maybe, I mean, Happy didn't like what he saw.
Don't remember when he smiled last.
It's an ironic name.
It is.
It's like how I'm called Mini, and I'm
so tall.
Giant.
6'2".
Yeah.
I really want to just get a picture of you next to Potter standing up.
There are pictures.
Yeah, but I want one for myself. And maybe Dryad there as well. You know what I mean? Just add a little high chart in.
Like Russian dolls.
Yes, a big gap between a couple of them though. Crowd's been good today. They cheered on a tech pause earlier.
Yeah, I liked it. I think I presume they're bringing in a PC.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was pretty good. I actually the monkeys.
Monkey.
Monkey on the car. Can't do the rest of that joke. But Outlaw out again for Miniboot. 3 chances to get some pretty clean kills. Angel Shao hero only on those light shields. Bulldog still in play, but Koala Noob has ult, and he just had a big round. We're gonna need more of that though. A lot more of that.
Deep breath.
Trying to think of the rest of that joke. Sorry.
It's more of a meme than a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Na'Vi seem to be set on the idea that Heretics are going towards B. Double stack in. But Heretics once again just taking it cautiously slow. Some proactivity from Na'Vi. Heretics just ticking off the boxes. A main control, now re-clearing this garage space, making sure that Cypher doesn't have anything to give Na'Vi information. But nice re-clear here from Na'Vi. Boo is ready.
Yeah, Boo. Waiting on this one, the barrel will give away. And that's the heavy hitter from the last round gone. Koala Noob making... Oh, Ruxic! What was that? I've been watching too much Gordon Ramsay. I want to do the impression, you know what I mean? Donkey! But now, Boo. Ooh. Oh, God! How is Woot just still... Maybe thinking, oh, they could have stacked it, 'cause we've already seen 2. But the awareness is there. Hero and Angel. Yeah, you're absolutely fried on that one. In zone flawless wraps up map 1. Team Heretics 13-3 Mini. That's a clear-cut result.
Yeah, Yeah, Heretics look great, but as we expected, Na'Vi it's not their comfortable map. Hopefully in map 2 and potentially 3, this might be a bit more competitive.
That is what we're waiting for. Map 2, map 3 is where it gets interesting. Don't miss this one.
Nice! Let's go! That's how you do it, bench. Oh my God!
I told you, this morning I wake up and I knew you're gonna get this clash, you know? Even in the morning. Thanks, bro. I f***ed them so hard. I hit everyone.
Angel uncle is sleeping, bro.
But he's 10 at 10, bro. The front.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
I'm coming in clutch, no hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us. Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Benji, why are you not on the cover of Valorant yet, man? It's pissing me off.
Because we haven't won anything, mate, that's why. Let's win something, mate.
Let's win something indeed. Every single Heretics fan, especially Yuli, I think are waiting for that moment to come. And they might just do it if they keep playing like this on Haven. We talked about how traumatic it could be for the side of Na'Vi. And I'm afraid, Uli, it might be happening again.
It seems to be happening. It might. It could be. I mean, right now, Heaven is not the best map to see. How is the Na'Vi performance? We have to go through Pearl. It's a permaban. I want to see maybe them playing a mid better. But to be honest, Miniwu is still dominating Lucas Evici.
He is. And I think it is shocking, actually, that I know that they can't ban 2 maps, but maybe why Haven wasn't a consideration more so, because I feel like their fractures maybe a little bit better than that. And also, Heretics looked so strong against Vitality last week, and they echoed exactly the same performance again today against Na'Vi.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Na'Vi's first seed dreams are officially over. With that one map loss against Team Heretics, it will be absolutely impossible for them to make seed 1, which means it will come down to Heretics and Fnatic next week. We'll find out. But let's talk about everything we saw on Haven. Meg, the retakes were beautiful. I was kind of getting Sunset Heretics flashbacks with the ways that they were diffusing the spike with the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, their retakes were so aggressive and more often than not successful. Even in rounds where they were at a disadvantage, of course, the Benji clutch with the mini boo op retake, that was a 3v2, so you really don't expect a team like Na'Vi to be losing that out. But they did. They gave those 1v1s. And yeah, I mean, of course, it was ended out by Benji with an insane flick. But yeah.
Honestly, it's hard to know that there is a team like Team Heretics around. It's been a long time, and they still keep playing mostly the same basics, fundamentals, strong, playing together, retakes, knowing that they only have to look to play together. And with all the macro around, they're playing much better right now. I mean, they seem to be one of the... I will say, I think they're going to Master Toronto for sure. I mean,
okay,
the spot is already locked.
All right,
I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Sorry.
Do you know what's even more hype is that they actually retook 11 rounds. 11 out of 12 they played retake there, and they won 9, of course, out of those 11. And again, so beautifully done by them, and everything just came together beautifully. Benji was clutching like this, and we saw your favorite player, Miniboo. I can't do his government. Oh, hello. I think he heard me there. I can't do his government name. I'm not so good at it as you are. But Miniboo, I don't even like to say that he's back. I think it's more like he's just Miniboo. You know, this is what we expect.
He's just Flourish.
Yeah, this is just what he does on a regular schmegular Friday night.
He was normally doing it, but there is a lot of people that like to keep the eye on him because sometimes,
and they're stupid. Sorry, carry on.
It's okay. I mean, sometimes people like to talk about someone, and it's true that Miniboo performance on kickoff was awful. But right now, he proved to be one more champ, one of the best. And to be honest, if you track him from the whole career, sometimes he could be having a bad day. But normally, he's the same.
He was here, there, and everywhere, and he was making Na'Vi's life hell. And I have to say, Mini did mention over sort of one of the rounds that he was shocked that Na'Vi weren't hitting A more. That seemed to be where their success lay. And it almost was like that when they went onto the economy rounds, they were like, oh, let's just run it down A. And then they were nearly working out. So it was almost like, why not just do that on a buy round? Why not just keep chancing it at A? And hopefully more rounds would have come through.
Mini's such a Na'Vi hater. You know
I know. I hate agreeing with him.
Yeah.
You cannot hate it. He was saying Uncle Angel.
Did he say Uncle Angel?
Not Mini.
It was not Mini, it was Benji.
Oh my God, you scared me. I was going to be like, Mini's 30 years old saying Uncle Angel. But let's look ahead to Pearl, because this is where we perhaps didn't expect to be let through at all today. It has been let through. Uli believes it's a trap. Meg, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we saw Heretics play this in kickoff twice, and they won out against BBL and Mates. And we do know that, you know, obviously that Na'Vi have played this. I just think it's a really interesting choice, considering that Heretics do have good reps on this map, and they do have good reps on most maps. So I think Pearl is definitely a good choice for Na'Vi to maybe give them a go.
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back.
I would like to see it back, but to be honest, it's been a long time. In kickoff, maybe we've seen something. But it's been long from the last time I've seen them play on Pearl. They don't used to be that strong. And if they're playing Pearl, what are they playing? Is Neon back?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, would you like it to be?
Yes, sure. I would like to see Neon back. I'd like to see something. I see your...
I was just going to say, I think it's really interesting.
Let me know. I want to hear you.
I'm going to tell you, Uli, that last time we saw Heretics playing on Pearl, Vut played Astra. And I like that. I love seeing that kind of aggressive duelist go on.
I'm giving you a look because I don't like that.
You don't?
I don't like that. He's on a team with Boo.
Yeah.
He's on a team with Boo.
I quite like it though. I always love that kind of controller duelist switch up. Yeah, when you kind of flex between the two.
No, I'm not. I want the normal, you know, Boo, Astra, Vut, KO, the normal schmegular stuff.
I think for a viewer experience it's fun though, because you're like, oh my God, are they going to play the duelist? Are they going to run it down on an ISO? No, they're going to sit back and play post-plant with Astra.
And also my biggest question is around, what is Benji going to play? Is Benji going to bring bias?
I don't think he's going to play the Killjoy. I think the Killjoy is kind of that's the thing of the past. Yeah, maybe he does. We'll see it in just a moment. Neil, can I get your cap? Do you know what? I will do my goddamn best to make that happen for you. If he doesn't give you that cap, I will take it off of his head and give it to you. He is an injured man right now, though, so I want to make sure I don't do anything too outrageous.
It's not stealing if you just take it and people run.
In fairness, he was playing Badminton and he injured himself.
You're joking.
I'm not joking.
Not joking.
And I believe he didn't even win the point. I believe he went for something.
That's hilarious.
He went for a play and it didn't happen. But let's talk about Na'Vi's Pearl when it comes to what the win conditions are here, Uli. They picked this. How do they win?
Being honest, it's hard to know because I mean, one of the biggest plans that we will see from Na'Vi coming for today will be maybe making a counter-attack against their opponent. But it's going to be a matchup where they cannot counter-attack anything. So mostly, they have to, first of all, step up. Hero has to be playing. I mean, on the first map, Hero was completely out. He didn't shine it. I mean, it's probably his worst performance ever. I never seen him. I mean, remember, Hero was the same one that hit the best KD from last week. And it's hard to know. So I would like to see him playing properly. And
wow, it looks like we will
have...
Is that the same?
That's the same as
Double
Na'Vi.
It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same.
Not on the side of Team Heretics, but it is on Na'Vi. And I do like this because they did win out against Giant X when they last played Pearl 13-7. So I feel like they're pretty confident in this comp pick. But yeah, the Heretics one is interesting. We did obviously say that Benji Fishy probably wasn't going to play that Killjoy, and he is going on the Cypher instead. We've got on Jet. So he's not on the Astra as he was previously.
I like good to see in Jet. I mean, it's mostly the same composition we used to see with Chamber, but instead of Chamber, you're going to be playing with Jet. You should be getting some pressure on main A, main B, trying to adapt what they're doing and trying to also counter-stat. This time the Tejo is not having the utility, this 45 seconds bridge. So probably there is a chance that we can maybe see them shining with this combo.
I really like this. Obviously, the Jet on Vut, he has whipped it out before. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but on the whole, I think people enjoy it. People enjoy seeing him on this. Certainly a global event, absolutely fabulous, fantastic on this agent. Mini Boo, again, on that Yoru. I know you wanted to see a Neon, but you understand why they go for something like this. And of course, Benji the Fish is going to be on the Cypher instead of the KJ. All very, very, very interesting. And you cannot not like and not enjoy Arian Sober. He's just so good.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say as well is Mini Boo and Vut have just played that duelist role together previously on Haven, so they're warmed up and ready. And I feel like at this point, they are so aggressive and they know exactly how each other plays. So I do think that's going to work to their advantage coming into Pearl as they do it so often.
And also bringing Yoru instead of bringing Neon is going to be much better for them. But right now, with the middle they're playing and playing against the combo they're playing, having a strong operator where they can be flexing and moving in between A and B is a good spot for Mini Boo and also for good playing that Jet.
Was that Rian's mum?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
There is a mother in the audience. I love
shout out. That's someone's mother, you know. So shout out.
Absolute legend. I love it.
I was like, where are we going with this? This is it, you know. Heretics, they could come out of this with a very solid 2-0, which makes the game next week extra interesting and extra entertaining, because that will be the one that settles which team comes out and secures Seed 1. But for Na'Vi, they have to try and fight back here. We're talking about a team that's haunted the dreams of Shao and Angel since last year, where over time and time again, every single time where they looked good as a team, they will go up against Team Heretics, and Uli, they will just lose all their confidence after, because they either get knocked out by this team or they end up losing this team and then getting knocked out the week after.
I would like to know if it's really a mental issue at that moment. It's a block when you're playing against Team Heretics, because sometimes we've seen this kind of curse that's being there, and I have to say that Heretics already broke itself, because don't remember, we have to remember last week they played against Vitality. It was the first time that Heretics got to win them. It's not be Na'Vi winning for the first time. I don't think so, but maybe they could try. And also last year, I remember that they won both times on qualifying match and on playoff, both of them eliminating match. Sorry. But also they win on the regular season. I think it was 3-0 last year.
Sorry, as if we just showed a sign that says Tech Pause presented by Pansy.
I never got to do my Tech Pause song.
Okay, let's do your Tech Pause song.
Even though it's not technic. Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a Tech Pause.
It is.
I hope the imagery, the directors can bless you with some good imagery for this. A music video from Meg. Take it away.
Everybody, I'm going to set the scene. The stage is red. Lauren is in the building. And it's about to go down. Okay.
Let's go.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no more. But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
I love Valorant! Let's go, Valorant!
Yeah.
I feel like the crowd really enjoyed that. I saw a couple of girlies bopping their heads.
Thank you.
Shout out to those girlies bopping their heads.
I'm glad I got my girlies support.
I want to make sure we work on getting, securing the rights to that, making a jingle, so we can maybe play it every time it happens. What are the lyrics again? I want to learn the lyrics.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no more. But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant.
Nice. What do you think about that, Uli? Can you translate that into Spanish for,
I have it here
for the international audience?
It's hard one.
Yeah?
Tenemos una pausa técnica, cerrad las puertas. Está muy triste la audiencia, así que empezar a gritar no, no más. Pero la vida es difícil y estas cosas a veces pasan, así que vamos a levantarnos todos y a gritar ¡que amamos el Valorant!
Yeah. Vale. Okay, if that is not the greatest thing ever heard, because over in Americas, I believe G2 have a song, and I love you G2 so much, but that song is diabolical. So I think if we start making our own songs, if we start doing our own jingles, I think we can, rival them. We can really one up them on everything we do anyway.
And we can do several remixes for every emotion.
Yeah, maybe like team specific.
Yeah.
We can do some team specific ones.
Listen, if anybody after the Koi chant as well, I feel like I'm really making a name for myself in the songwriting Valorant sphere. So look, if anybody's looking for a new jingle or a jam, I'll do it free of charge. Just let me know.
Don't price yourself down. You gotta be. You should be.
I want my talent to be seen and heard.
Okay, but only in EMEA, right? You're not. America's come knocking. You're gonna say no.
No, that's a big hefty charge. If you're from America.
I like that. Stay away.
Dale a
we
tu
got.
cuerpo alegría, Macarena, que tu
Do you know
cuerpo es
what?
para darle alegría, cosa buena. It's the song.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I think Maddie pop off queen. I think if we do the Tech Port song, we gotta do a Tech Port dance. It's only natural that we have a dance that goes with the song.
I think we get Boaster on that one.
Yeah, we need. I think we need the Robbie BK. We throw in the Robbie BK in there as one of the moves. We throw in the Fnatic exercise.
Yeah.
So what other icon? Maybe the Gaius chest bash.
Yeah.
Chest pump. Yeah. I think we got
a desk smack.
Also, table smashing the table should be in.
No, I don't think we should smash the table because I think that's going to cause more tech pauses.
A pencil, just throw in the pencil like LOL times.
Yeah, I don't think that should happen. All right, okay. Oh, yes, they know exactly what I'm talking about. This crowd slaps. Best crowd in the world, by the way.
Yeah.
I love our crowd today. They're joining in. Oh wow, okay. It's been one map. Is that you out there, Uli? That's something a plant, a Heretics plant that you
It's
sent
my
in
pay
there?
actor.
Uli just plants people in the crowd to big up Team Heretics. But I'm glad that we have some Team Heretics fans in the crowd because they'll remember Voots Jet. And just to give you a tidbit, shout out to our stats. God, Captain Cal. Can I get a move for Captain Cal? Woo. Lovely. He just informed me the last time we saw Voot play Jet, it was on Icebox, EMEA Stage 2 last year versus Koi. Yeah, and Koi won that map.
Wow.
Yeah, Koi won that
Maybe
map.
How the
Navi
tables have
can win
turned.
today.
Yeah, I mean, they were really good at Icebox last
It's
year.
funny
I really enjoyed it.
because probably most of the people, the Spanish, that's gonna be looking on the co-streamers right now. I'm gonna tell you a meme about Navi.
Oh, hit me. Is it
and Movistar
B2B?
Koi. No.
Oh.
We have to go back to 2023. It was a tech pause where Navi was meeting Koi. And
I remember this. Yeah, carry on.
after that tech pause, I had to call in Spanish that run was for Navi because it was an issue, an exploit, and it was run for Navi. And I said in Spanish, ronda para Navi. And that becoming a meme for the Koi community, and every single tech pause, doesn't matter which team are playing, every single Koi fan is gonna say Ronda para Navi.
It's a dream of mine to become a meme, so
Can
you're
you
living my dream.
Can you repeat that in Spanish, Meg? Can you?
Say that again.
Yeah.
Go again, Uli. Give me one more time.
Ronda para Navi.
Ronda para Navi.
Well done.
Buenísimo.
Gracias.
Buenísimo.
Buenísimo. Oh, I think I'm afraid you have to sing your song, Meg. They're dancing. You gotta sing your song.
Here, let me do my song.
Yeah.
Can you beatbox?
They're dancing the Macarena.
Okay.
It's amazing.
But we're doing it to the new song.
We're doing it to the new song, Uli. Can you give us a beat?
Give us a beat, Uli.
Can you give us a beat?
I will try.
Yeah.
We got a tech call, shut the doors, crowd are sad screaming, please no more, but life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
I honestly think they love Valorant. Like, I think I thought I love Valorant, but then I saw Maddie and Mia at Mouse in the crowd, and I'm like, no, they love Valorant.
Yeah,
I don't love Valorant, they love Valorant.
I think the way that people from Europe and America express love for things differently. Do you know what I mean? Like, from Americas, it's real enthusiasm, like real energy, and I think from anywhere in Europe, it's. I mean,
no, not Turkey. Turkey, they do things, or France,
yeah,
or Spain. So basically the UK.
Just the UK. Okay,
just the UK.
Thank you.
Just the UK.
The miserable Brits.
While we're here, while Mia is being shown on camera, let me give you guys some Mia Mouse lore, because I love her, but I might accidentally send some haters her way by saying this. But she is a judge-only Raze main.
Oh,
she is a menace.
You're definitely doing her dirty here.
No, but she's so good at it.
She
like,
is.
I see her TikToks and I'm like, she's got the techers.
She's
She has got the
unbelievable,
techers.
but people won't even care.
Yeah, but just the techers are crazy. I've seen her do unbelievable things with a judge on Raze.
I think she's the one person I would let judge me in the face.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice.
No.
I think if she's got the judge, it's gonna get you in the face.
Yeah.
It is gonna get you. I'm trying to think if we have any shotgun players in this matchup. I don't.
We did see Vut Garage Haven with a judge.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
yes.
So we
I think
saw a bit
Boo
of
is
that.
partial. Boo is partial every now and then, but they're all Sheriff players.
Yeah. And Xiao, long time ago on Split, used to play a lot of Judge.
He did, you're right, he
But
did.
it's long time ago. I'm talking about maybe 2022.
Yeah. Do you remember
Or
when they tried to
2021.
play Sober on Split? Just for the bants.
I do.
Yeah.
I remember it was against G2
Yeah.
on Ignition Finals.
Well, do you guys know what? We, I believe, have sorted the issues. I gave Minnie such a lovely welcoming on map 1, so it's only fair to send this back to the 2011 Vita Novaland runner-up, Lauren Pansy Scott.
Get off the esports
Right, what was
earnings
that one?
website. It was just a random event Tom put on. It's
Mine wasn't even
at
online.
least
That
on
was
second.
online.
I think I've outdone you at Epic Lands and iSeries too.
I want an Epic LAN.
Have you?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Epic LAN 8? 7?
I don't believe you for a second. If we can get the stats guy on that one, any proof would be ideal. However, thank you for your patience. We are being told, don't start. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Hold on. Oh, you guys are demanding of production more than I am. Even the Angel fans are asking for it. The timer in-game has started. We're at 29 seconds. 28. We're getting there, folks. We've made it. Oh, the atmosphere in here is electric.
It's been a long week.
It has, and we've all collectively lost our minds together, and there's something quite beautiful about it. So we focus up with 8 seconds remaining, and hopefully no red stages. So, map 1 was a 13-3 blowout. Heretics did what we expected. This, however, is a different scenario. Mini, this is very much a arena for Na'Vi to do quite well in, so we focus towards Heretics for now as they are on the attack. Na'Vi are on the defending side. And we'll check in to see how this goes. Already a lot of presence towards Art.
Ooh, already. Ooh. Sorry, it's really the V, the W, it's whoop. Sorry, whoop. Already getting impact on that jet.
He certainly is, but Rienz has fallen to Koala Noob, so trying to bring back these numbers. Rook sick. The flash just caught him in the end. Koala Noob, the only one to really keep this even in the realms of reality for Na'Vi. But the plant's going to be in, and they are ready for this. Stacked up towards Pit. Does leave the plant a little vulnerable, but now support can come in, and they know where Hero is.
tough task from Hero. He's won a clutch from here before, but this time on the retake, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
Oh, it is, especially on 19 HP. And you were kind of enjoying Na'Vi on this map in moments, and we'll get into that once we get past this, once this is confirmed, because you can see the reposition from Heretics too. They're not taking any chances, going to make this very hard for Hero. Trying to pull off a 1v3 like this, if no one's giving you isolated fights, it's tough. And I think they know now the time is a huge indicator of this. Just a tap on the spike. Benji will give himself up for it, but it's fine again. Still got Miniboo and Boo there in case necessary. Job done. Round 1 in the bag for Heretics. But let's talk Na'Vi on this map, Mini, because there's a couple of key factors that you like about this.
Yeah, I mean, we cast our minds back to the desk when...
Cast our back minds.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Yinsu saying I'm a Na'Vi hater.
Yes.
And apparently, you know... But it's not true.
Okay.
I actually just hate teams on maps where I think they're not very good at.
My brother is
and
not
I think Pro is a map where they are very good at. Specifically the attack side, so hopefully when we get that map switch, half switch, we can see Na'Vi pick up the pace. Yeah. But what I love about them is on the attack side, just solid macro. I think most teams are going to veer towards that A main control, but Na'Vi, one of the teams understanding that B long's a very important part of the map. Art control is very important in this map, just like Heretics did last round. Defense, they're okay.
Okay, we'll see if they can make it through with enough rounds to play with. Yeah. That's a bigger thing here as well. Very patient and very, it seems, aware of what Na'Vi might be wanting to do. Boo reading it like a book. Again, Hero, last one alive. We've been here before. And this could be a really hard start. You're starting cold into this after a blowout map 1. A little extended pause there in the middle. Obviously, contractually, I have to have a tech pause. My personal sponsor paid for that slot. I'll use it as I want. But it does mean the Na'Vi are going to be feeling a little bit cold now. They need to warm into this game here. Oh, that's not how you do it.
Hero didn't have a great first map,
no.
So does need to warm up into it. Heretics, I'm interested by this comp. It's not a typical comp you see on this map, a little bit off-brand. You saw a very direct approach on the pistol, and I think that is the strength of the comp, just very direct. Anti-eco just seeing a very passive, safe approach. But into these gun rounds, interested to see what they do. The last time they picked Pearl, I was also quite impressed with how they approached the map.
Last Yoru standing wins.
But with a much different composition.
Go. First big challenge, first big test. And I love Woot in this role, but again, he's been taking... Oh! I thought he was taking damage, but it's fine. Beautiful reveal sent in from afar. That's a gift from Rien's there.
And A-main was all a ruse for this art walk down. Nothing there, but great control from Heretics.
Yeah, going through the motions really nicely. So I see those fundamentals in place. Got to see something to dissuade this outcome. As for now, they fought for the space. Apart from that, Kwalnoob has been finding this value. He was the one who found impact in the first, even turning the flash. Fight back from Hero. Finally, a player advantage here. Rien's, Boo, and Benji going to be put in place, even just Benji alive. A 1v4 too much, surely it is. Lovely synergy for the way back in for Na'Vi.
We talked about Hero needing to warm up into the series, and there we go, 3K off the bat. What I liked about Na'Vi there, not committing to that A site being relatively easy to retake. So if you do lose the numbers there, I will be grumpy Mini.
Also, I'm looking at the prompter here, and we're being rinsed.
Why is that? Mini earned £148 at 3 Epic Lands.
Yeah.
Look, it was a different era.
I only got 60, apparently, at Epic Land.
I already have more kills than last map. Let's go.
This is brutal. Brutal. I was coaching a couple of teams. I don't know if that counts, but
to be fair, if we were to do the maths, you did earn on average more than me in that head-to-head.
Esports has changed these days. Kwalanoob's got ult early on here, and I'm kind of liking what Kwalanoob's been up to. He's been looking pretty solid on this. Big redeeming factor for Na'Vi, even their more... Whoa, Smith-War? Still going to get that, are you? Fair play. Okay, Kwalanoób goes down. I was bigging him up. That's what I get, I guess. Cursing him. My bad. And then 4v4.
You can always expect Heretics, when they bring out something new, they're always going to have these micro plays, these new ideas, this creativity from the coaching staff. Nice to see already on Pro.
It's just slow mid-routing now, trying to reassess the scenario. We're going to be left inserted towards V long.
Could see here Heretics using the smoke, making it feel like a B long exec, but doing a little bit of shenanigans around middle.
Kind of posturing towards the side. Does that get rid of the alarm bot? It doesn't. So that keeps that security there, but they still have 2 players posted over towards this side. So Woot's creeping down. Shao tucks
just
stay.
hidden.
Did he see a barrel? He did. Oh! That's all you need if you're Woot. Just a pixel out of place. The body drops, but Angel unchecked on so far. This position always seems to be rewarded. Not today, though. Benji clears it fine, and now they've got to respect that smoke.
Boo also caught one with the lurk, getting it in second.
That is beautiful mid-rounding from Heretics. It's something that is such a strength for them. Finding options here, and I was worried when they weren't able to get rid of that alarm bot over towards Art that maybe they could have cheated that additional player over for Na'Vi, re-secured it, but again, Boo finding that space. The pixel that came through there, this is the one. Literally.
What I loved here as well is that traditionally you see a Jet player there, keep going.
Yep.
Woot disciplined enough to just wait for his teammates.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Not happy.
Yes, guys, let's go!
Good work.
I'm hoping to see some rounds here from Na'Vi. I do want to see their attack side against Heretics and how it plays up.
Well,
but not looking great so far.
Not yet. Not yet. We wait with bated breath. Hope sky high. We can will it into existence. I've seen a Bucky look rather good recently. Ruxic, you got any of that sort of magic? I don't think so. I don't think Heretics fancy going through choke points. Benji.
Nice little camera for Benji to be safe. Watching over middle. Heretics grouping towards A main. It's going to be a free site if they decide to commit.
Time to jump.
So far, good read of the approach. Clean on entry. A little bit of a chip damage coming in from, I guess, towards Art, but that's about it. And the patience. Let's see if it pays off here. Yeah, very disciplined from Benji. Might be overwhelmed, but no, that camera keeps security. Very well handled. Eventually traded in on, but he's done his job there. Now down to the remaining 3, Shao, Hero, and Angel. Now with the odds even further against him with the divide coming through. Miniboo just going to wait on the other side in case someone dares attempt it. But it's towards Woot. Yeah, sharp. Yeah, very sharp, and gets away with plenty of time to spare. This is looking sewn up again.
Yeah, I was interested by why this pairing of duelists for Heretics, the Euro and the Jet, but already Woot looking extremely comfortable taking all the space with the Jet. Fragging out, just like he was on ISO last map.
That's 3.
I was a little bit critical of the idea of them going double duelists on a lot of these maps, but it's been looking incredible so far.
Yeah. You're getting rinsed in Sliggy's chat, by the way.
For what?
I don't know.
I mean, I was startering earlier, and I've only won 180 quid at Epic Land apparently, but...
No, they're really going in.
What's this?
Look, they've realised they've been caught, so they're just trying to hide the evidence.
What was the evidence?
I'm just saying Yinzu was in there. She's been stirring the pot. She's stirring the pot. How did you feel about the chants, by the way?
The little, like... Well, it felt like a rap to me.
Yeah.
Like a little rap.
Yeah. Remind me when you're like doing, like in school, when there was like, don't worry, we can make maths cool with this simple rap. Meg's got a real cool.
Hey, I thought it was cool, okay?
Right. Well, for now, Na'Vi fighting for the space towards A main, which is a bit of a difference here. It feels like traditionally to this point, Heretics had won that out. This time, actually going to commit towards it. Wonder how long Angel wants to stay here, though, because it does get real tricky, yet having to backpedal, but at least finding indicators of presence.
It is a strength for the Na'Vi competition. They got the Astra, Teo Salvos to fight for that A main space if they want to. Usually you'll see Koala Noob there with them as the Yoru. But Angel having a bit of a day with the aim, so maybe just him is enough.
He's reset the tempo a little bit, and I like the Heretics are already looking for a new option. Now, Koala Noob's position, though.
Time is ticking away a little bit. Your ult's going to be big, though.
Yeah, he has to respect it. That's that sight on a platter, really. Miniboo trying to find his man, and I think he has. Yeah, commitment made. He's taken over so much space already. They're forced so deep here.
Just like I was talking about how the post plants on Haven A site are so strong, giving up this B site is a nightmare. The retake for Na'Vi is going to be very difficult. Your ult might be enough.
Might. switching out that operator here. Oh my word, that is a lot of bodies. This could be hugely valuable. Oh no! Woot had him red and gets another, bringing Na'Vi to their knees until now. A 3v3, but then Mini Boo is so much potential here. Angel's still standing though. Clears backside. He's got this. The first step in a long road back through here. Trying to check on the smoke, but the spam comes in and both players now noted. Who takes that next layer of contact? The time forcing the hand here. They've got to get moving, and Na'Vi know they're out of options, and they are out of this round. Another foul for Heretics, and the scoreline running away from them.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems that you'll see when teams are fighting so much on defense for that A main space, is B is a bit weaker, and then if you're losing B site, the retake's hard. We saw Heretics with great post-plant theory, having the Astra and Sova alive towards that B long. The rest of the players making the delay on the site, but Gravwell, shock darts and recons for that post-plant. Simple cleanup there for Heretics in the end.
It's normal pause. I get nervous. I've been hurt in the past. But Na'Vi do need to get a grip on this. Is there a simple solution that you see? Because, I mean, we get to see the full picture, but right now it feels like Heretics, their mid-rounding is just perfect.
I don't think they need to fight A main this hard. I think that they can play more for an art setup where they also want to make sure they're ready to fight for this B space if it happens. I think as long as they got some deep information towards B and then rotate quick enough towards B, they're fine. They look good on that A retake. Why not play towards that A retake?
Okay, maybe a couple options. I do wonder what they go for. It looks like Happy leading the conversation here between them and Na'Vi. I do worry. As much as we see strength in this team, this is a really hard way to start map 2 after what was a brutal map 1. Oh. Very nice.
Koala farming with the op this time around. Even on Raze, like I was watching VODs earlier, it seemed like every time he's playing Raze, it's almost looking like Jet or Yoru, like somehow, you know, Raze not traditionally the best operator. Duelist, but
it's scary times though, because we're having Woot having a game here. This time Angel not even going to get towards posturing that deep. Already forced away, so the question mark remains towards A main.
Yeah, but as I said, I didn't want Na'Vi to fight for A main. They've left Arc completely open, and I thought Arc was going to be the place that they needed to play heavier. And it becomes a problem. If Heretics get towards this A site and have Arc control the post plant, it's going to be difficult for Na'Vi. They have stacked 4 people now though, rotated across.
Right place, but we've seen the mid-rounding. That's where a lot of our compliments were placed towards. Koala Noob still in position here.
Heretics doing a Na'Vi cosplay.
Cage triggered.
Taking it very slow right now.
It's not 20 seconds yet, don't worry. There we go. Oh, I love that. On the corner, very heads up and cleared. Heretics, it just feels like they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Now, they find Hero. There's still Koala Noob. He's kind of your heavy hitter. And he's going to be spotted now off the back of the hat. And it looks like they still want to pressure the point, right? They're still heading this way. Disrespecting the operator in his hands, but Woot's managed to slip through. It's an awareness shown, but Woot is hitting today. And he slips away. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He's done the damage. Leaving Shao still alive with just a ghost. Rooksik, yeah, he's got the Vandal, and Koala Noob having to run this back with the operator. And the temptation surely to save becomes bigger and bigger.
He's going again.
Round 2. Oh man, this is... I guess that's how you answer a timeout, though. An in-zone flawless for Heretics and Na'Vi. Once again, the woes continuing. We were talking earlier about how this is a bit of a test of form. How do they shape up against the big boys, right? How do they look against your Vitality, Fanatics, your Heretics? And so far, it's not looking great.
No, yeah, Na'Vi this season, it seems like they beat the teams that they're expected to beat, but against the tougher opponents, a bit more tough.
One enemy
I did love that from Heretics though, the little push through into the sewer side through middle. The little jet updraft to distract the crosshair. Nice micro from the discipline as well. Wood's playing a good jet.
Over towards B.
Simple approach this time.
Yep. Keep it
Straight
simple.
exec.
Rooksik. now overwhelmed. Can he try and make it out of this with any positivity? Already going to be noted and spammed. Down to 47, he's in trouble. Hero fell, who's probably one of the closest, but he fights his way forward. Finding one in a second. Spins for the third! Ruxic putting up numbers for Na'Vi. But Woot's still breathing and Benji still standing. It ain't over yet. This might be too far, though. Benji late to the party as Na'Vi, off the back of Ruxic's work, give themselves a chance for a second. Benji, once upon a time, these 1v3s felt almost fated. Not today. Xiao there, and Na'Vi make it up to 2.
Yeah, beautiful round from Ruxic. He had a bit of a rough kickoff, but stage 1 he's been up there. I think him and Hero have been Turkish duo looking quite good on this team.
Yeah, spot on.
6-6, baby, let's go.
Nice little exec from Heretics, the double dive, you saw the TP and Woot going into the heaven.
Yep.
It looked good, but heroics from Ruxic in the end to win it for Na'Vi.
They got some ults now for Na'Vi. This could be it, 6-6, as said by Koala Noob. We gotta run it back every round.
All missiles away.
This is where I really expect them to be able to play these retakes. Hopefully towards the A side of the map. I don't want to see them dying whilst they have these ults on.
Hero, Xiao, and Ruxic are the 3. 1 off for Angel. And a heavier emphasis towards this B site for Na'Vi. Hero waiting. Feels that pressure building now.
It's clearing out the util. Heretics aren't fully grouped towards B. It's just trying to push off any info lines from Na'Vi, making sure they don't have information towards B long. Inserted Woot for an option later on. Gonna go back and explore elsewhere.
So far, so good. It's a very different tempo to this round. Patience being displayed.
Just bit of noise towards A, softening up that B side, and Woot's got a free kill onto Hero. That's one of those big ults down.
Yeah, 2 remaining. Ruxic 1, Xiao the other. Oh, the double stack is so nice though. The high-low there, just perfect.
30 seconds left.
But now they're looking elsewhere. They're trying to pivot back towards A, but it's going to be late.
Yeah, just 20 seconds left. If Koala can get one here, soften things up.
Oof. But this is getting so hectic here. 15 seconds. They ain't got much time. They got to go now. 12. Xiao, he's in place, in position. Spots out another. This is good from Na'Vi. There it is. The fight back we were waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, we were complimenting Heretics' mid-rounding, but if you mid-round and something goes wrong and you've left a little bit of time, those are those situations that can happen, especially when you're playing against those ults. Those ults could be used to stall, as we saw from Xiao. A bit of a melons moment from Heretics.
10 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Very nice. Heretics feeling enough of a resurgence to slow things down here. Wanted to keep control of this. They have a couple of ults of their own, and of course, we noted earlier that Na'Vi have 3 of theirs. So time to talk, time to check in.
Yeah, good time to take it. Lost 2 in a row, momentum shifted back to Na'Vi. And Heretics have 3 rounds to work with where this timeout could be useful.
Is it Weber having the chat there? I saw that Niels had finally stopped talking. He kind of led the initial part, but yeah, it looks like Boo kind of maybe going through the options of what they want to be doing. Yeah, Weber having the chat. Which chat do you prefer?
Which chat do I prefer?
No.
I mean, the Omen one.
Heretics hater. Crazy.
I mean, if I was going to wear a hat, it would be the Omen one.
Okay.
I think it'd be a bit weird if I wore the Heretics one.
Or it's just a leak. Maybe you're the third coach.
Ah, the secret, yeah.
Giving over the strats.
That's not a competitive integrity moment, potentially. I don't know.
What's competitive integrity, between friends? Focusing in now. It looks like Woot is banking on that ult. On the other side, though, they found a cure for the woes, Na'Vi. 2 back-to-back. Koala Noob in place. Last time forced off from this by Miniboo's ult. Now going to try and stand his ground, at least for a moment. Not too worried yet until then. Decides to respect it and fall away, but look at the reaction they've caused.
Yeah, 3 rotating towards B now, and Heretics walking towards this A site.
This could be Lovely. Xiao has to over-deliver. Already the knives start flying, the stall comes in, Woot trying to find his way forward. You can see them trying to gap close now. Xiao in trouble, he's gone. He couldn't stay alive much longer, it felt like, but still didn't even grab one with him. Sight under control now. Ult's still here for Na'Vi, we're hearing them go off here. Angel trying to find a connection, and he does. Good tags, great pick up onto Woot. And the plant not in play yet.
Miniboo's gonna have to fight out this one.
Oh, the shot goes through, this is time. Oh my god, what a shot! Miniboo dragging them down with him, costing them time and comfort. Divide on top, it's all three ults here, and Rien's might have been spotted getting closer now. I think they're aware of this. But he's gonna make the run, he goes down, but Benji ready and waiting, but it's up against Ruxic, the man who got Na'Vi started. Gonna get it to half, Benji, patience, looking like it's gonna pay! And Ruxic, a second to try and change his mind, was never gonna work out.
Yeah, and even with the Killjoy Astra ult combo, it's not enough for Na'Vi. And I gotta highlight Xiao there. I think he's got stuck on the back of that A site by himself. In a round where we have these big retake ults, I think that's a blunder by him, but great kills from Miniboo here. Shot himself out of that corner nicely.
Bro, give me that handshake. Bang.
Big round there. You love a coach reaction, don't you?
It was Neil looking into the sky, like talking to God himself, just thank you.
It is pretty sick though. I mean, you just got all the ults out of Na'Vi. You just turned that on its head after a couple of rounds that Na'Vi looked like to be rekindling some of that fire, but pulling off the perfect fake.
Portal closed.
It's been a long day. He wants to get back. Another simple approach for Heretics, grabbing that orb towards A, moving towards B. Astra ult online, very strong towards that B side of the map, able to facilitate the plant and get into a good post plant quite a lot of the time.
Revealing area.
Alright, this is good from Angel. Whoa, a little slow on the corner, gonna be punished for that, down to 39. And there's commitment here, that's all the players seen. We'll try and play on this smoke. Na'Vi have made the rotations, but the divide comes in as you expected. And it just doesn't. It feels like Angel just didn't expect Woot to go that far. And he absolutely does. Now Na'Vi gonna be held back, forced to respect this ult. Spikes in. Na'Vi, what do you have left to do with this now? Woot waiting, and now striking. Miniboo the first to find it, Xiao falls, we're down to 3. And the chaos continuing on the site, leaving Hero, Ruxic, and Koala Noob in a world of trouble. Miniboo doubles down, and the save becomes, well, it feels like imperative. That operator a prize possession, dragged out of the hands of Koala Noob. As Miniboo carrying on his march towards the remaining Na'Vi man.
Looks like Ruxic should get away with this. Economy low for this last round from Na'Vi. Heretics like the approach, very simple, very standard, very known. But I did like the little addition to that Woot updraft onto the box.
Okay.
Being able to go through that Astra wall on a very awkward angle. But like I said before, playing retake towards that B side of the map, that retake's hard.
Miniboo's got ult as well. 2 off from Koala Noobs. Oh man, this is getting tough. Because as you said, we hoped we had enough rounds to witness the other side on this map, but 3 is looking minimal. Hoping they can get another here, so we at least get to see what that side looks like for Na'Vi. And that's
smoke.
That's. Oh god. Oh god, Koala Noob. Takes a lot of damage just to pick that Vandal up. And now Miniboo gonna try and spring into action and take the space away too. Spots out at least another. It's gonna be, I think that was Angel potentially, yeah, it's Koala Noob the one over towards the other side. But Angel, a lot to navigate through here and a lot of problems to try and clear.
Just the Sabers ready for this retake. Nothing too much from Na'Vi. should be another comfortable position for Heretics.
Should be. Can anything change that outcome for Na'Vi, though? No Rooksik to have that moment of the 3K again. Rien's going to find the connection on Koala Noob. Hero doing well. Xiao on the follow-up, punishing Miniboo. Hold on, it's not over yet. We're into a 3v3. But the time ticking, and Rien sets himself up for success. As Hero and Xiao trying to step into the ring, and it's not looking good. Xiao is going to be on a heater. He's got his ult. He's got the right choice here. Boo has to play forward, and Boo does enough, calm and composed. And minimal rounds to be walked away with for Na'Vi. Managing 3 is going to put a lot of strain on them going forward, as diligent as we may say they are on this other side. Their work is now going to be incredibly hard to try and close this one out in a positive aspect.
Revealing area. Perfect.
Look, Mini, 3 rounds to Na'Vi. I think you were highlighting you wanted to see Na'Vi on this side of things. Being realistic, is this enough room, or do you think this might be a little out of their reach?
I think it might be a little bit out of their reach just because, like, do they have the mental fortitude to know that their attack is as good as what I actually think it is? Like, I think it's a really good attack side, but 3-9 down, got blown out on the first map.
Yeah.
Gonna need to at least get the pistol to get some momentum going.
No, it's it is uphill, but it's round by round, right? And it starts really in this pistol, and it's imperative now for Na'Vi. Anything less than a good start is going to be a problem.
Right here.
We see the ghosts coming out and about for Heretics with the Sheriff on Miniboo. On the other side, no Sheriffs, just those 3 ghosts.
Interested to see what Na'Vi do with this insert. Heretics don't know. Koala sneaking up.
Yeah, this jump spot's not going to see it, and he's going to hear this. There we go, nice. Patience shown by Koala Noob there. Didn't get ahead of himself, and that's a big scalp to claim. Rien's going down, opens up chances. You clear Woot though, don't you? You clear Woot, don't you? You clear Woot! Well, that's what you get when you don't.
Yeah, Heretics didn't move at all from that kill, from that death even. Able to answer back. We already see Miniboo getting all that information.
Oh, this is tough now. Woot in the right place, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. He can't really evade this. He has to stand and deal with it. It looks like he wants to fight forward. Feeling a bit brave, and that's why sharp shooting from Woot. And now the rest of the cavalry's arrived. Boo's on the case. Na'Vi have to dig deep here. Angel and Hero in combination. But look at Miniboo's positioning. Long way around, and patience from Boo. Brothers in arms now, Miniboo. Oh, this is the death of them, surely. Oh, look at this. Oh, no, shooting with the Sheriff in the back. There's something about it. I tell you. No way! Gosh, shades of Nuke and Nico in the back of my mind, but Angel pulls it off and gives Na'Vi a lifeline.
Yeah, I was about to say how Heretics were shooting so nicely into this round.
There's something about it, though. If someone's turned around,
no,
it's just...
True, it's true. I'll give him a free pass.
You get that. You get one. You get one. Especially at the scoreline. But that is a huge sigh of relief for Na'Vi.
Yeah, needed that pistol, honestly. I don't think they had a
To be
chance
honest,
in
I
this
would
game
prefer
to get it.
Sheriff and fist bump Ruxic. Two things which is priority, okay?
Miniboo does have a marshal into this one. Classics for everyone else. He's looked so good today with all the snipers.
But this shouldn't go anywhere. It really shouldn't. You're looking at 5 for Na'Vi.
I'm trying to reverse curse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Na'Vi taking space. This is good. Boot timing. Ooh, I think Kuala Noob saw him there. Yeah, he did. The pathing from Na'Vi.
It's curious, given, you know, you usually don't want to go through those tiny alleyways against classics or potentially shorties.
No shots coming in this time for Miniboo. Cross to be made, plant to be in, Na'Vi. This could be another.
Yeah, set up nicely the post plant, 2 killjoy mollies, art control, everything you need.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Xiao's there. Don't worry. Xiao's in the building now. Ignore what happened on that B site earlier. All good. Woot and Benji. Didn't see much from it.
Last player.
It's already, yeah, there it is. Nice. Na'Vi, make it through with 4 standing. That's round 5. This is perfect. We wanted to see this. The fight back for Na'Vi. Maybe a chance to show what they can do here.
Yeah, bonus round for Na'Vi, but the economy looking good. If they convert this round, their economy is going to be insane, and Heretics is in the bin.
What's the buy, though? The bonus... Okay, that Outlaw with Ruxic is interesting me. You've got 3 light shields to work against. That's some potential. And pace to start with. Na'Vi bullying their way down A main.
Ruxic's already out on that B line with that Outlaw. He's going to get information there. Hero's in a tough spot though. 3 Heretics players right beside him.
It's just a little pop flash waiting, isn't it? Look at this setup.
Trap play.
Yep. They're going to hear these steps towards A main.
Ruxic's getting good information here. Might call the team back. Feels weak on B. And he would be right. Like I said before, if they get this B site, retaking B is hard. So good call from Na'Vi.
It's a lot on Benji's shoulders.
There.
Well, he's cam towards that kind of mid-link, but other than that, very open towards long. Only one indicator of presence. A lot of util. I think he knows, yeah, he can't stick around on this too long. Calls in the cavalry, but let's look towards mid. Hero. Oh, he's cleared quick. I thought he might be able to maybe do a bit of damage, take one with him. No. Okay, game back on now.
Getting proactive with that mid push.
Want to take some space back. I like this. Benji seems aware of the possibility, though. Yeah, triple swing. Oh my word, Boo just puts himself to the blender. Benji having to turn it, respect it, but they punish him for this. This is great. With a trade out of space, Miniboo taken back from the site. We're down to 2. Ruxic and Kuala Noob trying to do some damage. Miniboo on a tear, but a 2v1 in time. They want the ace, but I think Heretics just want the round. And Ruxic might have to go wide to try and deny this one. Oh, he can't see the defuse. Woo just has to defend. And yeah, it's stunning, and it is an ace for Miniboo.
Yeah, the retakes are hard, but if Miniboo's running around, shooting them all, easy stuff for him.
Oh man, and I feel there for Hero, because it felt like there was a chance for a bit more maybe.
If they're going to be hypercritical, I think that he shouldn't be in that forward position already. Just
slip back, play back now, yeah.
If they push mid, you can see them run away. If they don't push mid, then go for that link there. You saw Benji, he had the Cypher cam ready when that happened. I guess the turret is there for him, but overwhelmed in the end.
Okay, Na'Vi, this doesn't completely change things. That was, I believe, their bonus, so again, they're fine. This is the buy back into it, right?
They're so close to being that round that could have changed everything.
And the setup never got found, right? It never got sniffed out, it never got cleared or seen, so they run back to
That's
it.
the beauty of playing traps on defense. If it doesn't get caught, you just run it again, because why wouldn't you?
Flame is building. But Boo this time falls very early, and we've seen this as kind of like a 1-3-1 setup. That little trap play towards Art, but I don't know if they're going to hear any of these steps. I think they're going to be shift walking by the time they're getting closer, but there's a lot of faith in this. Not getting a reward now.
With this AX, I want to see what space Na'Vi end up taking. Like, do they try and push through the CT for their post plant? Do they push through into Art to take some fight? What space do they want for this post plant?
I almost wish Kwanu did take a look towards Other just to see what he'd find, because they're going to try and backfill this. Yeah, Woot's going to go forward. This is going to be a crunch now. Rienz actually gets Angel on the way through. Kwanu is the one to try and save them. And already slipping away, though. Miniboo falls. It felt like it was, you know, half-cooked almost. Rienz and Benji now. Tricky. Beautiful from Na'Vi. Kwanu pathing back here to make sure that crunch didn't come into play was the right call. Now Na'Vi very much in the driving seat.
Yeah, Benji's going to go for the save. Not even a great gun here. Just the Guardian. Yeah, I think I got to be critical about Heretics there. Like, Na'Vi, they've done well, the AX, like, whatever, but we're playing a heavy Art setup. Holding on to Art for that retake. What are Na'Vi going to do? All they're going to do is they're going to have to push CT. As long as you contain that CT space, they don't have any space to work with from an A main exec. I don't think the post plant is good enough without Art control, in my opinion. So I think the flood-in attempt from Heretics there was a massive mistake.
And I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We've seen the outcome right in front of our eyes, and it's obviously the save for Benji, and of course another correct step for Na'Vi. And this was kind of the midst of the battle, trying to flood back in, but kind of put himself in that pinch position, right? It just didn't work out how they wanted. And maybe there should be layers to this trap play if they want to go back to it, but looks like that's off the menu for now, as the Classics and Guardian are all they can bring in with.
That goes there.
Yeah, Heretics, just that Guardian, one Sheriff.
This should be 7. I say should. We haven't seen too many messy enter. Oh god, what was I saying? What am I saying? Miniboo. That was a headshot as well. Okay. But again, you know, realistically, you still got 4 rifles.
With rifles.
Yeah, and you got the divide as well. Lots of nice stuff here. Lots of nice stuff.
I've had this over ult, but someone died.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh my god.
What's this about? I don't fully understand the investment of that, but it's getting a bit dangerous now. This reposition down long is coming in. Heretics need to make their move. Na'Vi should be fine. Should be fine, should be fine, should be fine. Everything is fine because Xiao's here. Takes away Miniboo. Yeah, lovely. This is good. Na'Vi doing exactly as prescribed. But bloody hell, I get nervous.
A bit of a wasted ult in my opinion from Xiao, but got 4 afterwards, so he's, you know, close to it already again. Halfway there.
Have we seen, I swear these tail ults have been absolute bin juice.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah.
I feel like no one's really found something for it.
They look bad when they look worse than what they are sometimes, if that makes sense. If someone calls or someone's close and then used.
I mean, to be fair to Xiao, he's already got it halfway back almost at this point, right? So it's like, fair enough, maybe...
He's having a game, 20 to 9. I didn't quiet one of those quiet games where he's just popping off and not realizing.
But, just, don't love it, but it's all right.
Yeah, to me there, like using it for the post plant seems like a reasonable idea.
Sure.
You know, Salvo's a backup. If we really need to use the ult, use it
another tool.
as another tool.
Yeah.
Save it for next, if not.
And it feels weird to be critiquing usage of an ult when we're so often saying, oh, these teams aren't using their ults, you know, in the quote-unquote correct ways, or, you know, using them when they have them. But yeah, that one, is what it is. We're, you know, being a little critical, but...
At the end of the day, won the round.
Yep. Round win. Love it. Big fan.
It was that low buy from Heretics.
Yep. And this is another timeout just being burnt through, so...
The economy again for Heretics, though, if they lose this round again, they're in a rough situation. Na'Vi's bank account is looking tasty.
Yeah, they've built up some good old money. Rook 6 sitting on 6k, 4k, 4.8 for Xiao. 6 for Hero, yeah, it's lovely. And again, nice to see Xiao looking solid here. It is a quiet performance, though. It's not like, oh, cool, another ace coming in. But he's been, I mean, he's leading the board overall.
Another A main fight for Heretics. I'm not sure exactly what it is they see on this side of the map. Na'Vi aren't contesting too much.
And if only they had that little trap play in place.
Yep.
Not to be this time, though. An Angel feeling some pressure, feeling the presence, and slipping away from this. Got to be cautious with that spike. Don't want to lose it in these predicaments. Koala noob, hold on, easy. Okay. Gets out of there, deals with the util, and backs away. We're still above a minute.
Yeah, just taking that util out from Art, making sure that info isn't there for Heretics. They have inserted Jet into A main, though. So there is a bit of information on that side of things.
Yeah, they've pulled the rotation, which I like to see. It's good for Na'Vi. This might make him second guess. I'm waiting to see what the pathing is. It's weird again. Is this a Na'Vi-esque round from Na'Vi?
Both teams exploring this space. It's like weird. It's a weird space to explore.
Yeah, Miniboost is agreeing. He's like, this is weird. We're at 35 seconds and something weird is happening. Where are they? Because they're not in art. They're not over. They're not in mid. Guys, I think they're coming towards you on B. Get ready. What the hell is going on here? Trying to play a little bit of a crossfire. Oh, Rien's clean as you like. This felt awful. A little overcooked and just not done in the middle. End zone flawless. What was the intention, Mini?
The intention was to do a B split. And if you've heard me cast before, you probably heard me say that I hate B splits because you got to go for a tiny choke point. Through the tiniest choke point in the game you got to run out of. They've got to use a Euro TP in the corner. It's the easiest kill of, I think it was Benji's life, just sat in that corner next to the cage, knowing that Euro's going to TP by himself and die. And then Riens just has to take a nice little off angle. Nice shots from him, but, you know, there are too many angles to clear, and it's such a tight choke point. I do not approve. Do not approve of the B split. Saying all these nice things about their attack side, you know, using that B long control, using art control, and then they throw in a B split, and I just disappointed.
Oh no, they're disappointed.
Disappointed.
Do you ever tell Boasty you're disappointed when they played a bad game? Disappointed in you. You ever hit him with a disappointed
No,
dad?
I don't think so.
No.
I think my face did enough to...
Yeah, your coach cams were lethal. If your boys ever watched that back, it was brutal. Even in the
We
wins.
would VOD review sometimes with it, and I'd have to remember which parts I was very angry at. Just skip very quickly through.
In the 2x speed, don't worry about it, guys. Anyway, into the next one. Okay, 7-11. Look, as much as Na'Vi looked very competitive here, there was a big advantage on the half for Heretics, right? So they're very close. A couple mistakes, a couple missed calls, and that would be enough for Heretics to push through towards a 2-0. Na'Vi can't afford to be making those mistakes. They still have the money to get this purchase here, still have these ults that I feel like they've been sat on for quite some time now.
Yeah, the irony to me is if Na'Vi played with the game plans they have before, where they're using this B long space, they would notice that Heretics are playing extremely weak on this side of the map, could get a very easy plant down and win the rounds like they have done in this half already. This time a B long pressure, but look at these two ready. Looks like they might go for a little bit of a fake towards B long with two lurkers coming through late.
Okay, like seeing the divide. Whoa! That was Koala Noob who barely came out breathing from that. And yeah, he stabbed Benji, backfills the space, disrespecting it, doesn't care. Miniboo trying to bait it out, trying to play this one forward, but they're just greeting Na'Vi on all occasions. Riens from afar gets his shot as well. It looks like Angel took a boatload of damage. What? Oh no, okay, it was Xiao who got that, but Benji is immovable, it looks like. Ruxic and Hero, positions are seen. This map feels inaccessible. And Benji's had a round. We noted this side looked weaker from the mini-map, but Benji putting up numbers. Once again, Na'Vi held in this terrible choke point. Spike down towards long, trying to daisy chain their way in, Babu. Making light work of what Ruxic was trying to do as Hero's options become nil.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, gotta say in this one, the chaos the Heretics caused and Benji at the helm of it was magnificent.
Yeah, Benji played fantastic, but the unsung hero that round for me was Riens. He droned back through middle and caught those two sneaky pests trying to lurk through that B doors. And it meant that Na'Vi's exec looked a bit awful because there's only 3 people there.
Feel-good moment, though, for Benji. Quieter side of the map. Sometimes feeling a little bit behind the curve on it. But they're showing his presence. We've been seeing this A-main push-up from Heretics that I don't think has been challenged by Na'Vi traditionally yet. Oh, there's bodies here. Oh, no. Why do I feel this is going to work? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. But you check on Woot, right? You clear this. Yeah, there we go. Going through the motions, but it shows a lot of intent to invest this amount of utility here, especially the Aldrone to follow. And Woot playing it to the second, but backs away.
Yeah, unlucky there. Angel didn't get the tag, otherwise he would have popped his server ult.
But look at the damage he's taken for this as well now. Down very low. Does only have the Sheriff, but still. Shao one off from his ult here. Should be able to get that ult orb if they feel that they can secure it, but the amount of bodies from Heretics on this side of the map is vast.
Looks like Angel's going to set up his ult and pray, but Heretics looking to re-clear.
Woot is such a risky player. Happy to take those chances. Where do you place this one? Towards pit?
Yep. 4 players here from Heretics.
And they're not sitting deep. They're sitting close. Woot's fancying another go at this. This time going to be damaged up, but nothing there to really force him away. No Aldro now. The dart already got used. Now comes the fight, though. You're going to have the Hunter's Fury coming in. Rien's going to find Hero. Finally cleared out his Woot, though. Took a lot to try and push him off the angle. Boot's going to hold this down. Oh, my word. We're down to Boo and Benji up against Ruxic, Angel, and Shao. Angel earlier on so damaged. Still a divide for Boo as well. Plant in play. Doesn't get to deny. Boo wants to fight. He gets it, but he doesn't win it. Angel still standing on only 10 HP. Looking bulletproof until now. Benji, can you clutch up, roll it back? No, Shao extends play. Na'Vi still alive.
Sound a little bit like a broken record, but once again, Heretics, I think, overcommitting on that A side. You know, they had the 4 players there. I mean, Shao has had to hit some shots to go through and trade up all that out. I know playing towards that pit and playing for the retake would have been difficult against that tail ult, but just maintaining that arc control for me would have been enough.
Without Shao, though, I feel like this map would have been wrapped up before.
Nice, Shao!
Beautiful from him. Nice to see that as well, because I feel like we talk about a lot of the other players, Koala Noob having impact, and here and there others. And it doesn't feel like Shao's had that conversation in a minute, but rinse and repeat feels like the answer. Adjustment made on the other side is Woot, though, with the operator. And this time, obviously, none of those ults to bank on, barring Heroes. But not going to commit to getting that ult orb yet.
Yeah, Na'Vi have gone back to standard Pearl. Go towards A main. Maybe go back to explore B. Starting Ruxic, though, as the Astra on that A side of the map. Not sure how he's going to get into play later. Who's going to peek after this drone?
Cool. Hero, there we are. He's awake. Benji, he over-delivered last time from a position somewhat similar to this. Are we going to have another Benji round, or can Na'Vi hold on? Benji again! Rolling it back, that's his site you're trying to take! And he's having none of it, down to just Ruxic in a 1v3, and he could not be further away, Mini.
30 seconds left.
No. 1v3 needed for Na'Vi to stay in this one. Gets the first.
Okay.
Bit of a drive-by.
You got
20
more
seconds,
of that.
though.
All right, Ruxic, you pulled off that miracle earlier on that first half. That 3K was gorgeous, but this, 12 seconds. And Rienz, does he wait? He does, Plant's coming in. Ruxic doesn't get away. Heretics get the job done. Na'Vi couldn't quite get enough rounds on that first half to really challenge here in the second.
No, but Heretics looking good. A 2-0, they'll take that one. They can contend for first seed next week against Fnatic, and I think that that's the kind of level we're talking about with Heretics now. You know, they had a bit of a rough kickoff. They looked a bit shaky coming into stage 1, but I think they're looking strong. One of the best teams in our region, I'd say.
Yeah, I think you're right with that, and this was that litmus test, right? We were talking about this. How does Na'Vi compare up here? Still very much towards the top for Heretics. Na'Vi, they were sat at, what, 2 wins, 1 loss until now, losing out to Fnatic earlier. Now going to be sat on 2 apiece. But still, I think there was room for them there, Mini, but it just didn't come through. Just not quite enough space. And Heretics closing out in 2 maps. I think a lot of us were a bit worried about the veto. Well, we had nothing to be worried about. Looking solid across the board, a lovely performance throughout. Yeah, absolutely stunning from them. The crowd, got to give them a shout out as well. They have been marvelous today as well. So appreciate you guys for being very much involved. However, we have a bit of a treat coming up. So let's take a look at the PaySafe card play of the week. Of course, it's going to be Mr. Fallen's Bucky Ace just earlier today against KC. Let's have a little reminder of this one. Yeah, this was quite pleasant, wasn't it? Are you
FC,
a Bucky
like
enjoyer?
A Bucky FC, that's a reference to me. Summon FC. I didn't actually see this earlier.
I saw the end of it, I didn't see the start. It's pretty wild. Like, look at this. Yeah, real nice, real nice. You can't deny that sort of thing.
If you're gonna get a Bucky Ace, it's gonna look something like that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. My ranked games will now be absolutely insufferable for the next couple of goes. Yeah, you gotta love it. All right, but again, the day is not done.
Hey,
just yet. It's not done just yet. Yes. There's an earthquake apparently. That's amazing. That's amazing. But to round out the day and wrap up the day, we're going to hand it over to Yinzu with Woot and Benji.
Very much. It is not quite Boo. We do have, I think you said, I don't know, we've been here for too long. But congratulations, boy, that was a fantastic performances. We've seen a string of fantastic performances from you guys now. So I wanted to start by asking you, is this the 2024 Heretics bag or maybe even a new and improved, better Heretics? Benji, I'll start with you.
I think we took a little time to warm up this year, but I think we're definitely back. I think you can tell from our gameplay. We're actually a team now. Whereas in kickoff, I think we were a lot of individuals that couldn't shoot very well. But now we're a team who can shoot well, and that's why you're getting these performances from us.
We're officially back.
Officially.
I mean, I think we are completely better than last year. Like as a mental, like we have experience now. Like for example, if we had that tech issue today, we would saw off and we would lose that map for sure.
New and improved, you know, yes. some same things, but some really nice new things. And speaking of new things, now Vuj, you don't have to play the Astra anymore. This week, we didn't even see Tejo, no KO. You're just ISO Jet everywhere. Is this your version of living your best life?
I think so. I am so happy that I'm playing like duelist in a couple of maps. Thanks to my coaches, first of all, and then thanks to my teammates that letting me play that duelist that I wanted so much. So yeah. Thank you, Sean.
Wait, okay. So what was the reason behind bringing back the Jet? Because it's not just any duelist. You know, we've seen the ISO quite a lot this split already. The Jet is something we haven't seen since last year.
I mean, like, it depends on map. Like, for example, like in split, Jet cannot do nothing. Or like Heaven, I mean, it's worse than ISO. But in Pearl, there is so much value that like you can get from Jet. So that's why it's Jet. Like it depends on map and it depends on our like game plan.
And Benji, I think you're always living your best life, right? You don't need to be playing Jet.
You know, I'm kind of just like, I'm in the background, you know. Right now, I'm just letting Woot and Domi, they kind of do their own thing. I'm just, you know, I'm on the other side, you know, I'm chilling. But, you know, I think on Pearl, we had some pretty good defense. I had my boys come and back me up. So yeah, it felt pretty good, man. It felt pretty good.
You had some unreal rounds today. Some unreal rounds today. When is it going to be your turn to play Jet?
Oh, that would be, I don't think.
Why are you laughing? This
I mean, listen, back in the day, my first ever team, shout out Suda Woodoos, I was a Jet, one trick and chamber, but I think those days are over, sadly. You know, maybe if we're feeling it, we could put me on a Jet, but I think what's the point of putting me on Jet when you've got this guy, you know, or Domi?
True.
So.
What was the reaction there? You looked like you laughed at even the thought of Benji playing the Jet.
I mean, I trust Benji, but I don't trust myself on Sentinel. So.
Oh, I see. I mean, you guys have like to an extent best in slot on a lot of the roles, so I understand. And speaking of that, you will be playing Fnatic next week, and it is the game to determine Seed 1. There's a high chance we're going to see the Haven. So I want to get a reason from each and one of you to try and convince the people that are watching right now why your Haven is going to be better, because there might be some doubters. I'll start with you, Vut.
Because our double duelists are better.
Your double duelist is better?
Yeah.
Is your ISO better than Alphea's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Benji?
I think in the past, for example, if we take it all the way back to Shanghai, we stole 100 Thieves' bind comp, and we made it better than them.
And we won against them.
And we won against them. If I'm not wrong, Fnatic made or at least made the comp popular, so we've stolen it and we've made it better. So.
Wow. You brought receipts.
Yeah, exactly.
You've actually brought receipts to this.
I know my stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, you could tell who's the duelist player, you know, in this duo. But it's just like, yeah, I'll just diff them, you know. That's how it works. And last question before I let you go. I believe G2 are just about to play Cloud9 right now. I don't know how much of America's you've watched. Any prediction with that game? And
G2.
Why?
I love G2.
Aw.
I love Oxy. I mean, listen, if Oxy has a good game but they lose, I'm happy. That's fine.
So you're going Cloud9?
No, I'm going G2. G2's going to win because I think they're too good, but I want Oxy to have a good game. You know, maybe a 2-1.
Stop talking like politicians, bro. Like, please, like,
just say Cloud9.
All right, Cloud9. I want Cloud9 to win. Fuck G2. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to swear.
All right, and on that note, thank you very much for Benji for joining us. Thank you to you guys for staying and coming out here and making today such a joy here in the studio as well. As I said, if you guys feel like it, please switch over to VCT Americas and watch G2 versus Cloud9. But otherwise, we will see you back here next week for the fight for Seed 1. Have a lovely weekend, and we'll see you then.
It's all down to Ada Captain. The spike already being diffused. He's going to pop the stun, and it's beautiful.
But he'll come out with 4. I don't know how they've won that round.
It's for Mr. 5! He's got all 5! This way, and he looking! And another spray down from Yetajay!
Don't kill me.
Remaining. Spike planted.
Thank you so much for boosting my KDA.
We got a tech force, shut the doors, crowd aside. Could we please no more? But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
Bro, give me that handshake. Bang! Phantom Ace!
something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive.
Trent did play this so well with the timing on the utility, but I think it all comes down to the stall on the players flanking there. G2 bit like 30 seconds of the spike timer away, just messing with the players on the flank, not giving them a fight. And by the time C9 even won out the duels, it was just too little too late.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it was C9 like playing with the flank so much as if it was just C9 giving up on the flank a bit. They left Vic to play on that angle while the other two players pushing through walked through mid, back over to the spike.
But they'd already committed so much time, but
exactly.
by the time they're coming back, there's just no time to win.
Exactly, the spike had already been planted. Jogmo was also playing like super aggressively. Like, when was the last time you saw a Gecko up in the top left corner rafter of sight on attack icebox?
Both teams have really prioritized for C9 when they're holding the sites and G2 in the afterplan of being really disrespectful of the opponent's utility. I think you kind of need to with Harbor Viper. If you're letting that util cut you off, you are going to lose the objective every time. And both teams have a very clear understanding of that win condition. Unfortunately for C9, losing that eco and that key rifle round now means they are down to an eco of their own, and G2 is taking control.
C9 on another bad buy. And it looks like G2, I mean, in terms of ultimates coming online as well, right? Jonah P, Leaf gonna have the pits potentially in this round if they need it. G2 also calling away from the early stack from C9. C9 want to do a little bit more active fighting towards the A site, which leaves Vic very islanded into B.
Is that a verb?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with it.
Islanded?
Islanded, yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Another one of these flanks.
Flank, yeah.
But the thing is, G2 could potentially even try and take into Snowman control as well. Like, they've faced no resistance on the site. Now Leaf turning around for the flank.
1v3 for him. But Mitch is coming at this alone. That's an easy opener. Knows that there's more to come, and thankfully has some util to support.
1v3 for Leaf is another day at the office.
He does not mind those odds. Another good one onto Oxy, and that's the most dangerous weapon of this round taken care of. Zeppa looking the wrong way, and Leaf, easy 1v3 for the man to lock up this anti-eco.
Another day at the office is what I'm saying. Leaf, no problems there whatsoever. I also like G2's calling once Leaf is, you know, communicating, hey, there's a lot of players coming in on our flank. G2 quickly fight into Snowman. I'm not sure if they had the Dizzy for that or if they just faced it on their own, but either way, it solves the problem. Even if you do lose the player in B main, the spike is still very easily planted for you to play back Snow.
Okay, I think we have to look at this round from C9's perspective. This is their chance to reclaim control on the half. Because if they lose this, G2 starts to get a spiral of big ults, and this half slips away.
Yeah, well, what C9 are trying to do is they're going to use this harbor wall over towards A to pretend like they're doing a little bit more active fighting. As soon as you see Vic, though, I think G2 are going to know that this is the weaker site. And they're not even going to bother wasting any time. Now, the thing about Vic is he can get this ultimate down right at the end of the Killjoy lockdown and still not lose the gas on it by being forced away. He can get back into that very quickly and play to flood in.
You see it starting to decay down, and in goes Vic. So he has some space control on this site, but G2 have filled into every gap around the pit.
And G2 have to know that there's the option for him to be back here. They're leaving Jogmo to do a bit of hunting on top side too. But his feet are seen! Oh dear!
Now a 3v5, good position for C9. G2 are pushed all the way back by this utility. It might just come down to the spam. Mitch finally on the defuse. Teo missiles. The first line of defense, but you're right. Gets it halfway. And that's pivotal to win this round. Stick coming through. No one there to stop it. C9 mop up the retake.
And that is the key to success for C9. You can't give G2 the free sight. You always have to have players coming in, slipping into back sight. Or the Viper ultimate there, a beautiful counter into the Killjoy.
And there's a proof in that round, right? You're able to give up the plant as long as you are quick enough on that flood to kill the plant or kill the players that are stuck on the site before they can escape and support the tail on the post plant.
Exactly. And you're going to continue seeing that even without the ultimates coming into play. C9 are always going to try and have players slipping into backside. Now this round, they've switched it up, so that active fight is going to be a look over towards B perhaps, but they show similar utility on A with the push wall.
New position for Mitch. Up top on Jen. And playing these high ground positions is so strong against the Thrash. Means that ult can't do anything, really.
Let's see if Net tries to get out here. I don't know if he's going to have the chance with his team flanking too. He's kind of got to be the guy to play it a little bit more slowly. Just casting the ultimate now to force the players back into the flank.
The flank calls away, though. C9 dip back through mid. The Viper's Pit should allow this plant to come down, but it's a game of spam. Zeppa has shock darts. He'll be arriving soon, and the longer G2 wait, the stronger the odds against them. That is if they even want to commit here.
Well, that's the thing. C9 have over-rotated into A, so now there's players going back into B. They don't have Killjoy utility to actually watch the B main play. So they've got to re-spread out onto the map. Well, where G2, they've just been waiting this whole time to use Thrash Wingman to get a cheap plant down once C9 are no longer stacking this site.
But C9 aren't sending too many bodies back.
Now Molly coming in here. That would have broken the turret had there not been a player waiting. Now that they see a player Jen, they accelerate.
Still, C9 on these high ground angles, they're immune to the Thrash. Spike is still not planted, 20 seconds. Could this become a bit of a risk? The little buddy needs some protection, he needs some help, and he's done his job well. G2, defend, and get the plant down. And now the task is tough for C9. They're retaking into heavy odds and already taking casualties. A 4v2, I don't even know if they can go for this. Into a Viper's Pit.
It's not going to happen. Look where Vic is. He's trying to reset for the next round. He does not want to get involved in this whatsoever. But I think the thing for G2, even going down to 20 seconds on the clock there, C9 realistically should have been able to spam the Wingman plant, but it was a weird plant spot from the Wingman. C9 are kind of pinging it on their map now. You can see it on the mini-map. It's a bit of an off plant. And I don't know if the C9 players didn't hear exactly where it went down. There was a lot of utility or whatnot, but they were spamming over on the generator corner, which was just not even close.
Yeah, remember, when you're hearing all the bullets get spammed through, when you have the white noise in your headphones too, it can be hard to get that exactly right when it's a off-kilter plant spot. Was a very good decision, though, from Jaw to put it there from the first-time Gekko player.
Yeah, because if you don't get the spike down, like, G2 are pretty losing their... Like, there's
15 seconds. They would have lost the round, most likely.
And the Viper's Pit only goes a fraction into the actual plantable area, so you're not really getting many second chances.
He's terrible. I'm not even aiming at you, brother.
Oh.
I would have liked someone from C9 to try and get proactive into the pit and stop that, but G2 just had too many players in position that were ready to defend. Into another, though, and at least saving some gun means C9 have money here.
Yeah, both teams kind of trying to show very similar utility, but finally we have a round where Oxy's able to sneak forward here. A bit odd. Oxy's never had money to buy an operator in this entire half of defense. And barring, I think, C9 winning the next 2 rounds pretty easily, I don't think he's going to be able to tap into that. There you go. That Molly just to break the opposing Molly on the other side. Maybe an alarm bot if it was there. C9 now call 3 players into the B site. Because they have this forward posting, it all comes down to Oxy and Zeppa on this early fight into A.
Oxy still with the dash to work with. Util heading his way. Procs it, but he can't find the mark. And now pushed back by the wall.
That might be enough pressure from C9 though, because hey, there could be 3 players behind that wall now. G2 had to use the flash utility to get into that space. They're trying to go back towards the B site, where Leaf has stepped up. Maybe he heard a player rotate off the site, maybe not, but all things considered, it's now a mad dash into B for these teams.
Yeah, very good timing on the dart back into A. C9 practically guarantee that this is a commitment, and you see the rotates coming in. Deep tail mollies in a wall will allow the plant to be committed. And oh my, wow. Vic nearly dies.
Trent had some spam up there too to try and catch the player retreating.
It's very thorough stuff. And now it's the round we've seen so many times before. Harbor Viper on both sides, a retake. An early tap, that's already Util coming in, but again, just spamming through these smokes. G2 finding success and an insurance policy ready. With that Wingman heading towards the spike, Valen for another. C9 need to get on that spike now, but G2 just won't let them. Swings ready to come in from a net. Could be the salvation that Cloud9 needed. But it's the missiles finally arriving. He gets it halfway, but is it enough? Net, an impossible task in the 1v2, and G2 win another round off the post plant.
That post plant utility is just too nasty. And the fact, too, that they're using mollies and walls and smokes to stop C9 from getting early fights, too. It's not like C9 were late on that retake or anything like that. No, they just couldn't actually see any of the G2 players until it was effectively too late.
Oxy right now sitting at 3-9 on the scoreboard. And I don't want to say that that's because he's playing particularly badly. I think one of the biggest things is G2 is always putting tons of util at the beginning of these rounds to push him off the aggro lines that he loves to play. And that puts him in situations where he's playing into losing retakes round after round and failing to find his mark.
Yeah, the default utility G2 have been throwing into A with the nanoswarms. I mean, that's 2 nanoswarms used. Hold on, C9.
Trap play in mid. It's successful onto 1.
Get that gun. G2 have to accelerate into A side on the other swing of things, but C9 are going to be here on the retake. There's some options now, especially with Rifle in Oxy's hands.
Zeppa already out backside. They're committing an ult into this, but Zeppa's gone. So too is Mitch. I feel like they've seen this round a million times before where C9 look like they have a chance. They start to flood in, but they lose the battle of attrition to G2 players holding the line. And it seems like it may be the same outcome again. Oxy the only one who can turn this around. 2v3. Util still available on the spike he needs to kill Trent, but they're too good at protecting him. Now the missiles in Vic's face. And a 1v3 on the cards.
And that insult to injury, it's G2 with the top side plant. Basically every round they have the opportunity to do so.
It's so hard to win the retake against that plant. There's like 4 or 5 positions in main you can be tucked, ready with Viper Mollies, Teo missiles, and just a straight up swing and deny it.
Giving you all those high angles just makes it so much harder. It's one of the benefits, I think, of playing the Gecko here. Wingman having the ease of ability to plant up on that top site. Also just giving yourself another rifle to fight. If the enemy team is trying to flood into you, there's no better agent to have, I think, than Gecko to be planting and have 5 players with rifles, guns out. Mosh to deny the flood as well.
Now roll over that.
And it'll finally be an Oxy op round.
In the last round of the game. And it's the same volley of util. As it's just a straight up thrash into B.
Yeah.
Hard hit over towards this side. They've circumvented this operator completely, and that's a tag. Is there a follow-up though?
No, there's no duelist.
Here.
You can't go flying in there.
So for the moment, the life stays back B. For at least 2 members of C9. But look how much space G2 get.
Yeah, C9 have no map control either. Like, their mid is kind of gapped right now, too. They're going to be worried about late flanks going in. They're dying back snow.
Every round, Jojimo is killing someone as the plant is coming down.
Man.
And it's another 4v5 retake for Cloud9. They have an ultimate, they have some chances, but they need to win these fights quickly. And Oxy, could he be the man to do it? Trades away the operator into the rifle, but he's traded out so swiftly. Now a lockdown into play. Mitch, desperation to try and hold on to this one, but there's Cove. He hops off it. Spam's good from Trent, and in the 1v1, the lockdown. Could it be good enough? Zeppa tucks away. Trent, a new weapon, but time so far gone. It's halfway. It's halfway. Trent needs the swing, and just in the nick of time, he gets it done.
For the first time seeing these 2 teams play Icebox all year, I'll tell you, G2 are looking real nice out there. Excellent in the post plants, calling around C9's game plan pretty nicely as well. It's just another one of these post plants that C9 have no real chance in. You said it. I mean, Jogamo, every single time the spike goes down, he has a kill.
It's literally infallible thus far from Jojimo. C9, only 4 rounds to their name. We'll see what they have prepared on their attack as we return.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Well, it's the first time both Cloud9 and G2 have played Icebox in 2025.
Mimi, is that the Lorax?
Yeah.
Hi, Lorax.
I like that there's just one light on the Lorax.
Yeah.
And they're the only member of the crowd we can really see.
Anyways, tell me a story, Mimi. You were saying it's like the first time these teams are playing Icebox, or?
I don't remember.
But you have to do it in rhyme.
I'm
like
thinking
the
about.
Lorax.
I'm thinking about the trees.
I see. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? I mean, honestly, for me,
You
C9.
give me the story.
I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you the story about Oxy.
Okay.
Tough first half, not gonna lie. But now on the attacking side of things, the only duelist in the game. It's time for him to show up.
Well, C9, they start towards B.
Revealing area.
And no one really here to defend but that Viper. There will be quick rotates, though, from the 3 members of G2 in mid. And already they're working their way in. It's just a fight for Snowman.
Hey, we heard in the pre-show, Jonah P plays smart, plays safe, but now there's players running at him in snow. Got a teammate up heaven, he's swinging through the wall. Look at this guy go! 2 kills already, and the rest of G2. The cavalry's arrived.
It's not safe, but it's good from G2. This flood is so quick, and already C9 are gone. Good night. G2 immediately reassert control of B.
That is crazy. Jonah P with the 2-piece right there. The rest of the team showing up in a big way too. And I don't know if you saw it, G2 bought 4 light armors headed into that round. 2 of the players didn't even take damage that had bought the armors. They're all getting big upgrades, saving on the creds as well. And just holding against this aggression quite nicely.
Remember, the first half was 8-4 despite G2 losing the pistol. Now in the second half, they get a pistol. This is likely going to be a 10-4 scoreline.
Easy orb pickup as well. Nice shots from Oxy, but Jaws here, not enough bullets. He's gonna switch over to the classic. That's no problem.
He's gonna keep fighting this guy.
Mimi, they just keep coming at him, and it's not working.
It's wild because this is the first time Jojimo has played an initiator this year. His first time playing.
He can play initiator. He can juggle. He can shoot. What can he do?
Doesn't seem to be anything.
Spike down, attacker
Vic.
spawn.
Okay, buddy, no spike for you. Maybe a free kill. Please, please finish the job. Oh, God.
Look away, look
It
away.
was just a classic, guys. Avert your eyes.
That wasn't the one we cared about. This next one, this is the big one. It's worth pointing out, too, I feel like. Haven's been a map that C9 have shied away from a little bit. If they can make it to map 3, Pearl, that's one G2 have lost a couple times in a row. C9 have been looking extremely hot on. Just think back to their match against Furia for sure. When I eye the series, I kind of need them to take Icebox. This was their pick coming into today.
Placing swarm grenade.
Just another map they're trying to add to their pool, but we'll see if B is a better look for them this time around.
Imi wanted to show everything they have, try and know what's good heading into playoffs. That's why it's been a bit of a humbling coming from G2.
Poison's off.
C9 love buying their regen shields, but against the Outlaw, they've respected it. 3 members bought full shield here.
Yeah, G2 threw that wall up, and C9 actually not even waiting it out. They've gotten through the Viper Orb, gotten through the wall, now some spam, that's the Outlaw dealt with. And they can keep trying to push forward into this site space.
2 players just on the other side of the wall from G2.
Oxy. Oh, Oxy, he's getting
going
cute
for
with
it.
it.
Pushing in, util in hand for Jojimo. What timing does he pick? Here's the drone coming through, looking every which way. A dizzy in his face, a swing from John. It's over for young Oxy. 4v4 now. Zeppa stuck in a tough position here, but C9, they've bought a lot of time, and they'll fall back into deeper post-plant positions. But in comes the util. The forces from G2. Can C9 win out in the team fight? They need it now. The trades have to come through as Jaw begins to hold the Cove in play, and Valen, he's holding it alone in net. Too late, too long gone. The defuse is in. G2, they win the bonus.
Oh dear, it's falling apart. I mean, Oxy is just getting owned by utility. He finds this timing up into heaven, and then it's the Teo drone that spots him out. Then Jogamo comes in, takes
Dizzy,
him down.
stunned, slung by 2 players.
I mean, let's talk about the work that Jaw did in that round, because it's also Wingman defusing the spike. This late wrap doesn't work because G2 are able to get on the spike way faster than they'd be able to do with any other agents.
That combo, the Cove and the Wingman, put so much pressure on any team trying to hold down the spike, and you kind of, I think, saw the lack of that in the first half for C9. They never were able to have someone on the spike before they were already kind of deep in the brawls. Not the case for G2, at least in that round.
It's really interesting watching G2 play this map again, because I'm trying to remember like what this map actually looked like for them last year.
I mean, last time they played G2, they were blocking Reyna on Oxy.
Yeah, I mean, the C9 comp was wild back then, but G2 playing just a Teo instead of the Sova. But I feel like the way Jogmo has been playing has kind of changed how this comp operates for me. He's been super active on the attacking side. You saw that in all of their post-plant situations, but
Oxy played so safe when he was on the Gecko this map. Like, he was
Icy
full, yeah, sorry, Icy. The other three-lettered young duelist player.
Oxy was the Reyna on Cena. It's two-letter team name
guys.
as well. There's too many of them. But all things considered, C9 now forced to buy down a few Guardians to work with. They were able to get the spike on the ground, and honestly, I think everything kind of worked. It was just their forward player getting taken down. Also going through the late rewrap. Not sure if I'm such a fan of that versus the Wingman. Some slight adjustments could give C9 a shot, assuming they're able to turn this round into something.
Teo drone spots out a couple players over towards B. That'll draw at least 2 more reinforcements headed this way.
I like having Trent in this position too. He can sort of take a shot, throw down the stun, have your teammate swing off from sight. But G2 quick to fall off the early angles. This is worth pointing out, C9, 4 light armors and Jogmo with an outlaw. So post-plant could be brutal for C9, or if they move back into Jaw in the mid-round.
Either way, though, if they hit back into A, it's Killjoy util, it's Jojimo holding that space. And no matter what happens here, Valen has an ultimate for the retake.
Oh, C9 are going to try and sell an A fake here. Making a lot of noise going through mid. Now they'll have the Harbor to maybe even throw the ultimate in here. Send Harbor and the Jet into the A site while they slip into B. But it activates too quickly.
And that re-clear is too perfect from Jonah. Now they're using the ult. Is this still a fake? The spike is practically alone back towards B. They're all the way into the site here.
Where are we
going?
I'm not quite sure, but Leaf got a kill with a Nano Swarm on A.
And C9 are now trying to amble into B with 20 seconds left.
Leaf hears all of this? Like, this round is just a disaster from Cloud9.
It's cooked. 10 seconds. 4 players here ready to stop the plant. You better save. Make the economic choice. They're doing it. G2 make it to 12.
I mean, look, Mimi, I don't hate the call for C9 to try and fake a site hit, especially when the original intent was to actually send the Jet in.
You need to know how someone died to the molly on A.
Well, yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't want to know. My big gripe in that round is that your back yellow player can't be dying there. The B players from C9 had to be completely silent on that side of the map. Otherwise, it just falls apart, especially if you're dying. It's just not going to happen.
8 rounds in a row, unanswered for G2.
Let's check them.
Okay.
Wasn't for you.
Interesting comms from Viper is all I'm going to say. C9 will be moving back towards A, where for a moment Jogmo was considering buying an operator. He ended up selling it. He's being a good little boy on the Gecko. But still, G2 have 4 players right on the retake. They push Jonah P all the way through B. G2 have full knowledge of this site hit about to come in.
Jojimo falls away from the upper angle. And the cavalry is ready to go.
Oh,
full flood out from heaven with the Harbor ult.
The second the spike is planted, I think. Yep, there we go.
Missiles, ultimate, everything headed on in.
There's goop in everyone's eyes.
C9 don't even get the plant.
There's my buddy.
They don't even get to play Mimi, I don't think.
50 seconds already, and look where Jonah P is.
Yeah, he's been pushed up here the whole round, just waiting for C9 to get cold feet and rotate back into him. Now we've had the second Harbor Wall come up. When that goes down, the gas is going to be able to go up again. C9 are not getting into sight unless they risk it all and push through.
30 seconds left.
Feels like we are just bowling towards a bit of a massacre on this
Not
site.
the goop again.
C9 get a lucky kill, net on the spam. Oxy trades positively, but Leaf, trying to hold the line, can't actually achieve his job. And suddenly, this round flipped on its head. A 1v2 for Jonah P.
Zeppa on 5 HP though. Mitch with a Bulldog.
They're not considering the flank just yet, finally. Mitch will turn back.
But they're separating.
On high, Jonah spotted. A reposition from Zeppa is good. And time. Not a lot of it left for Jonah. Spike not planted for them though. First tap, double swing, and the dink, not enough to win the round.
C9 have 6 HP across 2 players to win that round. But
Not
what
even
did they do?
close.
It was down to the wire. I think, yeah, that dart landing on Jogmo saved this round for Cloud9. Because I think the other 3 players from C9 had all been hit by the Dizzy. So if they're not able to scale up quickly on Jaw, Jaw brings in his teammates. The crossfires would have been too much. Now C9 finally stepping into a round with some heavy armors, with a couple of ultimates, but now it's time for Jogmo to pick up that off.
Get out of my way!
He's back Raptor with it for now.
Spotted one. And here's the operator on Jojimo as well.
Dude, how are we just always getting up into B main? G2 allowing Jonah P to get active so they can hard stack into A.
Jonah loves long walks on the B side.
Oh, Jaw. Are we really going for this?
He's sticking around. Runs away and actually knows the timing perfectly.
Not even close. I mean, still, C9 will be able to plant the spike. Even as G2 try to flood on in here, the missiles coming on through. Jaw, this Stark as well, not finding anything so far.
Net's in a devious spot. But G2 still have a lot of forces to win this retake. And Drake's already gotten a kill. Vic up top though. That's a great shot from him, and time being bought. G2 though, arriving in force and trading out on this site. They leave it down to the IGL, but there's so much facing against him. And G2 back on Icebox for the first time this year. Sure up the map, 13-5.
Look at little bro defusing that thing, just too calm with it. Great opening map there from G2. Coming into this one undefeated and looking to go out of groups with a 5-0 record. 13-5 against C9 to kick it off on their map pick. Certainly the way to do it, Mimi.
It's nice to see Leaf back on this map. I feel like he's always been such a good player on Icebox.
On any
Stalwart
map,
his
really,
defense.
but
Yeah,
especially Icebox.
I would agree with that statement, but G2 looking strong here. For C9, that was their map choice. Puts them in a bit of a tough position for the rest of this series.
Just going back through some of these moments, I mean, G2 sort of had C9's number from the get-go. C9 kept trying to go on defense for these fast bloods on out, but every single post plant was just going G2's way, fighting up really actively.
Yeah, Jojimo winning out in every one of these first engagements. G2, they look strong. It's 13-5 to start out this series, but there's more to come as G2 grab the ball on Haven. Up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
just waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out, but Valen's just ready!
Valen! Tries able to find one, but Vic fighting like a heli on the side! What an ace out of nowhere, Vic!
I'm here with Josh RT before map 2. You bring out a new composition for Icebox, and it just looks like the team can play anything. Talk to me what that is like. What's that about?
It's honestly like a dream come true as a coach. Like, I demand flexibility from the players, and we got players that are flexible. They enjoy trying to play new comps and trying to like put the opponents on their like on the wrong read and just have them adapt to us. So it's nice to have a comp that just like surprises the other team.
Do you feel like you can put them on anything and they'll go out there and prosper?
Yeah, within reason. I think you still need a few scrims to get them like under control a little bit, but yeah.
Awesome insight. Thanks, Josh. Good luck in the game.
Thank you.
Yeah, this wasn't just the first time we've seen this composition on Icebox. This was the first time in competitive Valorant we got to see the composition G2 was playing. So obviously, Cloud9, they had to figure out what to do against it.
Yeah, and I think they did struggle in those first few rounds, especially, in the later half of the attack side. You know, playing against a comp like that where there is no duelist, they're going to be taking a bit slower, but they have so much util to be able to do that. In their execs, they constantly had like first wave, second wave into a post plant, which still had so much valuable util. You know, all the mollies. I think they had 4 mollies.
Yeah.
4 mollies plus the tail utils, which is missiles, all things like that.
That's the thing, too. If you want to piggyback on the util, you look at this composition overall, and you're like, hey, they're not playing a Sova. How do you actually stop players at getting information on defense trying to push forward at that spot? Already with a Teo coming in, it replaces this recon dart, shock dart, and also Viper combination to stop player from moving towards the orb. So they have great phase 1, kind of like a cruise style, to take control of pipes at the very beginning. Then you have the good old classic G2 rounds where they're going to slow things down. They're going to try to find the information, manipulate the map, utilize Valen's big brain to really call out the second wave of how they want to re-hit, and they did that perfectly. Yes, it came like huge battles in between from like these retakes from C9, but overall still look pretty good on this new approach that we saw from G2.
No, for sure. And even like you could say that there's like a lack of the Sova, but the Teo replaces that.
Exactly, yeah.
You honestly don't need to know where they are if you're already canceling out all the positions that they could be in with the missiles, with the mollies, everything like that. Like every basic angle that, you know, you see normal like oppers peeking on defense Icebox was pushed out, mollied out, missiled out.
That's a great point. I feel that's something that was missing from C9. Maybe trying to get Oxy on that op line with the generator in the first place, right? And I felt like it was also a good job by G2 to keep that economy very low against Cloud9 when they took the attack side. And once you see this composition that comes out of G2 that has no duelists, it's because they have a Gecko. So you could just have your wingmen throw forward into a plant where they want it at a default spot or at the top of the A site. And you could have just players behind, guns out, getting ready to trade out against the wingman. And then all that post-plant utility that's still available, refreshable as well with the Teo. It's still very good on paper of what this composition could bring.
I want to talk more about the Teo because we were hitting on that, obviously, heading into this match, that we've seen Trent exclusively playing Teo, and he's not stopping now, and he's still putting up those numbers, even in a very unconventional composition.
Yeah, no, I guess Teo can really be used on every map, and I can't wait to go home and see Instalock Teos on every single map in ranked. It'll be so fun.
So yeah, we've seen it work for a couple of teams before in the past as well on this map. The MEA is using some Teo as well, but just Trent himself has been a saving grace also for G2. Maybe he's not going to be putting up those big numbers on this map, at least that we know Trent could usually do, especially when he plays a Sova. But there was 2 crucial rounds coming out from Trent that saved it over for the side of G2, simply because he stayed alive, simply because he had salvos up, simply because he even had Armageddon when it was like a 3 versus 1, and he delays enough to allow G2 to win off time and also break the economy of C9. I think that was around 7 or 8, something like that, when you tried to go for that retake on the side of C9. And Trent, again, just a thorn on the side of C9.
Absolutely. I'm excited, though. I mean, obviously, this Icebox was Cloud9's map pick. Now we're heading into Haven, and we will be talking about that in just a little bit. But first, we're heading over back to Imi and Riff and hear what he has to say ahead of this next map.
I'm here with Imi ahead of map 2. You're going to G2's pick, but looking at Icebox, what was preventing the team from getting going there? What would you like to see change the most going into game 2?
I mean, it's like the third time we played these now. It's the same story. G2 win games before the other team's even connected to the server because they just get so much respect. That's what I just told them. No matter what happens when we go into the next one, we don't show them respect. If they try to take somewhere, we fight them for it. And stop just giving them space for free.
All right, Amy, thanks for the insight. Good luck.
That was a little scary.
I love that.
Yeah,
I
that's
love that.
confidence you have to have because we're heading to Haven. Haven, a map that G2 is still undefeated on. And Cloud9 just recently lost it against MIBR.
Yeah, exactly. And for this map, Haven is a composition that's very standard as well for C9 unless they come up with something new. But a Breach Sova with a Jet, and that's perfect for them wanting to fight as much as they want against G2, hopefully following the game plan of Amy here.
G2 has been playing exactly the same composition every time they went to Haven. You expect them to have a little bit of a switch up here too, or no more surprises?
I mean, they like I said, they're undefeated. I don't think they're going to switch anything up, but I think this could be a map where C9 could, bring themselves back into this if they follow what their coach is saying. Don't respect them at all. Take the space that you want. Take the fights that you want. I think, C9 could bring it through.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a lot of tape on G2 as they have been playing that map quite a lot, and they always play the same composition. So maybe they cooked something up to counter that. We'll find out after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Well, we're about to get into map 2 of this series. G2, they were dominant to start on Icebox, and it doesn't feel that different going into Haven, because this is a map that they are yet to lose this year, and we're C9. I mean, they've been good on it. They are coming off a loss, but it was against MIBR, who I think did beat G2 on this map as well.
I appreciate the things you're saying, right? They make
I'm saying a
logical
lot of
sense.
things,
They
yes.
make logical sense. But to me, it does feel different because Imi just rolled up on the stage after giving a pep talk to his team saying, don't respect G2 at all. So, okay, I want to see what C9 come in with here. Obviously, the comps, it's going to be the normal stuff. Nothing's going to change there. But an attitude shift from C9, I could certainly get behind.
Do you believe in the vibe shift? Will it work to just disrespect G2?
Whoa. I never said it was going to work, maybe. I never once claimed that. But it could.
It could.
And that's the beautiful thing.
A lot of things could work.
Right? Like eggs and mustard. Could that work?
Probably not.
I think that could work.
Probably not. Stick to Cholula, buddy.
The Lorax and VCT. It works.
That
it
one does
works.
work.
You've got
I mean,
the Lorax in the crowd.
They are here today. But no surprise to C9 go back to the default comp that they've been playing on this map. I want to see more from Oxy this game. He had a bit of a rough one on Icebox. He was getting kind of bullied by utility. When we switch to defense, I need to see an AWP in his hands early. That's such a win con for them when
100%.
they play this map.
Yep. Abuse the verticality, abuse those lines. Big time. But we are going to be heading on into Haven here. Oxy's kicking things off with the Sheriff.
If G2 win this map, they're your #1 seed out of their group. They'd be just a match away from Toronto. And it's a fight in mid to start. Jaw, not fast enough to TP out, but the trade, it's good from Jonah P, and things stay even in the 4v4.
Seen G2 run rounds like this a few times. The buddy system now parallel at backside, but already Leaf trying to assist out on this fight. C9 destroy G2 on the B site.
I mean, they took Imi's word for it. Straight up disrespecting to be on this pistol round. G2 might just do the same, flooding back through this smoke already, picking up 2 kills and evening out this round. They'll wrap around together. But Oxy, he's playing the same game of chicken. Net spotted out, shots whiffing, but Oxy, he's got his teammates back. And now it comes down to the Teo himself, a 1v2, but missiles. If he susses Net out in this corner, the missiles could be deadly.
he's a knower.
And it's perfect. Net, doesn't matter, amid the fire, still gets his kill.
I want to see the reaction on Net there. This guy has been popping off the last few weeks. Now going up against the team that dropped him a year ago. Kicking off Pistol in a big way. I mean, this round, you talk about no respect. No smoke on A-Link. We're jumping into backside, no problem from C9. Still, it's that there. Swinging through it.
Go, dude.
Getting the job done. Okay, a little bit more strained out of Net, keeping it calm.
Let's go.
But he'll eat up, don't you worry. Little 1-2 setup from G2 here. Jump on through.
I love how often Jojimo uses his TPs for scouting.
Jogamo as a Sova drone.
Poor drone is a little lower on health because of it. Exec is getting stalled for a moment. That should give some time for a couple players to flood in, and Noxy, okay. Running gun, double with the stinger. Not a care in the world.
I'm telling you, it's the vibe shift. The disrespect, full running gun, okay. We'll see if this maintains round 3, round 4.
Sure.
That's where, you know, things might level out.
To just run it down every round.
For sure. I also want to see how G2 continue to play here. If it's going to be more of, you know, an A default setup. That round, they're using the stun and missile immediately into the lobby space. A lot of times, G2 will just elect to hold on to their breach stun, be able to run trap plays. If you ever try to speed up on them, either into the A side or into garage, and sort of position Jonah P.
I'll fear no man.
There you go. That's the aggression.
And it's going to be quick again. Ready for a pop towards C.
But G2 are just going to play full retake here. Again, Jonah P didn't actually use the stun into the A space. They're droning it now. G2 taking their sweet time, making sure there's not going to be any lurks coming in on that side of the map before gearing up for this C space.
C9 want to fight into garage. And they're successful for one, actually trading out favorably.
Very nice.
They won't hold on to the space for too long, instead getting back into the site, and the missiles in their face become a problem, but the flash to fight is good, and C9! Excellence in the brawl. A bonus round converted, and they are taking Imi's words to heart.
I love it. I love it. And look, that round, it's not even just like blatant disrespect, it's just realizing that G2, they're playing full retake, right? There's no pressure coming in from G2 once C9 get themselves on the site. So instead of falling back to playing offside, playing long, playing time, etc., no, they fight into the garage space. It's a great timing taken by Ned on the Cypher to pinch into garage.
Nice. Oh, bro, let's go.
Deal with that player and just sort of stop G2 before they can gear up for that 5-player retake.
G2 on an eco round.
Time to jump.
Jaw 0 for 3 to start this game, trying to make something happen with his signature bucket.
Make it sound like he struck out 3 times.
Could put it that way.
Having a tough one. But again, like G2, they're going to play the C retake. This is something that G2 will do a lot, I feel like, when they are playing much heavier over towards A, is that their weak side of the map just becomes a Vi's util farm. Unless they start preempting the rotates with Yoru TPs, they're not going to be here to instantly snap on the retake.
I'm waiting for the team that comes up with like a shock dart lineup to deal with that thorn that G2 is always kind of putting up on the wall there towards the long.
Yeah, the boosted one is cringe. Why does it work like that? No one really knows. There's the missile combo though.
Traded out nicely. G2, okay. Jojimo gets one with the pistol. Could this get dangerous? Surely not. C9 spraying down. They'll hold the funnel strong. And only one member lost on their route to 4-0.
And look, C9, yeah, that's a anti-eco there coming in. But now they've got some serious ultimates, right? Breach ult to get into a site. Oxy has the knives if he wants as well. Not that G2 are so far behind, but C9 can keep this ball rolling. And I think if they realize that they're hitting into the weak side again for G2, there's options where they can just hold the breach ult for the post plant and keep fighting actively into garage and C-Link.
Similar setup to the pistol round for G2.
Yeah, pistol, it was 2 garage, 2B. This time 3B with that fault line setup on backside just to go off the contact. Can also respond to where Valen is in garage pretty quickly.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder, Valen cannot avoid that one. He's launched straight into the air. And it's easy pickings for Mitch. That's the ultimate.
The pinch though.
Oh,
look at this.
The util combo.
Yeah, G2 stepping out of front B, forcing the players into that line. Still a jet here, but Trent is here way quicker. There's no way Oxy is expecting it. Now G2 with numbers.
Still, the site will be taken for Cloud9, but G2, they're going to be really fast to work back through this. Smoke fading towards Spawn, Leaf ready on the duel. And now C9 have to try and find some fight. Jojimo is teleported into the site. No one was looking at him, and Jojimo takes control. Hell of a TP to take from Jaw.
Okay, Jaw. Want to see that one more time? G2 had the numbers. And what a good call from them, again, by having 3 players in mid. See how much more responsive they are when the C hit comes in. Because it's the opening pick from Cloud9, but the blast coming out of the Taeho ult into this. Flashing himself into the corner with his teammates coming on through too. That was nice from G2.
Lorax is loving that round. G2 finally on the board this game. And they're gonna have some ults to start to snowball this, but so too have Cloud9 earn theirs.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, the Sova ult.
Already. Pretty much blind, I think, just off a dart there, and it's not gonna find anything.
Uh-oh. Look at the player in the corner there. Oxy double! Not gonna go up into heaven, but still Leaf is waiting in the corner on short.
And he's gone already. Oxy spinning around again! Finds 3 kills this round! And as soon as you think that G2 are taking control, C9 answer back.
It's really nice calling from C9. Just the round before, they realized G2 had moved into a new default setup, which is going to be much more about playing for the mid space and responding across the map. So they don't even hesitate, even going into the Vise. Flying into this side, quick reactions from Oxy. I mean, it wouldn't work if Oxy wasn't hitting those shots, let's be clear.
Let's go, baby. No,
G2
man.
call their first stun out of this map. I think their first stun out of the series. To try and stem the bleeding here, now down 5-1.
I mean, look, G2, they've got 4 ultimates, but they've got absolutely no money. I still think G2 would be well served to continue playing around the mid space and responding into A. I think, honestly, just had a tough round and got dipped a little bit by Oxy. Could maybe put a little bit more into the A lobby early on if they wanted to set up a Yoru teleport, so, you know, Jaw could actually play into A long with stun as an option and reset into mid faster, and that would sort of stall out C9 from going for these immediate A pops like last round.
One thing for G2 is, unlike other teams that play the Breach this map, they're oftentimes prioritizing saving Jonah's stun for later round Taeho missile combos instead of like using it off the rip to take a lobby like a lot of teams do. He's very disciplined about that, but because of that, I mean, C9 has managed to just kind of contact into a lobby in a lot of rounds here.
I think what G2 can do is have it out if someone is playing for A long and off contact with the stun, but coming in on the eco for G2, it will just be a full empty A site.
Yeah, and they're going back to the well on C. A lot of C9 fans here today.
Stun missiles out into this grass space. Almost got a stinger. And I mean, if he can cheese a kill.
I think he might just have a chance. Smoke out. Goodbye, Vic. Where's that? Phone going back towards spawn. But it's a fight on the site that's more important for the moment. An alt rip for Jonah.
What am I looking at?
Can't see a thing. He's stuck in the smoke, but his teammates are dying around him. And now another ultimate used. It's Jojimo. Clearing space back down long. He spots out 2. 1 flash in. A second. Ready to follow. Jojimo. A stinger in hand, but disciplined still. He doesn't overcommit this one. C9 look for a different option.
Yeah, I mean, if C9 were to sprint back to A, there's still a teleport back in spawn. The Taeho rotating over 2. So I like C9 slowing the round down and creeping back into mid. Realizing that might be where the gap is because they saw all the Vise util towards C. Vise is now dead. So B is the immediate answer for them.
And they've solved it correctly. But there's going to be a fight towards lane. Jaw walking in, back's turned, but the Sting is not the weapon for the job. Trent has to do it. Sheriff in hand! Oh, he almost had that! Now it's a 1v1. Breach against Breach.
The only advantage is going to be Mitch having the stun in the post plant. He can retreat to long or even use this to reposition. Now he can be anywhere in the mind of Jonah P.
Where does Jonah think to look? Slowly clearing out the site. Mitch is tucked all the way back in long. Jonah has his stun online, but time working against him. A stun in the corner. A push coming in. Jonah not gonna have the chance to even get a brawl here. Mitch is so far back in the time. Mitch has played it perfectly. Jonah, he'll find the kill, but he's not gonna win this round.
Wow, that was almost the chance for G2 to sneak back into the game.
And they used 2 ults to lose that round. Rolling Thunder, Yoru ult, the 2 best ults they have are gone.
Definitely the best 2 ults they had. That is unfortunate. Well played for Mitch there. You know, after 7 rounds of C9 playing super confident, you know, running, sprinting at the enemy, he's like, no, I'll play time. That's fine. That's fine by me. I'm here to win the round. Exactly what he did. Now it looks like G2 are going to be shifting back into that a lobby control breach setup for a fault line if they want. And actually, C9 once again moving back towards C.
A judge in the Blade Storm for Oxy.
There's a Vise wall here, though. C9 aren't playing a Yoru or anything like that, so they got to do a little bit more work to clear that out.
Still, Vic can always TP. Oxy has a dash as well.
True. A lot of times you'll just see Oxy send his way into the site anyways. They bank on him to find the opener. Buy time for the rest of the team to come in behind the wall.
Same here. Oxy's on his way, but the counter flash catches him. G2, escape, flooding back in. That's the Blade Storm gone, but Net on the lurk has a chance. He's successful with a kill onto Jonah, but the ult starts to fly, and G2 reassert control of backside, leaving Zeppa on an island, stuck with a shorty in a hand, gets at least 1. And now a 3v3. It's a fight in Garage, and C9 have support available again.
Net's been on fire this round, but it all turns to Trent. The only player for G2 on site, not hit by the stun, but doesn't connect.
All missiles away.
Stalls out the plant with the missiles.
Really, he's just trying to buy time for Jog mode. Drone into Garage is going to let Jog creep in here. We're now down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Mitch has a fault line back, ready to go. Jaw finds the opener, it's 2-on-2.
Has a clone, sends it through Garage and regroups with his teammate. The clone, though, sticks, doesn't find its mark, and flooding through. Trent goes down, it's Jaw. We need all 3 kills to save this round. And it's a 1v1 against the rookie. Spots him, just on the edge, but Vic! He's so good in these late rounds.
Vic has been on fire this stage. Stepping up in a big way for Cloud9. And there, taking down G2 Star. It came again in one of these really chaotic rounds, right? Like C9 trying to get very aggro, G2 going for this late pinch into Garage. But I think for me, what's working for C9A this round, Net's lurk into mid. He saw the Vise utility, the Vise wall set up on C, so he takes that very quick timing, front B, to look for the lurk.
Let's go! Fucking dogs, let's go!
Okay!
Oxy's saying what he's feeling.
I respect that.
And you know what? That's the level of don't respect your enemies that I think Imi intended when he gave them the pep talk between maps.
Here's the thing, you give carte blanche to Oxy and Vic, you know those guys are gonna be popping off like that.
Carte blanche? I didn't know you could speak French.
Not quite.
She's fluent up here. Wow. I don't think anyone was expecting this.
In one half for G2, how often do you see that?
On their defensive side, don't forget, like G2 is a team that is significantly better on defense than they are in attack. Like this is a team that just destroys you. It feels like you have no options really when you're trying to attack into them. Yet C9, consistently, apart from round 5, those C hits have been working. They've done a great job of eating up G2 ultimates as well. And yeah, chat seems to agree that Vic is the GOAT.
True.
I didn't know we had that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're in the future. G2 in a lobby fight. Haven't seen many of these. It's not going to be the brawl. Instead, they choose to play it more as a trap.
The spot from Jonah.
Oh, it's beautiful. They've caught on to 2. Xenon trying to work through the smoke with the pistols. They ring true. 4-2 is how it ends after the trades. And C9's still going to go for it. Zeppa,
man,
deleted.
What a cool play, Vic. Paranoid out, trying to run to the site, but how often do you see a thrifty round like that where the low buy team wins in 20 seconds?
And they win every duel at range, literally.
Unreal. No, the difference there is Jonah P's position. It's very rare you'll see a Breach actually sneak into that corner with fault line available. And it only works if G2 high roll. If it is going to be C9 moving into this long space.
That's a crazy read, because pretty much every round C9 is either opened like heavy mid or into these just like straight up C hits. They're never really going for A long plays, and G2 just had the right read.
G2 now leave that A side and play into their mid space early. Last time Jogamo went flying up into grass. How's the Stinger fought into spawn this time? Repositions on an off angle just outside double doors.
Does Drone catch him here? It will, and he's forced to TP away.
Looks to me like C9 want to accelerate into A, and this drone shouldn't find anyone. We're calming that we hear it. No, we're not. So we're showing that Vic's on that space, but it doesn't matter because Oxy's already in the site.
That he is, but he's stuck in the thorns in the ultimate. It doesn't matter.
Not
Okay,
again.
Oxy, through every piece of utility, he comes out the victor. Leaf, though, this is his site, and he's not gonna let any man have it. Oxy, maybe the only one to try and find a rebuttal, but he's gone too. And Net, it's a hopeless task. G2 back in this game.
That there might have been a round where C9's aggro bit them a little bit. Oxy goes flying into the site, finds that first kill, and G2's guy didn't even have a gun out in his hand, but the Heaven Smoke wasn't in just yet. I'm not sure if it was on cooldown or if Vic was just slow, because he also didn't have the CT smoke going down when Oxy was up there and fighting. Seems like it might have been just a little bit rushed from C9.
And he's not happy about it. He's gonna immediately slam the timeout button.
It's like, respect them, guys, respect them. The immediate flip-flop. Maybe not. It's been working for C9. And again, if we could rewind and actually see the utility, maybe there's a more sensible explanation for what the delay on the smokes is gonna be. Oh wait, no! Did Vic actually get pinged? Because I know Vic got seen by the Tejo drone. He might have been
pinged by it.
I'm
he
not sure.
He could have been suppressed.
If he was suppressed, then that makes the site hit even more surprising. All things considered, that would explain why he didn't press his abilities. I don't know. Someone out there knows already.
Some VOD Andy's already rewound.
Can we get Twitch chat back? Maybe they'll tell us. It's like screaming at us like it's so obvious. No rewind button up here.
7-3 now. C9 trying to wrangle back control of this half. The weaponry, not great in this one.
And G2 have those ultimates coming online. The ults they kind of wasted back on the pistol round. But we saw Trent with that ulti doing a brilliant util dump with the Breach Blast in Garage previously. Now C9 geared up to attack on the low buy into A once more.
Jaw finds an off angle in long.
Yeah, this will be a little annoying. So right now, C9 put down this top C smoke to try and threaten they could be creeping up behind it. This lurk smoke also allows them to cross into the space. But because G2 are playing actively around A,
Hold on, Lee gets caught out by the stun. Jojimo, he's going in, he's sending it forward, but runs out of bullets, it seems, doesn't have a chance to get that second kill. And C9 might have a chance to win an eco of their own.
Still, Trent does have that ultimate. Zeppa, the only one upgraded into a rifle so far.
Tripwire towards spawn. Interesting Astro Wall.
Just to cut up the site, deal with these Hell players on their own.
Great util. So G2, they have the first half of space so long as they can kill Vic, and he's still causing problems. One kill found on the other side of the wall. Net's ready for Valen, and he dips through to safety. Just on the other side. This round should be over. 1 versus 3. Jonah P, no chance. It's 8-3 C9.
Well,
win it on the Thrifty.
Well. We've had quite a few of these Thrifties. Or very near rounds stolen away. It feels like C9 aren't even choosing to play mid rounds. It's just full steam ahead. Steam of heads more often than not. And you can see once you deal with those Hell players, that's where all of a sudden, oh, that Astro Wall a little bit harder to work back in. Didn't have all the utility they needed to get through those angles either.
Lots of ults for C9.
Glass op for Jaw.
I know exactly.
And it's gone already.
Just got destroyed.
There's the first one of those used. Full info going the way of Cloud9.
Jaw thinks he can do that because the last round, C9 had 5 players, and they took their sweet time lurking past the Cypher Cage. This time, Net just sent it.
Leaf has a nice reposition in this corner. A stun ready to support. Off his contact. Use by both teams now.
We are breach stunning our lurk into the A site, pulling an ultimate while execing Z.
But Valen is still here. He's holding alone, not for long. Oxy shuts him out of this round. And now a 4v3, a kill in mid from C9. They have outplayed G2.
Oh man, now our breach becomes the mid lurk to find a kill. Leaf has pushed out A, so yeah, maybe he finds something, but the reposition for Mitch, as a matter of fact, is almost unclearable. C9 are ulting the enemy spawn, they're droning their own, yet somehow Leaf has snuck in this no, shut up.
Please no. Oh, he's got it down to 1. The ultimate popped, but where is Vic? He TP'd across, takes down Trent, and now it's only Leaf to make this happen, but this time it's gone. Seemed like there might have been shenanigans. Oh, doesn't matter in the end that Vic finally wrangles the aim.
What a crazy round. Vic claims the Red Bull clutch, but that was just some wild macro out of C9. I love those looks where it's a fake hit, but you're actually sending someone in with the Cypher there. And by showing the body behind the stun, it pulls the breach ult, or the tail ult. They think everyone's in there.
This was just a round of weird fights. Yeah. Back and forth across the way, but that's 9-3 in the half. C9 looking dominant to start Haven.
How is this guy here? How is he right next to me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
G2 have only suffered 2 map losses this stage, but the road to a flawless group is never easy, and now facing down the barrel of a 9-3 half would have to pull off a massive comeback to end this without having to head to Pearl.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here. Of course, you know, on defense, they didn't really get what they wanted. Those fast plays from C9 were certainly disruptive, but not as easy for C9 to replicate that success now, switching sides, and G2 with a Yoru to deal with, you know, send clones to deal with trips and stuff. G2 have a lot of options to play much slower rounds than we saw from C9 and still find success.
And it is a bit slower to start this one. Taking control in A lobby. Probably just looking to re-exec here.
Yeah, C9 playing pretty full retake over towards A. Can rotate over and flood in if they find the timing, which they should be able to. Hold on. Teleport in backside. Look at that spam from Zeppa.
Nearly kills Valen. Shock darts. Oxy into this site. Paranoid up. Blinded by every bit of utility, but his teammates do well to trade things back, and C9 looking perfect on this retake. Only one man left. Leaf in what's become a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, 1v3. Last map, that was another day at the office. 1v4? That's OT. I don't know. I don't know if he's got it.
Vic is low, but surely it should just be 4 members swinging him at once. I'm putting an end to this one. That's 2, but the support's there. Don't get excited too soon.
I gotta commend C9 sort of flooding into the site there. Think back to Icebox. Every single round they're trying to flood back in on defense. They're just getting stuffed completely. But there, the follow-up behind Oxy was great. Yeah, he gets flashed out. He falls when he's dropping down into the site. But Vic and Mitch are swinging out behind him, cleaning up what he couldn't.
Nice! Let's go, bro. Let's go. Let's go, man.
G2, they won a lot of ecos in the first half, and they're forcing into 4 Stingers and Ares as well to try and win this one. Make or break on Haven, and Oxy's already found the opening kill. He's just sending it. Oxy, no one's watching him. No one's stopping him. This round is already done. Leaf in another impossible situation, and Oxy's hungry. 4 kills. And C9, that might just lock up the map.
Yeah, Oxy means business up there. Just destroying him with the Guardian. There's light armors, that's double body shot kills on everyone. Yeah, easy one, double body shot.
It's rare you make Jojimo look silly. Holding out his flash in the corner.
Because there's 3 players in front of him that died. Just like, wait a second, I thought I had bodies in front of me. They're just all lying on the floor.
After a rough map 1, Oxy topping the server here on Haven.
Time to jump.
Another force from G2. Good missiles to push these players out of window, but it's really just about getting the insert now for Jaw. Dart doesn't see him, oh dear. Oh dear. Well, now the macro of the round could fall apart from C9. No Sova means no active information that they can gain. You also have the Vise that's been left as a garage insert. The G2, after showing the presence into A, are going to come back into it. It's all on Oxy with this C-long creep down that can sort of be the knife in the side of G2.
Okay, this is a little dangerous now. Oxy, good for it on C.
He's got to be good for more than that, though.
3 players facing him. That's 1, but no more to come for Oxy. At least he's put his team in a winnable position for the 2 versus 3.
Keep your eyes on, actually, Vic taking this timing into sight, but also Jaw going for the late wrap, a timing to be found, but I don't think he's favored on this one. Mitch, just don't start running. Don't start running and keep your gun out.
Vic, 1v3, reposition up top. But no tap, no one's gonna swing. Missiles, a pull, everything but the kitchen sink headed his way. And G2, this is their round.
Cutting through.
At least 4 in this game.
Right back into it. That's kind of like G2's signature move, I think, on the attack side of Haven as well, is that quick garage control, leave a player, maybe not always in window, but under window, right outside the doors, and then move back into the A space. That's how they make up for the fact they don't have the same explosivity of a jet dashing into a site. They try to punish you in this mid space when you overcommit on the rotates.
Jojimo has his ultimate up.
Beautiful.
Where is he headed here? Stinger in hand, starts towards mid.
Yeah, just ready if there is that early mid aggression to fight back into it.
Oh, this is a very good position from Oxy. Bladestorm up and down goes the most important man for G2 in this round. Oxy wants more though. This is one hungry boy. He's heading back in. No, Blades, no problem. He'll dip away. Does he even want to stick around for another chance? He doesn't care.
The spam from his B player, Mitch, both saves him and nets a kill. Now, yeah, sure, Leafs come into the site, but you see where Zeppa's playing. It's just full A contain. Flork isn't going to be able to go any deeper than it is now. Question is, do they clear this spot?
There. Mitch might just walk into him. It's all about the timing, and Mitch, he's so ready.
Yeah, pulls the stun out of Jonah P as well, so this round is slipping away from G2.
Yeah, Oxy's already up on the flank. 2 versus 5. Ooh, that was nearly a freebie, but the shoulder tucks in, and C9 flawlessly make their way to map point.
So he said that garage attack from G2 the previous round was their signature move. How do you beat that? Some mid aggro, right? You fight them before they get in that position. You blow up the round yourselves. It's exactly what C9 managed to do. I think it's only happened a couple of times this game, but when G2 sort of play this trump card against C9 that wins a round and breaks the macro plan of C9, C9 immediately going to the next round have the right reaction. We saw that on defense, now we're seeing it on the attack, or on the defense.
Play. Let's go.
Your sign's upside down, buddy.
Yeah.
Gotta flip that.
Someone in there should tell him.
Here's that your roll we talked about last round. This time used off the rip. It'll coincide with the Teo drone backside.
Oh, I don't like your odds here, Net, but he's trying to get back into it.
Flashed up, Jajima keeps the pressure on and keeps these players out of C for now. Thorns now placed down on the choke. That'll allow the plant.
And Leaf will have the ultimate in the post plant too, so options to rip that fight into C-Link now. Here we go.
It's the Stingers against what have just become pistols. Deep Thorns used. A shorty for Oxy. Just saying hello to old Jajimo as Valen takes his timing through Garage. And now finally C9 gets a group up. They get to make a go of this retake in somewhat even ground, but Valen trying to hold on to this line, needs to help out his teammates, but everyone's blind. And C9, they'll get on this defuse, but the missiles are coming in. Half is denied, and there's time. Is it there? It absolutely is. C9, 13-4. A dominant reply here on Haven.
C9 just killed them on G2's map pick. Absolutely no fear in their eyes. You could see the mentality shift on full display right there. From the very first round, yelling, screaming, swinging absolutely everything. This C9 team is here to play.
Nearly 20 kills for Oxy in what was a very quick map. The key players for C9 fueled up. The calling from Mitch looking strong. This is a team that is now just one map away from issuing G2 their first loss of the stage.
And don't forget, the third and final map is Pearl. The last two teams you've seen G2 on that map have been defeats. That's going back to Bangkok even. They're gonna have to come up with something here if they want to stay on top of the group.
Just waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out, but Valen's just ready!
Valen! Prize able to find one, but Vic is fighting like a hellion on the sides! What an ace out of nowhere, Vic!
Welcome back, everyone. Amy giving Cloud9 a little talking to. More disrespect, I'm sure, is absolute here for next match.
I think the talking to worked after map one.
He sounded so
Something changed.
aggressive between map
Yeah,
1
for real.
and 2. Like, I would have been scared as well as a player on that team.
As Brick would say in Anchorman, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I love Oxy. Oxy.
No,
I think
I love Oxy. I just
has
wish that
anyone
team
ever
was even
claimed
tighter.
not to love him?
I could have.
don't
Can we
know.
switch to a large? There's actually a large. We could do it a crop top if we want.
You wear it well. I think it's beautiful. Speaking of beautiful things, this was a dominant performance from Cloud9, and that is happening on G2's map pick.
Their attack side was pretty fantastic. I mean, it was nothing new. We were back to basics with this comp, but they really just executed things flawlessly in terms of the individuality. They turned things on specifically. You're looking at Oxy, top of the board, and then in addition to him, Net was playing very well. Vic had a very important 1v1 clutch. He was finding his moments
against
too.
Jaw, yeah.
Just seems like genuinely they woke up. Like they completely woke up.
The team was on the same page. Mitch's calling was phenomenal as well. They had such a good read, knowing exactly when to do it, what to do.
Yeah, you bring up a great point in terms of calling with Mitch too, because it also looks like in the C9 game, they literally did what Emi was talking about. Show no respect to G2, fight them pound for pound, push them as much as we want to here on the attack side, and they did. But then you had at some point, Josh RT called the timeout, and he's like, you know what? Let's just fight them back. And then I just saw G2 just brawl it back against them until you had enough good conditioning on the side of Mitch that in round number 12, he had a perfect fake side with Net lurk on the towards the A side, and to go for the full exec over on C. And then G2 was not ready for that. Valen was left by himself on that C site, and it couldn't work into the same type of like synergy and chemistry that G2 usually has.
Yeah, speaking of synergy and chemistry, Oxy and Net both had a really, really great match on this map.
Super impressed. Oxy had some insane snappy shots.
I love Oxy.
Great entry kills.
I love Oxy.
He was set up well.
I love Oxy.
On the other side, Net going up against his old team, putting on a show. I mean, can you love Net too? He did pretty good.
I actually do love that too.
Biased. Biased as hell. This is crazy.
But you bring up a great point, why he'd actually had some pivotal rounds where he had great lurks around. He was able to cut rotates as well. And just
That's what he's been so good at.
Exactly.
That's what's really stood out to me for him in stage one is Net's ability to cut off rotators on the attack side when they're hitting sites.
The only one that I could think of was like old school Apoth over at EG most recently in terms of like players that can lurk very well. If not, I'm looking at the past, like even past years would probably like be somebody like Finesse or even Marv. That said though, Net, he's found his spot over at C9, being able to again do some good calling on the defensive side, but also being pivotal in terms of like being the one that's going to be able to call audibles in the mid round based on the information that he grabs here for C9.
He's also bringing a lot of excitement to the team. I think really adding to that feeling of, oh, we're capturing momentum and swinging back into this game after really just being blown out on all accords for map one. So impressed by what he was able to deliver overall for C9 to get back into this series.
Yeah.
And now we're heading to Pearl, which is a fantastic last map for them. They have a real shot at taking this series now.
Yeah, Cloud9 currently 3-0 on Pearl in this stage alone, whereas G2 has struggled on Pearl recently.
Yeah, I mean, Ender brought up a great point. They're 0-2 throughout this year. One that actually probably is a heartbreak for them too, because they lost that in the grand finals in Bangkok over to lose the whole series when they were dominant throughout the whole 3/4 of that map. And then you get to play against MIBR, you come back with a vengeance. You talked about slow starts for teams coming from internationals, but they looked pretty good until they played against MIBR, lost that in overtime. I feel like letting this map through for G2 is just kind of like, again, wanting to prove that it doesn't fluster them, that it doesn't matter that they play against a 3-0 team like C9, they could still come back and dominate, and that will be like a proving point for them going into the playoffs.
I do want to point out that at the beginning of the year, when they were running that double Senti comp where they had Leaf on the chamber in kickoff, they were finding a lot of success. But the last time we saw them in that loss against MIBR, they pivoted to the Taeho comp look, right? And they're going up against a C9 who run that Yordu jet that is genuinely fantastic. They're my favorite Pearl team to watch at the moment.
Well, and we will be treated to Pearl in just a moment. But before we head into map number 3, let's hear what Leaf had to say about having to face off against his former teammates.
I love you, Oxy.
It's definitely a little weird to be like on the other side of the stage, not like in the same jersey as C9, you know, coming from Cloud9. And, you know, I've been teammates with Zeppa for almost half a decade at this point now, like since I was 16. And, you know, obviously I left last year, but still that's a lot of time, and it's definitely odd, but you kind of just know how each other think when you play with each other that much. And like, obviously like Mitch was kind of IGLing when I was on C9 in like 2022. But he's obviously like grown and improved way more since then. And I'm friends with all those people. It's just always fun to play against them, and always fun to just, you know, like talk backstage and stuff like that, and just have fun with them.
Well, let's see how much fun can be had on Pearl. Wyatt, what do you want to see?
Well, wasn't Leaf also saying something before we started this game in one of the videos about how they never lose to C9, and now they just
might lose to C9
on Haven, and now they're playing on maybe C9's best map. So it's possible that he's maybe cursed himself a little bit today.
He may or may not have done that, but also if they win this one, curse broken, everything's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess so. But at the same time, I think the scenarios are still quite good here for G2 to be able to top the group. But yeah, you definitely see two one-sided maps. They are able to trade maps as well, where G2 lost that map pick or their map on Haven. But I think a good thing about the video is he was praising on how Mitch was so good. And Mitch, when he got dropped from C9, he still kept grinding. He was grinding in the tier 2 scene, IGLing for Oxygen Esports. So he never really let the pedal off the gas. He's been learning months after months to be ready for this moment.
Well, we are ready for this moment as well, as the two teams are taking us all the way to map number 3. Pearl is coming up, and the Omega Group's #1 seed is on the line, so don't go anywhere. We love Oxy.
Well, each team had a dominant map to start this series, and now we're going all the way to Pearl. G2, they're yet to drop a series this stage, but they've been pushed to map 3 twice already. And C9, this is their chance to win this out, keep great chances of locking #1 seed alive, and really put this group into a crazy tie for the bye.
That's the thing, right? G2 win, stakes are simple. They're just the #1 team in Omega Group. You get the bye, it's all good. C9 win, and MIBR also win, which is expected against Furia.
Against Furia, yeah.
And then we've got a 3-way tie in first place between C9, MIBR,
and then it comes down
G2.
to like map differential first, because it's a
Exactly.
3-way tie, and it gets all messy.
So not only does C9 want to win this map, they want to kill G2 on this map.
Thus far, doing great. +1 round differential as they both trade out their stomps.
No big deal. Yeah, the real question is how MIBR would do in their series, but things are going as expected here.
This is an interesting map for C9. They're one of the few teams that is playing the double duelist, but locking the Jet into it. Most teams are going more T1's direction with stuff like the Neon. You'll even see some other experimentation there. But this is a very C9 comp, and it's a very Oxy-centric comp. We didn't get to see a lot of him opping on defense on either map, and I think this is his chance to really take over with that weapon.
You can already see G2 up on stage sweating, seeing the double duelist on the other side, getting flashbacks to the T1 nonsense they had to deal with. But I think on the two maps they've played most recently, when they played Pearl, it was against T1, it was MIBR, it was both losses. But in both of them, I feel like so many times in late round situations, they caught bad breaks that went the other way. I need to see a G2 that's looking a lot stronger in those late round situations.
C9 will fight for control of A main and succeed in taking that space.
I'm interested by Oxy's position over in Street. He was playing up a little bit more aggro towards double doors before getting called off that line just a little bit. So right now there's not a lot of assistance for C9 to stall out against this hit, just the Astra Star. And the one player rotating in with Oxy.
Vic spots out at least 2 or 3 players on this site. And Oxy's gonna go in, get proactive. He'll sit within the smoke. Wants to try and find a reposition because the Yoru's coming in to pinch him. Vic, unprepared, but Oxy still in position, not for long. Trent takes care of him, and G2 cleanly get a 5v3 in the post.
Yeah, Planter gets out no problem too. There's 3 players bundled up in backside. C9 needs someone to find some openers. That someone is not going to be that. It's all starting to fall apart for Cloud9 as they continue getting stalled. Now the crossfire's coming to play, and as C9 make quick work of this opening pistol.
G2, they've lost a lot of these opening pistol rounds. C9 in that last map won the bonus off of it, started, I think, 5-0 on the map. G2 doing a little bit better here.
Yeah, I do feel like Jaw got this timing, teleporting into backside around the moment Oxy's getting pinged out by the Prowler, getting pulled away from that side, his teammate from backside 2 is rotating over to him. And just allowed G2 to pinch really nicely against C9.
We've seen a lot of teams move away from the Fade, trying out the Teo or the Sova, which has been around on this map for a while, but the Cats are so strong to combine with your side eggs, X. Clear everything out, and well, they're gonna have to clear a hell of a lot out here. That's 5 players ready to go on this brawl from C9. But G2, they're just holding strong for now. They're dealing with this one perfectly. Not a player lost. 5 kills in the feed. 07 C9.
Salute C9, they just ran to their deaths. Literally said, go next. Oh, wait a second. Who is that on G2 with the C9 Classic?
Tossing it off the map, I think.
I like that. A little sacrifice to the Valorant gods.
I'm built for these rounds. Let's go.
Yeah, bro, they've got classics.
Thumbs open.
God's strongest eco fragger.
He's got 2. He does not even top fragging. So you can keep talking the big game after a round like this. Good utility. Reminds you of Icebox with Oxy just getting forced off of those high lines.
He didn't make the economic choices to get him an off this round. Instead, it is just going to be the rifle here.
But one too many Starbucks.
Those damn lattes.
And heavy armor too. God, spending all his money on clothes. Well, this drone going over into A isn't going to do a great job of selling the fake, especially with Oxy still finding Valen over there. But that's the typical lurker. Hold on, nice kill from Leaf.
That is a tough one for Oxy to lose out on. And now this B site wide open. Thorns are going to mean a flood retake is nigh on impossible, and Jaw's already arrived. Net, you better get out of there while you still have a chance. Missiles coming in at his feet. He's somehow alive. Sneaks his way out of that one.
Scanning ahead.
But can C9 make something of this retake? It seems unlikely to start in the bonus round. It starts to feel like it's falling away from them. Some sort of salvation in Halls. Vic.
Nice
So
TP
good
bait.
in rounds like this.
Wow.
Already on the spike, a spam for the headshot, but Leaf against his former team activates. 3 kills already. Knows exactly where Vic is, and he cannot find the shots in time. That's G2. 3-0 to start.
It was great baiting from G2, taking that fight down long, right? Because from back on sign, that's where Valen is first spotted. Now, that doesn't mean a side hit's coming in. That's usually, you know, your lurker on this side of the map. But there's no way Oxy was ready for Leaf to be pushed all the way onto Pillar to swing off and take that line. He's also the guy finding 2 kills, even once the retake looks like it might swing back somehow to C9. The beautiful round now from Leaf there.
And G2 are happy what they've found on the B site. Compared to the T1 comp that has Xeneon, I think it's actually a lot harder to anchor on B. That the stun does so much to help hold space there and reposition while you're on the site. Unless you have the operator, it's actually pretty difficult to hold on to this site if you're C9.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of teams anchoring more around like back hall, around actual pillar on site. That off angle can be pretty annoying to deal with, but
Planted. Especially when you're against the Vice, you normally want to flood retake into a setup like this. That's a bit more difficult. G2 instead have plenty of time to make their preparations and fortifications on this B site. As finally this retake is beginning, but with the lesser weaponry and the time already bought, G2 are in a great position. Jajimo lines them up, nearly flicks onto the 4th, and puts to bed this anti-eco.
hold on, I thought Jonah P was built for these rounds. Why wasn't he finding any of the kills? G2's entry's not letting him have any fun.
That's tough.
You hate to be in a spot like that, but now's kind of where C9 have to get the ball rolling back themselves. That is rough, what we just witnessed.
Yeah, quick report card check. C9 thus far has 1 kill for every round of the game. Total across the team.
Usually you want to get 5 kills. That's typically
for every round.
For every round
so
you
want
want
like
to win.
20 right now.
Yeah, so right now they haven't even done 1 round worth of kills.
Well, Imi's not happy about that.
Right.
Maybe some other reasons too, is he's going to call a timeout, and I think this all comes down to solving the way they play B. This time, They do have money to get Oxy the op, though.
That's a big deal, right? Of course, as soon as you can like start fighting with the Jet, even solo down B, that's going to be good. I think the other thing a lot of teams would do, I mean, especially like a team like T1, they would often pair their two duelists together to take early fights, and then the Yoru can very quickly teleport away to the other side of the map. So if they wanted to do some more aggro looks, down B long even, you could put the Jet and Yoru next to each other, post Jet forward on that line, then TP the Yoru out, but you can do that kind of anywhere you want around the map. It's one of the things that's even, I think, better, I think, about running the Jet next to the Yoru, defensively, primarily, is that it's a little bit more effective to, you know, take those sort of contact fights that you so often want to do as that duo.
This goes here.
G2 have some fans in the crowd, and instead of heading back to the well on B, they're instead gonna look over towards A and work on this brawl in A main.
Yeah, gonna get really invested here. 4 stars across the two teams. Look at Valen sending it. His team's not even behind him, but Valen's running forward, trying to get pinged. Really trying to sell presence here.
Well, that's happening. Oxy has worked his way up through long, but they're not heading back there. Instead, they're setting this to a split.
Yeah, the C's hitting all 3 players, full def in C9, so they have to bundle up in main. They're really concerned about the mid space. Their only real protection is going to be the Cypher camera they've got over on street. So the concern for Cloud9 now would be that pinch coming back into A. That's why the rotate's coming in, so Net's going to cover into their spawn. If G2 can call their way into B, they'd have a great chance, but as it stands, they might be headed to the wrong direction.
This is where C9, like you said, starting to get nervous. Just a lot of pressure in mid. There's a lot of space that they're unaware of.
I like that G2 are regrouping to re-clear A main.
It's going to be a big fight here. Likely decider of the round. Zephyr with a clone ready. Through the util, he fights forward, and the trade's favorable for C9 to start. Stun onto Valen, and Mitch mops it up, leaving only Leaf on the lurk, who's already caught off guard. And C9 back in action here. Lock down A main and win the round because of it.
I really liked how Vic sort of baited out a lot of those shots first, right? He's the guy being seen initially, so if G2 are walking to that space, they see that shoulder peek, it's like, oh, maybe it's just the Aster here. Then there's a clone on the right side, our Yoru swinging on the left, there's a Sova Dart pinging out as well. C9 were very quick to spring that trap.
Nice, guys. They're overthinking it. They're
And through all that, they didn't actually find out about Oxy's operator. I'm sure they have their suspicions and have quite a bit of utility to deal with it.
There's those missiles that they're always sending. When G2 want to scale up into this B-long space. That's also an attacking Aster smoke to block off the lines from the ground. Sure, it gives Oxy a way to reposition, but it also threatens that G2 could be pushed up all the way right behind it. That's why actually the Cypher Cam, or the trip, is a little bit useful, because it still denies that quick pop out into the site behind their own star.
Cat's going back into mid. As it's a very slow round for G2. Oxy's reposted on this angle.
Now a drone over into A main. Again, it's always Valen trying to take the first contact and bait it, but unfortunately Zeppa was seen. Maybe it's actually intended, because the stack from C9 is actually more towards B. Sova, last round, was in the A main space. This time, it's tag teamed ready to pinch and take this fight.
Net tucks away, so Mitch is on an island, but no one's looking at him. Mitch controls the spray, and he's rewarded with a double. And now you have to turn face to Oxy. Has a couple angles to worry about here. The player through street, the two still in long, but a dash popped in a perfect position for Oxy to go mad. Not time on the re-rack of the bolt, but his team has got his back, and Trent, just not enough HP to try and make that one happen.
Good cover from Net, protecting his op there, getting all the trades down. And I genuinely think Zeppa intentionally got pinged by the drone. Yeah, he might have been trying to cross over, but it did exactly what C9 wanted G2 to do, which was to pivot back into B, do what G2 should have actually done on the last round. Except this time, C9 with the slight adjustment of moving their Sova's position, completely catches G2 off guard. Bro, get off your phone!
Nice, baby.
Guys gotta lock in.
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Didn't mean to yell. Get back on your phone. It's a timeout. It actually really doesn't matter. No, you're totally fine.
It does matter for G2 though, because they've lost 2 rounds in a row now. And I think both of them have just come down to kind of tough calls in the mid round. In that first one, calling back into the A main space, losing the brawl there. Here, coming out unfavorable of the push into street.
Yeah, I'd say C9 have just been one step ahead on those 2 moments. I also think that C9 counter to, you know, the rounds they were losing earlier over on the B site. You see Net in a round like that last one, finding that little angle, playing around sort of the curvature of that one-way smoke, still being able to trade at his teammate. It's an annoying spot to have to play, and you are a little bit exposed, but he knows exactly how much room he has to work with.
And C9 have some of the best combo ults you could with this comp. Astro Wall, Sovalt, Yoru ult, all online. A lot of options you can cook up here. Super strong retakes as well.
Looks like C9 coming out of the timeout do want to do that little B-long setup that Yoru Jet playing together. Expect to see Jet left on her own and then a teleport over. G2 could punish this though by just ripping it into A.
Yeah, G2 have done this A main fight a couple times. They've never hit the site off of it.
This is also the first time they've actually gotten this far forward so quickly, I think. But as I was saying, right, like these rotates come in real swiftly off of the B site because of where Jet has been able to make it down B long. The question is, will this split be able to pay off? Because right now, C9 with those 2 players in back site, they're going to look to throw down some anchor smokes with the Cypher cages and flood on in. Deny any chance for G2 to get a quick plant down.
Astro Wall from the attack. C9, the 3 players ready to work through. That cage is perfect to play.
Look
The
at that go!
Armageddon's not going to do anything really. Sovalt now coming in, but G2, they open this round. Past the wall though. C9 have a bit of an island. But on the other side, that'll allow the plant to come down from G2. That's unless someone has something to say about that one. The ult's used. Spam trying to come through. It's pandemonium on both sides. But G2 call a bit of an armistice, a bit of time to hold towards Art.
Yeah, G2 just have to pause, wait for these ultimates to time on out.
30 seconds
Now they can
left.
reset for the fight if they want. They have the option. They want to threaten it, so they make a little bit of noise, but it's only 25 seconds left down onto the clock, Mimi.
4 players here. Or 3, that is ready to hold strong. And Vic, he's made Eclipse happen in this position before. A chance to do the same. G2, 10 seconds. That spike needs to come down. Josh trying to do the job, and his teammates, they need to protect. Ult's coming in. C9 holding. And it's a 2 versus 3. Jonah, amid it all, finds a kill. Oxy's arriving very late, but he finds the shot true. A 1v2. Jonah in an off angle, but he swings straight into the operator.
Finally, Oxy has a chance to play around out, and he locks it up for C9. I mean, that stall was beautiful. You could see it unfolding. G2 had good positioning on the map, but C9 didn't give any early fights over. They throw down a combination piece of both those Cypher cages initially to keep G2 slowed down, and then the Astro Wall comboed with the Yoru ult. G2 just ran themselves out of the clock.
And at the most basic macro level, the last 2 rounds, Oxy has been able to walk up almost at the beginning of the round, deep into B main, full contain that space.
That's what you...
Yes, move, you
and allow his team to basically 4-stack heavy on the A side of the map and play these really quick floods.
Looks like G2 want to stop that from happening. Not necessarily even aware of that walk down the previous round, but opening up stronger into B. And even when they have opened here, Oxy has never found an early kill with the off. He's always fallen back. He found 1 backside. That's it previously.
Here.
Calls in that quick Yoru teleport.
Oxy popping the blades. Nearly found a piece of Jonah. Giotimo, okay, just within the flashes, the cage is everything. Oxy, that's only 1 from him. You would have thought he might have found that adjustment. G2 get the plant down. And Giotimo towards spawn. Pushing into them. Vic, he was prepared, he was ready. But it wasn't enough when you're facing the dog. 3v2. John's going for more! 20 health on that kill. And Trent ends it with a sheriff shot. G2, what a way to fire back.
We're just winning half buys like that, I guess. Giotimo just went flying into back sight. I think that was a net anchoring from C9. I have no idea what happened to him. But him falling and Jaw getting to pinch back in. Oh, he just flashed himself in through Net's own Cypher cage. And then even on 20 HP, he's winning these fights back spawn. C9 can't be letting that happen.
They're going back to it, this time with a Yoru ult.
This time Oxy's playing up. He wants the early pick.
But he already takes one shot. Has to get away, but he still has his dash. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him. Has to dash all the way back. Missiles at the feet of Net. Jojimo out into the halls again. But the operator, it's down two. Very good from Trent and Jonah to hold. That's a tripwire kill! A trip kill in the midst of a round like this. That grants Net a Thorns kill! What the hell is going on?
It's just a utility fiesta on the B bomb site. Cloud9 and Mitch now with the operator in hand has crept back into the site. The drone is going to see him, but not see that he clicked over into the op. Now, though, the stall is being working down. Mitch has to be able to find an opener. G2 are just going to be able to win out on time, and they will. Vic is here. Maybe even looking for a half stick. The spam coming in. Hold on. No, not again. Not again. The missiles. Away. To pull him away. Now another chance, smoke in 3 seconds. Now another chance, smoke in 3 seconds. Just enough time to go for it if he needs. Just enough time to go for it if he needs. Though. No, he's going down. Pushed, though. No, he's going down. Trent wins the round for G2 after all that.
A trip kill and a Thorns. A trip kill and a Thorns. Same round.
Same
I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before.
And people complain about Tejo. And people complain about Tejo. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I swear. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I swear. Oh my word. I mean,
Cypher drip is just way too powerful. I thought they said abilities don't kill.
You're killing me, Mimi. You're killing me, Mimi. You're killing me. Let's see. Josh is having as much fun as we are. Somber out there. Completely somber out there.
Cloud9, unfortunately. Cloud9, unfortunately. Ors for wear this round. Ors for wear this round. Economy is broken. Economy is broken. And they stacked towards egg. And they stacked towards egg.
Not even gonna. Yeah, not even gonna overcommit to that fight. I'm curious because Vic's got a Bulldog. He's going to be able to do anything over on this side of the map. Because right now you can sort of see there's a bit of a mid walk up from Cloud9 right now. Seeing if they can maybe catch this rotator working back through mid. Shots aren't going to quite be there though.
Leaf spots out one.
Look at A main too. We're all the way up from Vic. Oh, no one is ready for him, and he has the Bulldog, but he can't get, wow. C9 have had 3 chances, they've just narrowly missed.
Yeah, G2 is looking, and the opportunity slips by. 50 seconds, a gap in the smoke. That was another chance, but that can't find it either. Mitch out on the site. Oh my God! That's a collateral on the Sheriff, but doesn't matter. Maybe not. G2 have traded this even in a 2v2, but Oxy still has a Sheriff in hand! And you know he's good for it. Valen's low. 1v2. A peek onto Oxy, but Oxy! He is so good for it! An eco round win for C9.
These rounds are just crazy. I mean, what is Mitch on that he's getting 2 kills there?
Oh, he didn't see either of them. Just running through the smoke. Jonah perfectly walks into the bullet.
And then Oxy swinging back for the second fight there too. Man.
Another fight for A main. Another fight for A main. Oxy within his own cloud burst is dealt with, but Mitch again finding his impact. Dealt with, but Mitch again finding his impact. Trades are through, and G2 this time successful. Trades are through, and G2 this time successful. There's still one player left though.
G2 are going to freeze the round because somehow he has made it past the Cypher camera in street, and they know that because the whole time Net was fighting, he couldn't click into the camera. Now this position is unexpected, and it's possible Leaf even heard the rotate in through spawn.
This is a
he has no
perfect
idea.
call.
He has no idea.
Leaf has made it into B scot-free.
So let's think about the post plant then, because Valen's going to have the ultimate. Trent is going to plant the spike, which then gives him his own Tejo ulti. On top of the missiles, on top of a drone in post plant, G2 have beautiful utility to just stall this out permanently. You're even going to have Sucks on the bomb from the Astra.
And while you're waiting for all of that, Leaf is just going to be there to fight and buy time. The util players fall back to long.
Leaf has a flash setup on these players coming out from CT. So as soon as the smoke goes down, I think he can
They're
use that to
saving.
get the ping. He doesn't see anything. They're not playing the round. And it makes sense. You think about it, right? 2 players in the next round would not have been able to buy guns. So they need to keep these 2 online. Oxy will have enough for an operator. That's going to be C9's hope of keeping things within 2 rounds going into the second half.
What a timing for Leaf to take.
And
Sneaks past the camera.
Yes. It's so good, too, because you probably don't go for a timing like that unless you know that the Cypher is in the midst of a fight. He doesn't have the moment to check the cam. That's the weakness of doing a cam in Street as opposed to just a regular old tripwire.
G2 up 7-4 now.
Uh-oh, Mimi, I'm seeing 2 nice ultimates from Cloud9. Yoru Sova ult. That is very commonly good for a kill. Use that Yoru ult to body block and set up for the Sova to ping twice.
Trent still has Armageddon, so getting into a post plant would be big. Re-clear into mid for C9.
It's a very early drone out of Mitch.
I think they did that off the buy splash. A cat as well, but G2 aren't able to actually get inroads towards Street.
Not sure what that wall did to Jaw. Jaw certainly got the upper hand. Here we go, tag team setup. The 2 duelists of C9. Only Zeppa seen so far, and that's going to buy time for Oxy to creep on forward. C9 want to take this fight in main.
You cannot have Zeppa die here. He has the Yoru ult. They might just use it early.
Oh, and the Sova ult positioning is really nice here.
He spots out 1. Mitch pops the ultimate. How many can he
it's a
tag
double.
here? I think that's a double to start. How much more? Oxy's down, and the Sova ult doesn't get a kill. Zeppa's out of the ult, straight to his death. And it's a cataclysmic round for Cloud9.
On paper, that was beautiful, and now the tripwire. Mitch is going to be able to punish. This art fight could be everything. Great timing seized by Cloud9. 2-on-3 now.
And guns picked up, but they're ulted off. No noise.
2-on-2
for Mitch, as Valen is very low, but it's a plant for backside.
Spike planted.
1 cage on net.
Mitch has some shocks here, too.
Had
Valen
to
is
use
so
the cage,
low.
though. Trent's already working a reroute. Missiles in 10 seconds. Another tap. There's the kill for Trent. But down goes Valen. Mitch trying to win this one out, and the damage is good. But Trent's running for the hills. He'll tuck, hide. The shock dart. Could it do it? Not quite. Trent again, elusive in this round. The shocks again. Could this be the one? Not again. Mitch holding, trying to get this one halfway, and he gets the kill. The time,
He has
it's
it.
close.
He's got it.
Mitch down to the wire, and he's done it. C9 rally back to 5-7 off of a beautiful clutch from their leader.
That is crazy. I mean, Mitch, so close with the ult, so close with both shock darts. It's his rifle that gets the job done in the end. Topping the charts with the Red Bull clutch. And keeping it competitive. The second half is going to be close.
We're into the final half of the regular season for two of our top teams in Americas. C9 and G2, they're both vying for the #1 seed out of this group. And as a reminder, that means they would be just a match away in playoffs from qualifying to Toronto.
Yeah, everyone stop what you're doing. Look at the bottom of the screen right now. It's very simple. G2 win, they're our #1 seed. No ifs, ands, or buts. But because C9 lost the map, even if they win this series, even if they win this game, they still require MIBR dropping a map to Furia.
Dropping the game, that is.
Yeah.
If MIBR just drop a map, then it's G2 who takes that bye.
Exactly.
MIBR, their fate would stay in their own hands.
But
all they have
that's
to
the
do
thing.
is stomp Furia.
That's the thing. The third and fourth are pretty unlikely if you consider
Yeah.
the state of the league right now. MIBR are looking quite hot, so.
And Furia is winless.
Exactly. So MIBR are C9's biggest fans heading into the second half.
G2, they want to make it simple though. Win this one out, get the bye, make it to Toronto, and try and win the league again.
Yeah, that'd be great for G2.
Just a dream.
If only C9 weren't putting up a fight.
If only they had gotten this done in 2, but they've got a real close opponent here in C9. Well, they've got themselves the A site.
C9 have played very active in their post plants ever since that second map of Haven. Doesn't look to be slowing down anytime soon. Oxy getting inside the smoke.
Smoke fades. Oxy and Zeppa. The two-man team. A drone. Spot symbol. Touch him. Good night. What an adjustment from Zeppa. He's going to go for more. Spam through. He'll have to TP away. And now 2 more players ready to overwhelm him. Net.
Hold on, Net's on the wrap. Net finds the first, and now the players turn around. G2 still up.
But there's still players tucked on this side, and no one's looking at Mitch. But the trades from G2 again. Every player routed. Every member dealt with. And Vic down to 13 health. He's gone too. G2. 8th round, just in the nick of time.
Good responses from G2. It felt like C9 got like 3 kills that round where the G2 guy was looking the complete opposite direction. But every time that happened, G2 had a second, third player ready to trade them out. That's what kept it together for G2, the fundamentals. Even in that 2-on-1 there at the end.
Vic, swing there, brother. Good. What do you mean?
Well, C9 not going to be going for a force like we saw G2 do.
They've got a couple more rounds to play with than G2 did.
I do like, though, on a eco like this, C9 trying to work the map a little bit, see where that Vise utility is going to be defaulting, try and pick up on the info G2 are giving you. And what have they learned so far? Well, not much of a fight down into B, but that Fade is prowling out in Art. Seems like pretty likely G2 are leaning towards the A side of the map. C9 are going to log that away from future use.
Judgment with the Marshall. Clean opener. He
Wow.
won't get greedy.
Look at the flash and haunt combo there, pinging 3 players. No one can shoot it. So full info gain for G2. Just realizing that Net is the unseen player, and doesn't look like Trent is going to be fooled by that.
Nah, he's ready for it.
Yeah, he knew, because it's like, wait a second, Cypher wasn't seen A main. I've got a guy over in street that hasn't seen anything. This guy has to be coming into me, or he's baiting in spawn. And yeah, he wasn't baiting in spawn. He's dead on the floor in Art.
2 players left
No.
for C9, and
okay.
okay. I mean, a little dramatic with the spam through the smoke. That's 9 rounds to G2's name, though.
If I'm up there, I've never muted so quickly. Just spamming that Marshall. Do want to see what the approach is for C9 here. You know, because last round their info tells them that it's the active scouting utility of a Fade, of a Tejo playing towards Art. So maybe there's opportunities for solo lurkers to find timings in mid. Because where's the Vise utility at?
Yo, this guy has max ammo glitch on his Marshall. What is
Seemed that way. So G2, they're going to fight for space in A main. their defense is going to be a lot less reliant on these forward walk-ups on B, whereas C9 was fighting for both extremities pretty much every round. They can fall back and play up that Vice util a lot more often.
I think what C9 want to be able to threaten is A, for sending this clone down to be able to break the wall, but it gets spammed away. Nicely done. I believe that was actually Trent shooting that one from back CT, so the Vise wall is still intact. And that sort of removes the threat of C9 pop execing into B from behind a smoke. Makes this A finish all the more likely.
And look at the forward lines. Jajimo walked up A main. Jonah P walked up in Art. Oh, Jonah, they're very close to him. And he's not long for this world. Let's see if Joe can get anything. Maybe a shot with the Marshall, not today. C9's duelists get entry into A.
Yeah, you turned on the infinite ammo glitch. You forgot to turn on the actual aim assist. Not going to be too much use for him on that one. C9 clearing away things pretty calmly in this round, apart from Valen slipping on through.
Seemingly always going to get one with the Stinger. He has a gun. And honestly, some damage wouldn't hurt.
Look at all the
angles.
angles. All the angles C9 have in the post.
Well, they know where he is. If he had gotten that kill on Mitch, maybe you start to believe, but no. C9, they'll lock this one up and lower that gap down to 3.
Mitch is having a great game. This guy is topping the charts for Cloud9 at the moment.
And the last 2 maps has been calling really well, too. He's that guy that was pretty controversial for C9 to bring back, obviously. Played well at the Red Bull Homeground qualifier when he was just a substitute for the roster and was solid for them years ago. Back when Leaf was on the team.
Yeah, back when Net was on the guard, which was G2. And then, yeah, they did the whole merry-go-round siege changing between these two teams. Let's all come together. That's a Yor ult into A.
But he has a TP ready to go back into B. So
Yeah.
he pressures A, and now he's going to clear out the B site. And he's going to spot out the operator.
Hello, peekaboo.
A flash. Jaw is forced to use his TP. That's very nice to fake out with the Yor ult there.
Yeah, and seeing there's no Vise utility, so C9 can get quickly into this site. G2 ready to flood.
That they are. Haunt, flash, all going in. That's a scan, but no kill. Plant committed. G2 were considering the flood, but can't go for it. Instead, just have to play kind of a set retake now. Smoke still up in their face.
Good scouting to see a couple. Now the pin. Now we're going back into sight. G2 trading out evenly to start things off, but just like that, it's all Trent, all on his own. Spike not planted for C9.
He has the ultimate, though. And in the 1v2, that could be big. No, there's a gap. Vic, though, just pushing, running, and winning amid the artillery. That is impressive out of C9's rookie.
Not just to win that round there, but, you know, using the Oral, baiting out the Tejo from the other side. I like that pathing, like you were saying, because as soon as that Yoru is ulting into A, well, maybe people start shifting their feet a little bit, start preempting that rotate.
I love
that.
that.
TP is great.
Another thing from that round is Mitch immediately popping the Sovault as the flood is coming in and just sending the pulses in. Even though he only got 1 kill, he was putting so much pressure on those retaking players.
Dude, his whole team on 8 kills, he's up on 17.
Doing good for himself. G2 on an eco here.
Again, C9 just trying to show a little bit of presence into A lobby, rotate back out of that space. And with G2 playing sort of 4 players into mid, their idea is to be able to pretty quickly react to what C9 are doing. They're not going to let C9 get the plant down without G2 putting up a fight this time around.
Cutting through.
I'm looking at is C9's entry here. A lot of times you'll see Jet sort of dash up and over, combo with the teleport into backside, but not going to be an option this time, I don't think.
Clone gets broken this time. Double dive in. G2 pushing through. Jaw finds it with the classic, and Zeppa, he's alone, walled off from the rest of the team. And C9, for what could have been a beautiful double dive play, instead it's all going so wrong. Ping pong, they swing in and start to fall. Mitch, he's been electric this game, and Vic as well, there to help. They bailed their team out of this, but Trent still potent in a 1v2.
Seriously, deep breath for Cloud9. Back with the advantage. Now these players are a bit low. Single shot to the head is a kill. Just trying to bait out, and now the position is known, even with 20 seconds. Trent shouldn't be able to get out of this choke point. He's gonna have to take the timing on the next tap. Are you kidding? Are you joking?
It's just a stinger.
He's
Vic
waiting
is
for it to stick.
sticking the plant, the swing,
Oh
the
my!
stinger! Trent! Oh my! How has he pulled that round out of absolutely nowhere?
That is just ridiculous. For Trent to catch a break in that situation, a Red Bull clutch.
The stinger has 20 bullets. And he is out of ammo in half a second. How does he get a spam kill?
Unreal. And Vic just going for the stick there. With so little time, it's so hard to play that round.
And just a smile on his face after winning that Red Bull clutch.
I honestly, I can't believe it. I can't remember the last time G2 caught a break on this map in a late round.
Yeah.
Like even the last round of the half, Trent's in that 1v1 and he ends up falling. Like this map has been so brutal for them in the one-on-ones, the two-on-ones, all those moments. But that might have been what pushes G2 over the edge to a first place finish in the group. Checking out the money right now, C9 could buy 3 rifles if they wanted to, but it's a bit grim. Oxy's one off knives, so it might not be the worst purchase. I could see a world where C9 choose to force up into this. And looking at the last few seconds here, it seems like that's going to be the case. My biggest concern for them, I think, is they're sort of banking the entire series. They're banking their placement in the group stage on this round because they're forcing up, they're not going to have money next round, and G2 have some killer ultimates they're going to be able to tap into. C9 are facing against brutal odds this time.
Keep up. It all comes down to this round for Cloud9. G2, a Yoru ult to work with. And the Vise this time again set up towards B.
And look at the positioning of Leaf too, right? If he thinks it's going to be a hit, he can pop that ultimate and just immediately stall out what C9 are trying to do. The only thing is Oxy's knives would still be online.
Visewall wasn't here this round. Just the Thorns. And the Thorns, they'll try and stall out. Oxy into backhall. Can he find a fight here? Valen around the corner. He was stunned, and he still gets that kill.
Oh my, look at C9 leaving. They can't even fight the map.
It's the exact ult you were talking about. Leaf pops it. They only have pistols. Oxy dies, and now they're in a straight up 4v5.
4v5, but it's only 3 rifles. That has a stinger. And again, Jogamo, if he wants to, can pop this ulti. The positions that G2 also have, sort of entrenched backside, very annoying. Playing on the bottom of pillar, playing in backside, can fight off each other nicely. And now that there's not a jet to dash smoke, sort of clear both those angles as she goes in,
30 seconds left.
C9 are going to have to be perfect on the approach.
It's into Leaf and Valen. Dart catches onto him. That's a very good start. And Valen, amid the pull, is taken down as well.
One dart.
Even 3v3, but that's the ultimate use. Jaw spots out too. Where's that third player? Hiding in backhall. It's perfect info for G2. Can they win it still? Vic, that's a very good kill to find a second from C9. They're making something of this round. Somehow pull it off in the 3v3. Yoru won't be damned.
C9 had no business winning that one. But really, it was just Mitch's dart, I think, that ruined this round. Not sure if Leaf couldn't see it or what actually happened, but Dart goes unbroken. He's taken down. And then everyone can swing 180 degrees, deal with Vic, no problem.
He used his own Vise flash up high behind him, so I think he had to turn to look away from that. And as he was turning back, he almost unintentionally flashed Dart combo. He didn't get blinded, but he had to turn for just long enough to not break it.
That is, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. That's levels of tragedy.
It's the tiniest things in Valorant, though. G2 still have a lead by 2.
Yeah, but now they're the ones without a buy in this round. So that's going to start slipping. Zeppa's 1 away from the ultimate. Like, the fact that C9 only really used Astro Wall a round ago means that now they're the ones that are starting to cycle up into some of these ultimates. And what really shocks me is that C9 have managed to win now 3 out of the last 4 without really doing anything in mid. Like, they've just done a lot of like B to A, back and forth, execing into the B site, and haven't really had to do any of the slower macro rounds that G2 were trying to run with the pinches into art and all these things.
This one could just be a split towards A. 2 players posted in mid. 3 ready to take the fight A main. But what is C9 cooking? All 5 members of their team are primed in middle.
Oxy could be walking into a pretty brutal trap. But C9 are going completely quiet into the space. I think Zephyr used a flash. In main. There's some stars, that was about it.
Yeah, G2 call away from their stack. Instead, they're all gonna group towards A, which is still a great call, but they won't be rewarded for the play towards mid.
Yeah, now that re-clear into A main, but spotting nothing because C9 have done nothing. So far, C9 have really good info. As there was no fight into that space, they've just seen and put this drone down. Yoru. That's it. And now C9 are going to re-hit with the expectation that G2 have rotated away. Aller through art gives G2 false info as now.
With that jet smoke spotted, though, that's going to be the cue to rotate back towards A, and this is very slow. A C's used in main from G2. G2 is not biting on it. In the corner, classic for 2! Jonah does well, but can the...
Sova is lurking through B, the spike is... But they still got to get that spike down.
make it to Toronto, and then, you know, that's our goal right now. So yeah.
What